to ban Breeze this time around instead of Fracture. So Full Sense were a bit confused. Do they pick into that Fracture or not? Eventually they decided to. A map that earlier were saying not many teams are good at. I think Full Sense are okay here. It's just they had to come in with a surprise pick here. And FUT might have had something prepared. Is this a trap?
On the opposing side, I feel like FUT banned that Pearl instantly, and it's no wonder why when they came to that.
แน่นอน
I
ใช่เหรอ
think,
F คือไม่แบ่งเลยเหรอ
kind of a map
โอ้
that
โห
they
พี่
couldn't
ผม
really
ผ่าน
figure
มา
out whether
พี่
against
โหด
they
โหด
was just yet when we think back to how they played on it regionally. But I agree with you, Minnie. I think starting with this
เฮ้ยเยอะ
factor
เกิน
is super exciting because of course
ตายห่า
we
แล้ว
know what to expect from FUT coming out on that.
Yeah, they definitely want to
มา
take that spot.
วันนี้
there
ผ
on
ม
the
ดู
front
แล้ว
line.
เล่นเกมไปด้วยนะ
So let's talk
อาจ
about
จะมีเสียง
predictions
พี่
where the
พี่
broadcast
อยู่ด้วย
talent
ตลอดนะ
are
ไม่ได้
leaning into
เราดูแบบ
today's
ชิวๆนะวันนี้
Reds. I believe as far as the desk goes, most of us are going for full sense, but Billy, you are, you're a FUT believer today.
ควบ
I
ควบ
mean,
ต้อง
sorry,
ควบ
Tom and Mitch. I don't
เกม
know
ต้องเล่น
if this is the
ดูก็ต้องดู
coming through. Honestly, for me, like this is such a coin flip matchup. I think it's fair to say the first one. I feel like the odds are pretty 50-50 when I'm looking at both teams. They're so fast tempo. I'm just excited
เฮ้ย
to
มัน
see
เหมือน
who
มี
comes out
เสื้ออะไร
swinging
ด
the
อกเปล่า
most.
เมื่อกี้
And Minnie, you're going for
เอาเหรอ
against your region today.
Yeah, I think map pool wise, I think
ไม่รู้ว่า
Full Sense have
คือ
more
ไม่ได้
to
เป็นคนแบบ
offer,
งก
and I
ของขนาด
worry
นั้น
a
ก็เลย
little
ไม่
bit
ดู
about FUT's map pool. I think playstyle wise, it's a 50-50, but
ขอบคุณ
yeah,
น้องปัก
in terms of
12 เดือนครับ
depth in the
อิง
playbook
26
and
เดือน
just
นะครับ
the
วันนี้ครับผม
these
โอ้
maps,
โหวันนี้
I
มากันอย่าง
เอา
ไว
อีก
เลย
FUT the advance.
มันฮิวแรงเกินมันโกงไปเปล่า F เอาไอ้ตะกอฮิวนี่ออกไปได้ปะ
Well,
ใช่เหรอ
of course, we have to
มัน
ask you,
ผู้เล่นมันสบายเกินไปว่ะ
Pacific.
ผมว่ามันก็ลำบากอยู่
All
นะ
right, we gotta go to the stage. All right, we got
มันควรจะแบบ
Thailand
ไม่มี
versus
ฮิวเลย
Turkey.
อะ
Two
เอาไอ้
regions
พวก
with
เนื้ออะไรนี่ออก
one
มาด้วยปะโอ
philosophy.
ชั่นอย่าง
Let's
เงี้ย
see who's gonna come out
โอ้
stronger.
โหเราทำไงอะกดนั่งเอาอะ
คือตายอย่างเดียวกลับมือหูสบายเกิน โอ้โห
ไม่ต้องกินแล้วอาหารนะ
ถ้าออกไปแล้ว
จบแล้วเนี่ย
รถเข็นหายหมดเราทำไง
ถามจริงๆนะโดนลิขสิทธิ์หรือเปล่า
ล็อก
ไม่น่ารอดว่ะ
โอ้โห แล้วนี่อะไรวะเนี่ย
เสียงพี่เขาเป็นเครื่องรางแค่ให้ชาวไทย
สายแบบแดดยิงเหรอหรืออะไร energy ไง
ดิงแย้เลย
อืม
ห่วยมากครับ ไปละ
สรุปดีจริงก็อยู่
เฮ้ย รถหาย
ไม่เอาคนไปเหรอเนี้ยเอาไหมเอาเหรอ efficiency 11 ครับ เอาไหมเอามาก่อนกุ๊บจัดไป
มีใครเล่นดาบไหม
หมวกคิวจอย
ลงเล่นดาบดูวะ
รถหายจริง
ไม่มีใครเล่นดาบเลยเหรอ
เอามาได้
เล่
มาน แล้
ดาว บดูเดือ
ไม่กลัวมันบาดเหรอเอาดาบไปเล่น
อ่า
จับตรงด้ามมันดีอย่าไปจับตรงใบ
นั่นไง
รู้เรื่องเลย
เอ้ย สโลว์ตาย อันนี้ตายปะไหนฮิวอ่ะโอ้โห ทีงี้ไม่ฮิวไง โอ้
สบายเกิน
โอ้โห มันฮิวเต็มเลยเหรอ ถามจริง
มันต้องชาร์จ
ไปดีกว่า
เกมก็ต้องเล่น
Before he
ดูก็ต้องดู
passed, he really wanted me to win. So I think my
ไม่หา
only
ตุ่
goal
มแร่
right
ไม่
now
ค่อย
is
เจอเลย
to lift the trophy, and I know he's gonna see it.
อยู่ใกล้ดันปะใช่ไหม
Burada olmaktan gerçekten çok mutluyum çünkü uzun zamandır bunun için çalışıyorum.
ใกล้ดัน พอ
Gerçekten
เจอ
kendime
ดันก็
güveniyorum.
ลงดันดิ
Özgüvenliyim. Bence
Ve
full sense oyun yapısı ve oyun anlayışı bakımından bile çok
Ece,
beğenilir.
Ece,
Bence
lan.
günün sonunda maçı da daha çok vuran kazanacak.
I
Nice
think they're very talented. We're gonna be playing with real firepower here.
ระเบิด
Tabii
โด
ki
น
de
รถนี่
birini
ตายหมดเลย
sağlıklı
นะ
görmek istiyorum. Bence mekanik olarak ve aim olarak inanılmaz iyi bir oyuncu. Serverda görüşürüz full sense.
I'll treat this as a Thailand versus Turkey. Let's see which country is better.
สเกเลตันอาเช
ว่า
อ
ไทยแลน
ร์
ด์เจอตุรกีว่ะรอโดนแน่นอนครับเพลงนี้ไม่ต้องห่วง เพลงนี้เกี่ยวกับความรัก
เจอ
เฮ้ยแต่เมื่อวานไม่โดนกดเกิดเลยโยโยโยไม่น่ารอด
ต้นไม้มันตายยากจังวะแป๊บนะซูมอนก่อนไปแล้วเด้อ
The predictions were split on the broadcast, but we got big time here. Pacific analyst, brother at Bambino, and you ended up picking FUT. Explain yourself.
Yeah, I think they have the firepower. If you want to stop Full Sense, you have to beat them at their own game. You have to be able to stand toe-to-toe with them on the server, and we know that this Turkish team has that potential in spades. But it's a big stage for a lot of young players, a lot of rookies. For me, it's all about the on-the-day performance. This is a coin flip of a match for me.
Yeah, I had some doubts about FUT's map pool, but seeing Fracture and seeing Haven, those are maps where FUT can get it done. I love FUT's Haven right now. It's very aggressive. And if they can bring that aggression to Fracture, a map that loves pushing out on both sides, that is going to be very good for them.
I think it's just a question of what do they play, right? When we think back to EMEA, they were running that breach on Fracture previously, Mini, which I know that you absolutely despise, but simply seen it more recently in other tournaments. They have been running that double Julius Zeus on the Phoenix.
เราจะโดนเพลงไหมนั่นน่ะสิ
ของจองกันเลยนะใช่ไหมได้หรือว่าฝืน
เอาวะจอยบิดแล้วก็จิตบอยว่ะ
โอเคตรงนี้วาร์ปได้แล้วครับ
แจมเลยพี่งั้นวาร์ปแป๊บ
เฮ้ยโอ้โหดันเจียนอันนี้ว่ะ เหมือนเป็นคุก
ตึง
วันนี้ท่านลั่นครับยิง80ตัว2แมปพอ
เลยนะ
ไอ้คุก
ทำไมไม่แบบว่าให้เจ้าของมุกเป็นคนเฉลยอะ แย่งเฉลยเลยอะอย่างนี้มันเหมือนแย่งเรียกว่าสิทธิบัตรกันเลยนะเนี่ยเอฟตายเลยเอฟบอกไม่ไหวแล้ว
ไม่ไหวจริงโคตรเยอะเลย
ไม่ทัน
สวยจัดโคตรคุ้มดอกเมื่อกี้
ตื่นเต้นว่ะตื่นเต้นอ่ะ
โคตรจะหิวก็หนี
ก็ไม่อยากสบาย
The question, of course, which team thrives under
ฟั
pressure?
งเสียง
Which
น้
team
อย
crumbles under pressure? This is the first time they're both on the global stage, except for their IGLs, except for Yeti J, except for Cruz. So how are they going to be now? They're in front of this live audience, so far away from home.
I think that's the thing we have to remember, right? This IGL head-to-head too. You have Cruz that has been here from the very beginning when we think about global experience. On the other side, you have Sociable, who is almost nearly at all of those global events. When you think about his time on that BBL roster last year, now he comes into this FUT roster. He picks up that IGL role, relatively new to it when we consider his Tier 1 experience. How is he going to go up against someone that is so seasoned in Cruz?
Now, you guys have been talking about the agent selects for Fracture, and here they
มาแล้วฟูเซนป่ะ
on the Phoenix instead of
Fusin.
It looks like they switched that one around a little bit. Very interesting. What do you take of that?
แล้ว Fracture มาก่อนเลย
I think Primi is the player that you need to make space for, and we've seen what Jit Boys can do on that Neon. For me, it's the fact Leviathan's on that Cypher. He struggled a little bit on this role, so when we swap those halves, he's going to have a lot to do.
Yeah, Sop on that Jet. I said that Jet isn't a great...
Yeah, on the Raze as well here.
Yeah, Jet isn't the best agent on this map necessarily, but in the hands of Sop, I'm very curious what he can get done here.
Yeah, this is going to be real exciting. How do you think of this matchup, Billy?
Yeah, I'm excited to get started. Honestly, I want to touch on Zeus being on the Raze there too. Obviously, a great agent on this map specifically. I'm intrigued to see which one picks up the operator. I'm presuming it's going to be Sop. We have seen Zeus pick up in more recent times, but I think, yeah, Sop probably the one.
The key thing for me to look out for in this matchup is, are the teams going to be as aggressive as I hope on the defense side? They have explosive, firepower. I just want to see them pushing out.
They better be aggressive. Full Sense and FUT do not do passive Valorant. So everyone strap in as we send it up to Casters, Achilles, and Paperthin.
This could be an absolute barn burner. Everyone's been asking what's Sop going to play. He's going to bring out that Jet. No one was asking what's Jit Boys going to play. And the answer is the same damn thing. Full Sense have changed nothing about their comp as we get ready to go into this fracture to kick things off on day 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really explosive setup for both of these teams, as you would kind of expect here. Turkish aim versus Thai aim. It should be fast-paced. It should be high octane. And I'm really curious to see how this gets going.
เอาไปก่อนหนึ่งครับยัง
Some damage. Dashes back. So they're gonna dish out a little bit more than they take. Only Cruz gonna get tagged up for Full Sense, but it's a little bit of contact and then a change of directions. And look at the quick ideas here from FUT. They want to put some pressure towards Leviathan. They know that, you know, Full Sense is going to want to run that Cypher on their own. So they saw the stack and they're trying to see if they can get lucky in finding the solo.
Okay, well, that's going to be good initial damage.
ยังไงคอตเตอรี่
34, backpedals quickly back through Sands. It's going to be a rewrap. Okay, Leviathan looking on the cam. Is able to get the spot out there, and now we'll have to just take that rope across towards the south side, rejoin in with the rest of the squad. Full Sense get ready to attack into what is a 3-player stack. Jake's going to be able to find Cruz finishing that job, but Jit Boys gets a piece of the action, but the paint shell from Zeus will take him down. Premi has been eliminated, and now it's just Kahlua and Leviathan to try to persevere in a 2v4.
It's going to be tough. No doubt about it. As good as Kahlua in particular has been, you're going to see his head. Crystalli can't find the shot. Pause though. Just a little bit of
30
time.
seconds left.
กินแล้วตดรัวๆ
They're surrounded.
Have to tuck in as well from that fade on the north side. So if they try to rewrap over to A now, they don't have the time to do it. But had they done, would have just been caught off guard. Right at the run, gets the spot out. The headshot spike is on the floor. Leviathan now. Have to try to see if we find anything at all. Sociable will just go ahead and get the gank from behind, and that's going to be FUT starting things off 1-0.
Yeah, I just love the patience here from FUT, not overcommitting to any of these changes of directions that Full Sense wants to implement. And you know, it's a little bit difficult here for Full Sense because they were hoping that with their recontact over towards A, back off. They're like, okay, now we can really confuse them. Expect us to overcommit here, you know, with the presence that we've seen over at the B site. But instead, if FUT just holds the line, they clear a little bit of space, they get some good info, and they do a great job locking down the site.
No real investments here, just going to be classics across the board as Premi wants to try to get this orb, and he will be able to find it, but tagged down to 20. Lots of impacts, severely limited, and Cruz also takes a beating.
Yeah, they're just going to try to move to the other side of the map here, rely on that camera set up for a little bit of clearance over towards the arcade side of the map. Cruz is going to be calling the shots for Full Sense again. Slowly but surely make their way around the map, keep beating Premi the orbs. So as far as, you know, eco rounds go, if you can't do a lot of damage, then farming up the orbs is a great alternative here too. So like the big picture game ideas from the Full Sense boys.
Go ahead. There you go. He'll be 2 charges away from having that ulti online.
ขอให้ได้แพนจะได้รวยๆนะ
So a little bit of additional cash potentially found. Will to commit for this one. Sociable's healed the final immense amount of damage, but it's going to be Zeus coming away with that kill as Kahlua will get taken down. Stop with the Marshall, able to find Leviathan. Zeus gets himself another paint shell elimination. Cruz 1-by-1. They'll stop it from being a flawless, but Zeus will clean house. A 4K from the race. Also fast-track this showstopper. His FUT will overall get a very clean 2-0 start.
Yeah, so I mean, a great round for FUT overall in terms of not taking a ton of damage. They're going to get the raise, get that huge ult fast-tracked. Yes, Full Sense able to scoop up a lot of ult orbs so that Premi will have his run it back already, but now I start to get a little bit worried here. In general, I thought this was a surprise.
Nice,
Full Sense. I was expecting Pearl. They're one of the best teams, the best Pearl teams we have. Going up against a region that a lot of people are saying that maybe their Pearl isn't quite as strong in EMEA, and
แล้วพิมมี่มีโจ๊ก
to go for another
แบบ
Pacific
ไม่ได้ยิงใครเลยแต่แม่งมีโจ๊ก
So far, we'll see. Now we're in the rifles. Premi's got his ult. This should be the round where you kind of cleanly do some damage on this attacker's side.
I think that's going to start being even more concerning, especially if that run it back comes into play. But Kahlua trying to hold that initial angle. Tailwind's going to be taken. Swing continues with Zeus, and he will be taken down. Able to find the one Leviathan quickly arriving on the north side, pushing past Dish. He held at bay by this trip, but we'll just go for a quick clear on that. Away. Meanwhile,
ไปไหนอย่าดูเจรีบอ่ะ
sprints right up into Premi's face.
โอ้โหซิงจัด
Every day of the week.
ช่วยด้วยรถจะพัง
อุ้ยเชี่ยนี่มันโหด
Open
มากเลย
up the map a little bit here. Full Sense takes a pause.
เฮ้ยฟูเซน
Just
โคตร
running
ตึง
at
อ่ะ
him. They're being
เชี่ยดู
pretty
ดิ
slow and
เล่น
methodical
ดิ
here on this attacker
เหี้ย
side.
เครียดอ่ะใครอยู่
Set up
ดี
this
บีอ่ะ
crunch,
ตอนเนี้ย
waiting,
เช็คยับ
trying
อ่ะ
to clear
มึ
a
ง
little
เข้ามา
bit of
ยังวะ
space. They've got Leviathan over towards drop and see if Primy wants to flash Sands. Nobody home.
เฮียแซน
Goes
ก่อน
the guest over towards the B side of the map where they had seen Primy earlier.
ที่บอกแล้วว่าอันไหนมันเลื่อนร
No
ถ
one really at home. Sop.
เฮ้ยซอฟทะลุส
Earliest
โมกครับ
arrival, working his
โดน
way
ขี้
up
รั่วไป
towards
หนึ่ง
that
ตัว
Sands rope.
แล้วไม่บอก
Opting to pull the trigger. Doesn't want to
ขอบ
give
คุ
his
ณโอย่า
position
นะสำหรับ
away.
สมาชิกครับ
เรื่องสำคัญ
The hawk down.
เอาเฮ้ย
But no, the
โอ้โห
reveal ends up coming through, so
เกือบ
Kula
นะ
has to backpedal out. They continue to occupy this space, but Cristalli is able to find Jit Boys off screen.
เฮ้ยไอ้วัว
Jamming him down.
ภาพหลอน
เฮ้ยอย่าโดนมันตัดเยอะ
Now a 3v4 and 2 players low on HP. This could still end up being quite costly for Full Sense if they don't play this cleanly for the remainder. Good damage could be found there. The poke and prod. Leviathan waiting for the peaks to come in, but
อุ้ย
it's
โดน
going
พี่
down too.
โดนพี่ทีมกูดิ
And now Sociable, the one that tried to get that damage
Oh,
through, and
boys.
he will be able to find a little bit more value, but Full Sense will
ได้
stop
อยู่
the
ได้อยู่
bonus
เสียสอง
conversion.
เฮ้ย
Two
เสีย
players
สาม
surviving.
And didn't even end up using Primy's ult here because they were just given full maps
เขาดันเขาดัน
control here for Full Sense because
Let me
Foot's trying
joke
to
you.
gamble a little bit in certain situations, overstepping their mark, but Sociable, a player that in his own right, even though he's the IGL, is really a
Hey.
fragger.
Oh,
Picks up 2 big
the golden
kills at the
king.
end, but Cruz trying to hype up the boys. They are just getting ready. Try something a little bit different.
เดี๋ยวเข้ามาโดนไฟ
This is
เผา
looking like a big A crunch. 2-3 split.
Have a listen in with Full
พี่
Sense
เข้ามาหาเลย
as they try to tie things up.
Nailed them. Fire in the hole!
โคตรเจ็บเลย
Okay.
เดี๋ยว
Get to
ไป
that
กั
in
น
a little
ไป
bit as
กั
the
น
showstopper is going to be ripped, but
We
Primi
done.
his way forward. Still has
Home.
not yet invested the ultimate. Rocket not going to be able to find much of anything there. Obviously, the gun barrel is going to be spotted. Leviathan's going to be taken down. The crew is able to peel things back into a 3v3.
หาย
Orbital Strike as well going to be
ดรอป
online.
หมดเลย
Solo
ดรอป
commit in for this A plant. All 3 players from foot on arrival here on this drop side. Orbital Strike's going
เบร
to
ก
be
ไป
called
ก่อน
in, forcing them
เบรก
back
ไปก่อน
away.
หนึ่งจังหวะ แล้วสโมกปิดเรียบร้อย
Smoke to be cycled in as
ไม่
well.
ต้อง
Just
รี
trying
ครับ
to make
เท
it
ค
as difficult as possible to get the reapproach going.
ฮิววี่ฮิว
Now to check the
เนี่
one
ยแต่มัน
side.
โดดลงมาแบบ
All
ชิว
3
ๆเลย
players heard on that drop. Cruz looking for the swing, but it's going to be cool over the back. Stab coming away with 2. Niggas can't quite get the
Hey.
lead. He cleans
Cool.
up all 3.
มาวะ
Full
มาวะ
Sense tie it 2-2.
Find you.
This is nice, patient play from Full Sense.
พี่ผมฝากหาผ้าแดงๆด้วย
Really
ได้ไหม
smart,
ตาร์
really
สุดอะ
cautious against this Foot squad. Trying to find their footing and Foot caught in no man's land. You know, with that Prowler being spotted, that allows Cruz to just say, hey, wait this out just a second. I'm going to distract them. Then Killua, you can come in and clean up the round. And he's going to do just that. 4 kills on the board for the initiator specialist of Full Sense. And this time Foot on an eco. Going to be stacking that A site where Full Sense has so far, last couple of rounds, been wanting to land. It is going to be the outlaw for Jit Boys. Kind of a.
He's played against the race before. He's dialed in on the Jing angle, trying to see if he's going to go for that double blast back up.
แตกเอเลยอะ
Given the weaponry, even a share for this range, not really going to be able to find the one tap. So we'll play this a little bit more patiently. Does Foot?
ระวัง
Found one.
เอาดี
Walking into a bit of a trap here. They do get some damage on the Cristalli.
เจรจิตบอยโดน
Meanwhile,
ชิบหายดีแต่เป็นปืน
segmented away from the rest of the team
ปืน
there.
ไม่ค่อยดี
So,
เท่าไหร่
well,
เฮ้ยพอแล้วไม่ต้องไป บีโล่งเนี่ยนายเรียกกลับดิ
for now.
เออ
Trying to go for a juggle back on
ถึง
this.
ว่า
But
เลือดผมไม่ล้นเลย
Oh, look at Leviathan. He's all.
เนี่ยเดินเข้าไปชิวๆแล้วเนี่ย
I would expect that the rotations start coming through.
หิวหน่อยหิวหน่อยหิวหน่อยเฮ้ย
Clear of that prowler again.
ไปเลยนะกลับบีเออ
Weapon over, but it seems like given the spacing that Leviathan's been able to find, that call to rotate's going to have to be made. But on that north side, you do have 2 players on the approach. Sop and Yeta J slowly creeping forward. The camera's there, but at the moment, Leviathan not only seeing the toggle.
การพิลิกอยู่เนี่ย
Is actually maybe going to cause some problems here for Full Sense.
Oh, I maybe saw a pixel out of place. But Zeus,
Oh!
just going to be running in, and Leviathan just completely not ready for it. Kill found now, Sop here, waiting and ready. Primi caught off guard, the knives.
Gong, gong.
Elimination. Zeus gets himself
Oh.
and Sop cleans up Kahlua. And what a round to be found
รั่วเลยครับ
but to maintain the lead by 1 as he pick up a thrifty.
They were perfectly prepared for this round. Full Sense just walking into the trap over towards A, losing a player, and you know, to a couple big ults that are invested by Foot, but very worth it to get the MasterCard Thrifty.
ได้รีวิวดาบให้อะไร
Some incredible shots from Zeus. Sop with the blades. We were looking forward to seeing him on the jet, and he delivers with the first blade storm. The coaches love it.
Not only does it end up being a match of but also ends up being a very clean one. So a lot of weapons just upgraded for free. That just completely re-injects money back into the economy for FUT. Meanwhile, onto the back foot goes Full Sense. Lose this round. He got plenty of half armors in here, and that Outlaw is carried over. And their eco is going to be broken.
Yeah, this is very scary now for Full Sense. And I'd like to see them maybe turn up the pace a little bit as this half goes on, because playing this slow style is really suiting FUT right now. They're happy to play this way.
เข้าไปแบบชิวๆครับไม่ต้องคิดเยอะ
Boys up close and personal.
Relay Full Sense goes for the we'll have Sociable dead to rights. The clean up on that kill, but Yedajay here on the site's going to be good for one. Spike over going to be dropped. Cristalli will push forward, finish off the enemy Cypher. Well, Sop held it on this angle, fully anticipating that someone's going to go pushing from this rope side. He would be correct, but Kahlua just a little bit faster to be able to find.
ใจเอ๋ตัวเอง
For the second, can be fired, but Zeus is ready and waiting on the other side of the door. Ooh. Just disrespecting his own Molly, going for a quick reposition, but Premi has fallen out. Cruz has to try to clutch up. 1v2, his angle for the moment completely unread. Sees the first, swing in the corner. He's going to be able to...
โอ้โหเชียร์พี่ทีมว่ะมาดิยืนดิ
And there's that veteran presence that Cruz can bring. He's not off to going to be top of the department, but he's going to outmaneuver his opponents here. A nice little setup there from FUT as well to take down Premi. They peeked perfectly on him, the high-low. Looks like it's going to be their round, but Cruz, one of the few players who played at the very first International Masters and is back here again, along with Yampi and Durka. So
it's just so smart.
It is.
They never anticipate that he's just going to walk across his own Molly. That's them paying the iron price.
โอ้ยซื้อได้เอารอ
Shots here, not going to be connecting from Sop. Meanwhile, Overdrive in play. Jit Boys trying to find this kill with Zeus. Able to shut him down. That's a massive.
เฮ้ยเปลี่ยนตีแล้วไอ้สุด
Ends up getting online, but he lobs it into no avail. No one else scaling fast enough alongside the Neon to be caught by the ult, but it's still a player advantage. And Yedajay scaling all the way towards this south side, towards that attacker's spawn. He gets all the information, but they've either taken the rope to the north, or they're completely boxed in the halls.
Yeah, and so they can just commit towards this A side and set up some crossfires, and it's going to be really difficult for Full Sense to break through this.
No kill. You can't use that neural theft. Realize that you're walking in the wrong side as Cruz will get taken down. Sop able to find the two. The up and over into the shorty, and Sop comes alive with a 3K. And that's a flawless reply as FUT maintain the lead.
Yeah, again, it's just kind of the same thing over and over again here for Full Sense. Just go A main, and you know, you've got that trip back there. You feel like you're safe, but that's actually just playing into FUT's hands. So that's giving them, like you talked about, the information they need to just commit towards this side of the map. And a couple rounds here in a row where Full Sense had to force up their economy to get into the rifle, so that allows that Outlaw to be still put to good use. And this time it's very effective for Sop. Him and Zeus, the
เนี่ยธนูเพียบเลยอะ
หาอะไรเอฟ
ปาไป
ไปล่างซ้ายพี่เต็มไปหมดเลย
แร่เหรอ
แวะมาดู
ที่กระดูก
Oh, and it
ไอ้นี่มันจะระเบิดรถแล้วมั้ยเนี่ย
ระเบิดเอาก่อนแล้วรถกูหายปะวะ
Let's be willing to take some risks here. Let's play to our strengths, which is, we can outduel our opponents. We can take those contact fights just as well as anybody in the world. But FUT is looking really sharp, really comfortable here. A lot of players very new to this stage on that team, and they do not show it.
For now, heavy stack. Looks like this is going to be a full send
มัน
to the
ดัน
B
เอา
side.
เวอร์ชันตลอด
ตอนนี้ยังไม่มีเลยพี่
Players nearby enough though. As Zeus and Sop just
ค
play
รับ
together at
เรา
A halls.
เงินน้อย
Nothing spotted. They still have that
อีโคเรา
triple
ต้องมาเก็บ
north
อัน
side
ติ
of Dish, so no real concerns about a fight coming
ไปยึดพื้น
through.
ที่ด้วยกัน
เกียรติไปไหนแล้วพี่
So for the moment, Foot can just maintain this position.
เฮ้ยมัน
Just the same as the eco round. It's round 2. Just scoop up all the orbs around the
ต้อง
map.
อยู่ด้วยกันตลอดไป
Gotta be a little bit cautious with this one. Somebody could be up there. But
กูตายแล้วเจมส์
actually,
ช่วยด้วย
okay, they're gonna show their presence.
Catches a glimpse. Quick clear of that, but Yeta J does the overstep. Could still space out, maybe come away with the kill, but on the quick peek, sees how many players there are. Meanwhile, he re-peeks out. Leviathan's going to be struck down. Primi now eliminated. It's just a firing squad.
หมดเลย
Casualty at the office here. Put as they put up another flawless and now stretch the lead 5-3.
Oh, phenomenal patience by Yeta J.
Meanwhile,
Doesn't
meanwhile.
overstep the mark at all. Doesn't give Primi any chance with that Sheriff to do any damage. It's that quick kill onto the first, and then he's back out for 2 more with some reinforcements arriving. Great coordination. That's another thing I'm loving from this Foot squad today is I'm seeing a lot of really good comms. Everybody's peeking together. Nobody's going out on their own trying to make those hero plays other than on the bonus with Yeta J where he walked into Primi. That's the only round where I've seen something that kind of, scratches your head a little bit, but it's not a big deal because otherwise they are in very, very good form.
Leviathan's in a very, very bad spot. Even if Sop can't find that kill, the rest of the players crunching to the north side certainly would have done.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Running back now to be committed in from Primi. Leading the way forward. They're giving him the angles though as Yeta J will peek out, loses his life. But will approach up through tower. We're not going to be able to see too much else over on that arcade side, but I've got a couple of audio cues, I'm sure. Nightfall now going to be sent forward, but it's just going to be a pivot back through the spawn.
เอาละท่านตายห่าไปแล้ว
Spike planted on A, but Primi gets caught up in transit. Faceboard from Kahlua, dead at Canteen. Zeus holds his own, and now it's a 2v4.
This looked like it was going to be a good read, but Full Sense tried to trick Foot by leaving a couple players behind.
Last player standing.
Man, Sop is on it.
Any concerns about this guy playing Jet? And quickly been dispelled!
Oh!
As he is just dancing on it! Something-esque in that movement! Plants his feet, and lights cruise up!
Tremendous round from Sop. All over the map, not afraid to take some of these individual battles now for Foot. They're getting confident here. They feel like they're getting good reads. They're able to spread the map in Full Sense. Just left scratching their heads. Couple big ults. I liked the idea there from Full Sense. I think the read was okay where you're expecting that Nightfall and you're already pivoting. The problem is Foot is just outdueling you. Every time that you're trying to throw an extra layer of trickery in, Foot's just well aware. They've got a pretty good read, and that shows to me they've done some of their homework. This is something that Full Sense has started to do, is leave a player behind, try to catch opponents off guard. They're very, very ready. Primi will get spotted out. That doesn't mean too much here right now as Full Sense is
โดนสแปม
all over the place. North, south, east, west. Pick your poison. Chip Boy's trying to drum up some attention.
Oh,
Hey.
it's going to be Leviathan.
อ้าวได้เป็นหนึ่ง
I was over at he got the player up at top Sands.
Quick, clean shot with that Sheriff across to the rope. Catches him on the rafters. Is that enough of an opening, though? You do have 2 ultimates. Potentially try to commit into this to pull off a thrifty of your own. But now, we'll just be Full Sense widely trying to get their forces aligned as Kahlua still going to be left over towards Dish.
เดินไกลแน่เลย
Keep just kind of moving around. He's going to pull the blades again.
Immediate investment. Meanwhile, Kahlua going to be spotted there. Quick little pixel angle around the smoke, so Sociable able to clean up the kill. Faceboard and Sop is failing it! He cannot find that fourth, not another 4K. Primi will be able to sit him down. Comes away with his second. He's looking frantically for a weapon, has the spike in hand. Ball around the corner, but will be able to finally find a Vandal. Clears the boom bot. Yeta J arriving on that north side, and Primi is going to have to try to fight his way out of this one as he gets the kill on this.
ท่านให้ไวมาก
Hit a transfer, close but no cigar.
นี่จะเทรดไม่ทันนะได้ลุ้น
Advance forward to 7 rounds to 3. Already a lead secured for them at the half.
Well, that was almost one of those Primi moments, but just came up short. Sop again, so sturdy. Smokes can't find that last blade. Gave Primi a chance, but Yedijay quick enough on the draw. Primi was ready for it, but everybody on foot very, very sharp right now. They're going to have the another point of interest here. And who's going to be running that, but with Zop on the jet? Oh, no. Okay, okay, yes, he is.
Getting to the dire straits here from Full Sense. See if they're going to be able to bring this round back in.
บีมเฟดแล้วก็เจ็ตเราว่าอาเคดันแล้วฝั่งกูไม่มีแท็บอ่ะมันน่าเล่น2อาเคดเนี่ยมันดันมาเนี่ยเราไปจบได้นะเนี่ยเรารวบไม่ได้เนี่ย
ค่าเฮียอาเคดมีแท็บ
มันควันดรอปแล้วมันควันดรอปแล้วมันเล่น2เหมือนเดิมเลยมันเล่น
แท็บคือแท็บตรงไหนวะน่ะ
แท็บอาเคดเนี่ยกูเล่นแย่นะกูไม่ไปรวม
ตอนเดินวันอ่ะ
กูพาวเลอร์นะเดินสอง
เช็ควันเดินวัน
ยิงกล้องก่อนเดี๋ยวกูยิงกล้องให้กูเจอสปอร์ต
มันพาวเลอร์เคเมพาวเลอร์เคเมหรอ
ไม่เหลือไปแล้วเอาเลยชาวบ้านเราไม่ต้องกลัวหรอกเนี่ยกูรีบเข้าไปเลยแล้วบอล
Exactly ready to come through. Zeus already striking out, able to find a kill, and Jit Boys is going to be taken down on entry. Primi's able to find one Kahlua. One kill going to be traded back, but he eats an immense amount of damage. Zeont will expire. Full Sense lucky to get themselves even into a 2v3, it feels like. So it feels like they have also no other options, no other recourse other than to advance forward into this B site, try to get the spike in play, try to hold the line, but Sociable has that orbital strike available.
He's moved back over.
It's 18 seconds. They're still trying to force a spawn. This is going to be a base in, and Crystallis just takes that every day. 8-3, FUT are looking dominant.
Last round.
Every twist and turn. They're so ready for Full Sense players, and you're not getting a lot of value out here out of the Phoenix as well. I have to say for Primi, yeah, sure, he's got some ult, but they're not really getting you that space and time that you need. FUT is very adaptable right now in terms of knowing when they need to give up a little bit of space, knowing when they could take some fights, and I'm seeing Full Sense players there. When we were watching from their perspective as they moved in the arcade, they weren't all watching, I think, the places that they probably should have been. It was kind of a jumble of who should be watching the top of the rope and things like that, and they get cut apart because of it. Sop still going to have that op.
Prowler check the corner, but double face forward around. It's going to be Zeus going to be taken down. 2 for 2 so far. Quick little reposition, Sop with the repeats. Looking for that kill, but Cruz hits a pelter shot. Put the jet down on the floor. It's Full Sense to try rescue this 4th round. This half themselves. Orbital strike going to be called in. Cruz forced back over in towards main, now off the site. His own orbital going to be called in as well towards Canteen. The players are pushed forward in front of this one. Now Cruz is taken down. The spike is now isolated.
Look at these smokes.
Lost in the smokes, perhaps. Associable will get noted and dealt with, but now a 1v1. Yedijay for me. Spike still on the floor, and Yedijay with a bold reposition. Swinging all the way through that underpass. Primi, where does he go as the spike gets planted? He's got no util to speak of, no molly to try to buy time. He just has to win this out with that Phantom. He's watching the correct angle. At this point, he just has no idea. So Yedijay, the silent walk in towards tower. Primi to re-wrap back around, just checking the spawn. Peek out from that gen side. Will have sight lines. But it doesn't even need it. Yedijay walks out on the side and takes him down. A 3K and a 9-3 half with front.
This is a beautiful play off the back of the orbital strike. I mean, Sociable dialing up a beauty here with his ult into these 2 smokes that allow them to scale forward. And Full Sense isn't even considering that.
Full Sense have been getting rattled. They need a massive
แบบกันเราซ้อมกันมาเชื่อดิ
They can do it after the halftime break.
Tired of off-season blues once champs is over.
เอาได้เอารถไปวะ
ไม่
ทำไมไม่เอารถไปอ่ะ
เป็นห่วงรถได้ดิ
ทีมต้องการรถอ่ะ
มันดูร้านเราให้ก่อนไง
เดี๋ยวไปเอาเองจะได้ทำมันเอง
เจอบอสแล้วเหรอพี่
ไม่มีเลยแถวนี้ฮะเจอหรอ
ไม่เมื่อกี้เห็นขึ้นสายล่างเจออะไร
เสียงอะไรไม่รู้ดึงยังไม่เจอมีลูกธนูโหดๆปะฝากใส่หน่อย
มีแต่มันน้อยอ่ะมีแค่เนี้ย
ลูกธนูคอปเปอร์ก็ได้มีไหม
เราไม่สร้างกำแพงเหรอพี่
กลับมาอีกครั้งครับ
ไม่ทัน
คำเรียกร้อง
ไม่ทันที่ทำอะไรไม่ทันเลย เพราะว่า มอนมันเยอะเกินไป
ง้างนี่ไงตีเด้งกันไปเด้งมาเด้งอ้าว
ชิบหายแล้วแม่งด่านยังบุกเลย
เฮ้ยผมเจ
กอนอยู่ปะวะ
ไอ้นี่แล้วเหล็กตำแหน่งเหล็ก
ใจคอไม่ดีเลยวะ
ขบวนรถอยู่ไหนอะพี่เผื่อมารับเหล็กตรงนี้
เนี่ยอยู่ตรงเนี้ย
ใจคอไม่ดีเลยวะใจคอไม่ดีเลยวะน้อง
เจมส์อยู่ไหนวะข้างล่างเหรอ
เนี่ยข้างล่างใกล้
โอ้ย
ตรง
โดนซะเยอะ
ใกล้ๆเท่าไหร่นะ
ๆเราจัดการไอ้ฟินิกซ์นี่ไงเนี่ย
เฮ้ย
โอ้ย
รุด ตีอีกรอบไหม
โอ้ยหลุด
เอา
ใหญ่
งี้ผม
เลย
มาไว้ก่อนแล้วนะเดี๋ยวค่อยวิ่งกลับมา
ได้
เรียบร้อยพังหมดรถกู
ไม่หา
ในฮิวก็ฮิวไม่โดนอีก โอ้ย แล้วรถเป็นอะไรเนี่ย
ตกรอบเลยไหมไม่ตกสัก
ต้องรอมันจบ
ต้องแพ้2 ครั้งครับอย่างเงี้ยกลับ
Top
บ้าน
of having
นี่ไง
it.
เจมส์
Interview with Jen. Just need to aim at their head and click mouse 1, and they were doing a hell of a lot of that in the first half. So keep it up, and they should be in a good position to take their opponent's map pick away from them. We'll have to see. Maybe this is one of those weird days where Fracture is actually defender-sided. I don't really feel like that's going to be the case. Cruz there going to get identified by Cam. He's just going to have to evacuate. No hope here. Oh, boy, that was close.
Yeah, taking a risk, not tucking away into the corner canteen. Space.
มันได้ไซส์อย่างเร็ว
Going to be taken here by Foot very quickly. Curveball at the ready. Sees not to get the grab. It's brought back to Sock. Going to be unspotted. Sociable just pushes forward into that smoke. Able to find a kill with that frenzy. And Zeus gets Primmy taken down. Only Sociable gone thus far. And Foot continue right where they left off at the end of that first half. It is another
สู้ไม่ได้เลย
dominance on display again.
They're just so good about using their time and space and then using their utility. Sop this time bails himself out, tries to quietly drift up on top of the dice
ไป
on
ฟังจากเสียง
site.
ไวคอมนี่
And then as soon as
ดู
that
ไม่ค่อย
flash comes through, it's an immediate
ดูไม่ค่อย
smoke
ตื่
on
น
the
เต้นกัน
ground
เลย
to keep
ดูไม่ค่อย
himself
นี่กันเลย
safe. The trades are there. The team
พี่เขิม
so well coordinated, so well disciplined.
ซ้ายอะนี่
And they're expecting that flood retake from Volsense, and they shut it down.
ด้านขวาพี่ด้านขวาชี้
2 and 13 for Jit Boys. Wanting to lean back into this Neon, but it just has not been finding any value outside of 1 or 2 kills where it's set up by a relay bolt.
I don't feel like either of the duelists from Full Sense are finding as much value as they should.
No, not at all. Cruz just trying to stay tucked in behind this box. Will get ushered out into the open by the paint shell, and Sop quickly collects that kill. Full ring around the rosy now as Full Sense going to be running on the arcade side, and Foot, they say goodbye, and they are just drifting back over towards that A hall.
This should be a free plant here, you would think, for Foot. And they're checking the
เครียด
cam
เลย
as well.
เครียด
So they're gonna
ไปเจอกันเฮเว่นดีกว่า
what's going
แมป
on
เขาเรา
eventually.
เก่งดีกว่า
Full Sense actually going through the sewers, so Cam won't see them. Maybe it'll see a few as they actually do go forward, clear it.
They clear that.
มีอันเดียว
On
เหรอ
this
เจมส์
approach, yet a J check behind. Tripwire going to be set up, and he does get
เอาแม่งก่อน เริ่มจุดเริ่มต้นครับ
players are going to be. So they bring this back to a 4v4. Bandit going to be snatched up. Jit Boys taking that into hand.
ขาดอีกแล้ว
Otherwise, it's still just classics, and now you've got this deep angle on site for Sop with the Marshall, and he will one-tap everyone.
เสียเวลากับไอ้สโมกลูกนี้
This is very, very difficult. Got a flash here, you got a Primy wall, you got a Molly, you got a couple prowlers, but okay.
Putting shots going wide. Allows them to scale a little bit more. The
Wait,
Molly going to be sent out with the
Bill
C.
Hummang
Sop
กันเลยวะ
is able to find Primy on the repeat. A little bit more here, and once again,
หมด
they're just going to be all lined up. Put now 11-3. Full Sense
ไปเรื่อยๆอะ
very much falling out of this map.
Neon.
It's just a bonus conversion away from having that point.
Yeah, this is just clinical stuff. I mean, again, you know, nobody overcommitting to anything, just taking your shots. Don't overstay your welcome. Sure, you lose one player to kind of a cheeky setup from Full Sense where they send 2 up tree and 2 towards spawn, so you catch
Full buy
on
up,
a little
ma.
bit of a timing to Yedijay. But other than that, it's very, very clean, as most of this map has
มี
been
แบบ
foot.
ถ้าแพ้ยังมีอีก
Boys
ยัง
gonna clear
เล่น
the
อีก
haunt. Could be under a lot of pressure. Goodbye, Leviathan.
จะยิงไม่หยุด
Checking the main, Shit Boys will be able to peel back some of the pressure as Zeus ends up
ต้องไป
falling.
เทรดคืนมา
But the entry is still there, the site is still taken. Full Sense still are going to have to try to go for this retake as the spike will get planted over in the corner.
ตรงนี้มีหนึ่ง
ถ้าโดนโบนัสนี่คือ GG แล้ว
Premium cooler for the moment. There's that clear stop. His attention now going to be paid towards main. Cage popped, and that does allow him to just drift back onto a deeper, safer angle.
เอาไอ้คนโอ้
Catch from the prowler. Remy slotted forward, so
เฮ้ยหลังเข้ามาแล้ว
slowly drifting down through that sewer. Looking at the catch. Curveballs out.
사이트
멀리 미스
교트 멀리 왔죠 이때 멀리에 픽세
หายแล้วคาตาเพา
เดี๋ยวรอให้
나왜 왔어? 안에 슈퍼스. 슈퍼스 봐.
โอ้โหลาเลยด่าดีเลยอีกแล้ว
ระวังอย่าตรงนี้
And it's just looking so very easy for FUT. 12-3. The bonus is converted, and Full Sense are completely and utterly out of options.
No, this is GG. They're just so on point. Sop is disgusting right now. Sociable holds down the line on the backside. Primy able to find one off the back of a flash, but that's it. Otherwise, it's smooth sailing.
พี่แรงเลย
Now you're gonna have to force up here. Cruz, no armor. Sop with that outlaw. This is very, very done at this point, you would think. They've got 4 players over in A main, Full Sense,
ข้างบนพี่6
trying to lock it down here.
โนดเราน่าจะกลับได้เลย
Just have to wait and see. Crossfire is
แพ้
good.
ว่ะนี่ผมแพ้เลย
แต่เราเอาที่ออกก่อน
ไปก่อนหนึ่ง
Sociable won't pay the price.
เฮ้ยรถพังอีกแล้วเฮ้ย
Stop at the same time, creating this pressure on B as the spike gets brought over, and it's just Leviathan tucked into tower. With that judge in hand, face forward into the spot, and he tears them apart again. He's looking for more, and he's
GG.
gone. Shit Boy's dead. Leviathan done.
GG นี่แหละครับเอาแมปหน้า
ผมไปเคลียร์ไอ้นักดาบเนี่ย
ทำไมมันชิลจังวะ เราโดนไปแล้วแมปหนึ่ง
นุกทำไงมัน
1 2 ตั้ม
เฮ้ยดอกไก่ด้วยเหรอเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวไอ้หัวระเบิ
ที่
ด
ผมช่วยสร้างกำแพงแค่ไหม
ได้
ไม่โต๊ะอยู่ไหนอะ
ตอบเลยก็ได้เอฟสร้างโต๊ะใหม่เลยก็ได้เอฟไม่เอาอย่าเพิ่งเอฟสร้างโต๊ะ
เอาไปไหน
ด้มคือลากออกไม่ให้ล่อน้องฟินิกก่อน
โจบไปทั่วเลย
ใครเป็นอะไร
รถกูพังเอาเศร้าอ่ะ
มีรถกันไฟปะเอ้ยกูไม่ทำเฮียอะไรเลยวันมอนแม่งมาเป็นล้าน
น่าจะเต็มคันรถแล้วนะ
เต็มแล้วใช่ไหม
เราต้องกลับแล้วล่ะ
เต็มเลยจริง
ก็โอ้
ปัก
เสีย
หมุด
ดาย
ตรง
เลย
นี้ไว้
เนี่ย
ปักหมุดตรงนี้ไว้อุ้ย
เอาไปก่อน1 เกมครับ
ไม่พีเอสถึกจัด
จุด
ที่โดนระเบิดเลือดแทบไม่ลดเลย
ที่มันเอาอีกแล้ว โอ้โห
ที่มันเอารถเราไป
โอ้ย
โอ้
รถจะมีเสียงรถเนี่ย
พี่เบสมันไม่มีของค้าไปดิ
เอารถออกไม่ได้
มันมาแล้ว
ตัดไม้เอฟแล้วก็เอาไม้วางบนตอไงเอาแผ่นไม้ทำโต๊ะ
มันกลับทางไหนวะ
ตรงนี้เสร็จแล้วเอาไปไงนี่
เฮ้ยเราครับ
กับไง
ไอ้รถเพิ่มได้ไหมเสียดายเม็ดผมว่าต้องมาร์กเอาไว้ป่ะ
ใช่มาร์กไว้ก่อนเดี๋ยวเรามา
ชิบหายโดนล้อม
หนักกับตรงนั้น
ไปช่วย
เจไปช่วยก่อน
ไปช่วย หลังเข้าด้
มี
วย
ขอเกมแรกหน่อยครับพี่เอฟยังไม่ตื่น โอ้โห เรียกได้ว่าหลับสนิท หลับแบบหลับอะ
แม่งมีบิงด้วย
แบบว่าฟังเสียงตอนไว้คอมนี่คือแบบ
ผมว่ามา
ไม่เหมือนตอนเล่นในแปซิฟิก
ออกขวานะ
มันก็ทางเดียวนี่หว่า ผมเดินนำร่องมาก่อนไหม
คุมหลังให้
เราจะโดนตีเกมแบบนี้
ได้เคลียร์ทางด้วย
ไอ้น้ำพุนี่มันจะเอาดิ
ผมว่าไม่รู้ว่ะ
โอ้ยแม่งลากไม่ได้
น่าจะอะไรหลาย ๆ อย่างที่ทำให้เรารู้สึกยาก
นำร่องเลยนำร่องเลย
หรือว่าเราไม่เก่งด่านนี้แล้ววะ
ขวานะเชียดไอ้อ้วนเขียว
เจอแต่แร่
ระเบิด
ตอนที่รถเราเต็มแล้ว
ใช่ไหมโคตรกวนเลย ขวาป่ะพี่ เราต้องออกขวาแล้วป่ะ
โอ้ยน้ำพุ
เมื่อใช่ไหมเมื่อ
เอารถขาดอีก
ไป
อุ้ยมันมีอยู่แล้วครับ มันโดนโถมกันทุกทีมอ่ะ
เฮ้ยโดนหลังโดนหลัง
เอ้ย
เราดูกีฬาเราไม่ต้องไปสนใจพวก
ไปไหนก็โดน
ทีมเยอะหรอก
ตอนนี้
แม่งมีทุกกีฬาอยู่แล้ว
แม่งขนโคตรยากเลย
เพราะฉะนั้นเราถ้าเกิดเราจะเชียร์ให้มันเลยที่แบบว่าไม่ต้องมานั่งกังวลเรื่องพินผ่าเราก็ใส่แม่งก่อนเลย ใส่ตั้งแต่เรายังไม่แข่งอะ
มึงไม่พามาทำไมเนี่ย
ใส่แม่งก่อนเลย
ตอนแรกมันจะวิ่ง
มึงเจอกูดิอะไรเงี้ย
กำแพงอัด
เดี๋ยวมึง
กำแพ
เจอทีมกูแพ้แล้วก็เงียบๆไว้ เดี๋ยวเราเชียร์ให้มัน เราต้องชิงปากดีก่อน
ชิบหายแล้วพี่ เดี๋ยวผมรับกลับไปเติม
เย้ย
ใกล้ถึงบ้านแล้วด้วยนะผมเราไป
โอ้โหเชื่ออะไรเนี่ย
ตอนนี้หนักกว่าฟูเซนก็น่าจะเป็นพี่เอกเนี่ยกำลังไป
โอ้โห
ไหนพี่ผมมาแล้ว
เฮ้ยมานักเวทไงล่ะ
ผมมาฮิวให้
สุดยอด
น้ำพุอีกแล้ว
เราชิงดาบกันเลยครับ เราชิงมั่นหน้าก่อน
ไม่ได้เป็นควางไม่ได้อ๋อแดดเหรอเอ้ยสวย
เดินเข้ามาพี่เดินเข้ามาหาผมได้1 ฮิว
นี่ไงเนี่ยอันเนี้ยกันไฟอ่ะ อันเนี้ยเป็นโทโคอ่ะ
อ๋ออ่ะใครใช้ป่ะ
โอ๊ยไม่ไหวแล้ว กูไปแล้ว
ยากกว่าทางนี้ยังไงก็ต้องขับลุยไอ้พื้นลาวา
ไม่นี่ขึ้นบนเนี่ยนะขึ้นบน
เพโลด
เฮ้ยตัวบิงได้มันคืออะไรวะเนี่ย
คือมอนปะ
น่าใช่
นกอีกแล้วพี่
เฮ้ย มันเน้นไปที่รถเรา มันรู้
ว่าแต่ใน Discord เรานี่มีนี่ป่ะ มีคะแนนให้คนไทยผิดทุกคู่เลยเนี่ย
แล้ว
เฮ้ยศพผมอยู่ไหนวะเนี่ย
เดินมาพี่เดินมา
ครับ
ผมกลับไปเอาศพก่อน
เดินมาผมฮิวกำลังเด้งพี่มา
ศพอยู่ไหนวะเนี่ยหาไม่เจอแล้ว
มันน่าฮิวรถได้
ขึ้น
นะ
บน
ฮิวรถ
โอเคผ่านได้เลย
นี่ผมอัพสกิลแบบ
เข็นมา13 กลับไป9
ขาดทุนไปแล้วได้เยอะได้เยอะ
รอบหน้ารถเหล็กไงเป็นไง
มีเหรอ
ต่อยอดไป
วอลแรกมาแล้ว ไหนอะ
เผาเลย
ตรง
มีไหม
นี้ปะ
พี่
วะ
เผายัง
ไม่
ยัง
ต้อง
เผา
มี
ไม่
ปะ
ได้
เนี่ย
เผาไม่ได้
อไม่ได้ทำไงอะ
เอาใส่โยนแบบว่ากองไว้ก่อนก็
ห
ได้
รือต้องเทรดไปที่นู่น
เทรดไม่ได้
อ๋อก
องไว้ที่พื้น
ต้อง
ก่อน
เคลียร์นี้ก่อน
เดี๋ยวกำลังสร้างพอสร้างเสร็จเดี๋ยวไปเอาคนที่นู่นมาแป๊บหนึ่ง
แอมเดาว่าทางฟูเซนไม่คิดว่าฟูจะแบนบีใช่ไหม
ไม่เจอดินเหนียว
กำแพง
ใช่
มากเลยอะมันจะได้
ไม่แน่
ไม่
ค
งั้
รับ
นคนในเมืองมัน
อาจ
จะ
จะเป็น
พ
ไป
อ
ได้
มาทีมันก็จะวิ่งหนี
ก็หนี
ที
แฟกเจอร์ไม่ได้อยู่ในช้อยเรา มันมีโซนนี้ด้วยเหรอ
แล้วใครมาเนี่ย
สรุปคือเราเอาออกมาข้างนอกด้วยเหรอ
แล้วเอาแร่นี่ทิ้งไว้นี่ก่อนเลยปะหรือว่าไง
จะไปเก็บอันใหม่ใช่ไหม
ไม่เป็นไรครับ
ไม่มาตรง
แมป 2 มี
โคตรเยอะ
เฮเว่นเราก็เก่งอยู่
เราเก็บเข้านี่ได้เหรอ
เฮเว่นโลตัสได้อยู่
ทำอะไรอ่ะ
วิลั่น
เทไว้นี่แหละ เต็มเลยเนี่ย ไปขน ที่เดิม
ไม่
ได้
พี่เขาบอ
เพี
ก
ยบ
ว่าตรงที่เราเจอแร่เยอะๆเมื่อกี้ข้างๆมันเป็นเหมือนเป็นโรงเผาแร่อะไรทุกอย่างเราเผาตรงนั้นเลยก็ได้นะ
รอ
ใช่เหรอ
อุ้ยทำไม
ลองเหรอลอง
โปรผมเยอะจังวะ
ต้องลอง
มันสบายไปเปล่าถ้างั้นอะ
ก็ไม่สบายเท่าไหร่นะ เราต้องเดฟไปเรื่อยๆตรงนั้น
มันก็ยังสบายอยู่นะ
ถือว่าสบาย
อยากให้แบบ ขนกลับไป
อิสลาวะ
เก็บที่บ้านหนึ่งเลยอะ
It was just the nerves.
สำหรับตรงนี้เนี่ยคือเราได้เห็นแล้วว่าเฮ้ยการปรับนีออนหรือว่าการโดนเนิร์ฟตรงนี้เนี่ยทำให้เฮ้ยจิตบอยอาจจะเล่นได้เงียบลงกว่าที่เราคาดคิดไว้ คิดว่าการเนิร์ฟครั้งนี้มันเกี่ยวมากน้อยขนาดไหนกับผลลัพธ์หรือว่ามันเป็นเรื่องของแฟกเจอร์กันครับ
มีผลครับ แต่ผมว่ามีผลไม่ได้เยอะครับ เราแค่เล่นตามเกมฝั่งตรงข้ามซะเยอะแล้วก็ไม่ได้เล่นในเกมของเราเหมือนเราคิดเยอะเรากลัวเราไม่ค่อยกล้าเล่นอาจจะเป็นเพราะว่าความกดดันหรือว่าครั้งแรกของทุกคนในงานมาสเตอร์ก็ประมาณนั้นครับแต่ผมว่าคิดว่า
จริงครับ
ไม่ได้มีผลขนาดนั้นสำหรับพีออน
I think the nerf was not too bad. Definitely it has some effect, but I do feel like it's more like we were playing their game more than focusing on our own. We overthink too much. And with that being said, I think we just need to get back on our step and focus on what we do best.
Okay, thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Of course, one of the questions we had coming into today, especially with so many players.
วิ่งอย่างนานเลยศพหนึ่งไปเว้ย
เวทไฟมันดีวะ
มาถูกทางวะเนี่ย ทำไมเหมือนรถมันสั้นลงอีกแล้ววะ
เดี๋ยวไปเอายา
ล้นสั้นลง ค่อยๆหายไปทีละข้อต่อ ท่านรู้สึกกดดันแล้วว่ะตอนนี้
ตรงไหนนะที่เราเจอแร่เยอะๆ ตรงเจมเหรอ
ผมตายไปแล้ว อัพผมไม่ได้แล้ว
ลงล่างแล้วก็
ผมกำลังวิ่งไป
ซ้ายจากเอกอะ
ล่างซ้ายเหรอ
Successful plays on Haven, so
ไปข้างหน้า
เนี่ยนีออนอีกแล้ว
That's it, 'cause that is what we're
เปลี่ยนคอมว่ะเฮเว่นเปลี่ยนคอมเฉย
ไปอีก
ฮัลโหล
again. Phoenix.
Jet
I
Valley.
just think he.
Yeah, I don't think Jet Boys was playing the Neon on this.
เห็นคอมแล้วไม่รู้สึกมันจะ2-0เนาะ
นี่กำลังแบบว่าเอาขนของขึ้นรถอยู่
นับไป19อ่ะ
19 หรือ
19ไง
เยอะขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
เกือบ20เลยนะ
ใช่19ไง
ไม่เป็นไรเผื่อจะมีทีเด็ด
19ไง
ก็นั่นแหละถึงถามว่า19หรือ19
8 7 อ้าว
จักไม่ชัวร์แล้วอันนี้ใครกวน
ลงเลย
นะนี่เจอแล้ว
ใครมีเวทไฟบ้างวะ
มีคาร์ไม่เนี่ยไว้อะเอมเบอร์สกอร์แต่ว่ามันยิงไปมันก็ไม่ไฟ
มันเป็นฟอร์สแบส
ยิงเป็นฟอร์สใช่
In London, that was a dominant performance, and one that is going to be difficult to recover from if you are full sense.
For sure, and you're kind of running into similar problems with that jet still in Sop's hands. There's so much change of direction that FUT can implement with the Waylay and the jet. It's going to be tough, I think, for Premi to find value again with that Phoenix, with those curveballs like we saw on Fracture. I think this is still going to give them a lot of problems.
There's a Haunt, J just a touch back. Three wrap though, as Ristali revive trying to keep this site protected, and they still have not sussed out that Zeus is going to be on this approach. They get the bad news. Premi, however, still going to be able to find two, but then quickly gets sat down, and Sop comes away with that kill. And it's just Cruz with the bandit now in a 1v3. What a clutch this would be, but for now, it does seem that Pistols will continue to elude this Thai squad. Haven't been able to find one yet. There's the realization. Into the spray now. Zeus with a 3K will get FUT their third pistol win.
Yeah, I mean, they're just out macroing full sense in every regard. Not dropping pistols, and this time it's because of this late linger from Zeus. And Full Sense has no idea. J again doing a great job buying time and space for the rest of his team to get into position to strike. Solid on Fracture, seeing it here again. Not overstepping his bounds, not overplaying his role. Doing a really solid effort. And then FUT's duelist. Oh yeah, Stingers.
Big gamble. This catches FUT off guard. Premi quickly taking space towards Garage. The Prowler able to identify that tripwire. J just spraying and playing, nothing going to be found. As Relay Bolt goes over towards backside. Swing in there. So be able to find one Leviathan dead over and long, but Jet Boys cleaning up that kill. J, he's being tucked away. Tries to get the transfer, he cannot.
ได้เล่นครับฟอสบายอย่างงี้ได้เล่น
Into a 3v3 we go. Spike.
แม่งชอบซื้ออยู่นั่นแหละมาเชลเนี่ยไอ้เชี่ยปืนนรก
Backside plant to try to play away from this garage angle.
ซื้ออยู่นั่นแหละปืนเนี่ยแหมมันจะมาฟาร์มชิวๆเวนโดนไปดิ
Exactly what the doctor ordered for this Thai team. They really needed an injection of life.
ไอ้กล้องยิ้มแล้วเราหนึ่งก็ยิ้มได้มา
What you wanted to see, and I was a little bit worried here for a moment in the 3v3, but Killua ready for that garage angle, plays it nicely. In the serious face on the captain.
ไม่สวยแล้วได้แข่งกับยันเจ
Really wants to take this to a map 3, Haven a map that we haven't seen in quite some time for Full Sense.
เดือดดิปืนไม่กะจะมาฟาร์มจะเลยปืนมาเชลเนี่ย
Still, Leviathan on that chamber. This is one of the big change-ups that I'm curious about. Only 3 games total across his entire career on this agent. So I want to see some impact from him. 0-2 start, but see if he can continue to pick it up. He's going to be clearing out a little bit of space. Sop.
Look at the check, but Jet Boys will just be dialed in on the angle. Ideas for the Bulldog finding that kill to start things off. Full Sense still going to be taking their time. Know that they cannot afford to have another Thrifty be given over to FUT. Patience to come in, Cam to be cleared out on the B site, and for now, FUT seeming to think that this is going to end up at C, but given Leviathan's position, he's just walked his way into the A site. He's just going to be calling the team over here, so we'll be able to find a solid post-plant situation here for Full Sense. As they slowly, steadily make sure that they're just crossing all their T's and dotting all of their I's. Don't want to get caught off guard from sewers yet again.
Exactly. They have to be careful. They have already had a couple moments in this map, one that cost them dearly in the pistol and one that almost cost them with the tucked in position of Yedijay up on the logs. And this time around should be them just fanning out, looking for those kills, looking for those extra ult orbs if they can.
Does anyone push towards Leviathan? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. There's Yedijay. An easy cleanup, and now we can just get on the wider angle, try to stop them from getting in towards that spike detonation. As from here, the game plan for FUT should just be to not give over any additional ult charge. Rendezvous is going to be set up, and they want to try to fight this one forward. Crystalli will be able to being a flawless Leviathan, finding 3 as Full Sense move up 2-1.
Yeah, now you're starting to see some good macro ideas from Full Sense, some good comms. When we got to listen in from them on Fracture, it felt like, you know, Leviathan and Jit Boys were really active in the comms, really making some calls and ideas. So here, this time, Leviathan able to just find that open space on the map and call the troops over. Now you are going to have some big guns coming through here for the Op and the Odin, but the Op only going to have half armor. So if he challenges into Leviathan, not going to be too bad of a matchup for the Chamber, but right now, off the rip, not going to be the case. Looking for that tight angle, looking for the orb denial, knowing with that Phoenix in play that that's something that you're going to be absolutely considering every round is Full Sense. Saw it on Fracture, that on their attacker side, it was a big part of the game plan. Trying to funnel those orbs as much as they can, but Full Sense as well, kind of aware of what the potential counter strategies could be. You know, Minnie was talking about it on the desk, how FUT was getting really aggressive on the extremities of the map. Something they like to do here on Haven as well.
Jump peek out. Will have been spotted. Just using the Blaze Wolf to get tucked a little bit further forward. Now uses run it back to get rid of Sop. Flash does manage to connect. It's going to be Yedijay holding things from that garage side to shut down the ultimate. At the same time, Leviathan going to be spotted. Yedijay tries to re-swing in the garage, and he's giving up so much space. One Sop with another as Jit Boys will get taken down. 3v3 with the Prowler spotting Sop. A quick little exit.
นี่มันถือสไนปิซึมด้วยแม่งคิดถึงซีเน็ตนี่มั้ง
Sees out, sociable, catching them off guard, comes away with 2, and now it's just Kalu in a 1v3. Started off the year being so very clutch for this Thai squad. Can he deliver here on the biggest stage of his career thus far? He finds the first. Turns back, clears the recon, but that's when Sop strikes. And FUT will be able to win out the round and tie it up 2-2.
Yeah, Full Sense just so tunneled in on some of the wrong angles. It seems like they're so convinced that FUT is going to be coming from the window, that Sociable is just catching them off guard, and he does this all the time in EMEA, but oh, that's a nice one from Sop. They're just not ready. Primi trying to back up, you know, covering that angle, but it's too late. They do a great job holding the line.
That's a critical round. Allows him to carry that Odin as well as the operator forward. Stop's still going to be having that half arm, but this time no outlaw to be concerned about. It's not in the hands of Leviathan. See if he ends up challenging on the same angles, but at the moment it seems like no. Will just be a peek out towards A long.
Yeah, they're going to try to use the Haunt Flash setup here to set him up.
What goes out meanwhile, Sociable scaling forward. That Rendezvous will just be taken out to safety though. This gives a lot of forward space for FUT. An immense amount of map control now established. As Sop doesn't manage to connect on a Premi. He had an opportunity to take that Phoenix down out of garage, but ends up going a bit wide.
It's such a clever setup. Leviathan is just going to be how patient is he going to wait this out? Right around that corner. Paranoia.
น้องมาแล้วกดได้แปลว่าอะไรแปลว่าจะโดน
For the chamber, but the reinforcements have arrived. Are they going to be ready?
Face in. There's the Paranoia, and Zeus didn't look like one. Now the convergent path's immediately going to be invested. Lining up, and the smoke just completely keeps them protected. And the stray spray from Zeus is able to find Jit Boys. Stalling out to open up, and he's killing everyone. No vision necessary.
ถ้ามาปุ๊บก็ได้เผาเลยเนี่ย
Oh man, that lack of map control absolutely crushes Full Sense. Crew's just going to try to find some way to hang on to this gun if possible, but still way too much time on this clock, you would think.
Yeah, this is a big swing back in. Yedijay just around the corner at the top of sewers. Come checking down, and he does, and Cruz cannot find the headshot, so it's a flawless round for FUT to re-establish the lead.
This is incredible game sense from them. Just waiting things out. Paranoia into the convergent pass, and it hits everybody on full sense, basically. And that is just a firing squad. Already, FUT well ahead in every department, just like on Fracture. Sure, full sense has got a couple rounds in there off of that forced buy-up, but outside of that, they're looking very, very shaky.
The overdrive available, but it's going to be Jitboy still holding on to this Vandal. Thought maybe we'd see that passed over to Primi. Play going on, trying to get that tour de force, but well, there goes the gun. Jitboy's immediately dead as Zeus just walks out into mid. Completely disrespecting and disregarding any potential setup, any layers that they could have, and then Sop, he's posted up top site. He's able to find Primi. Now both duelists have been eliminated, and Leviathan gets tagged at 19 at the same time. And now we'll be finished off. Continuing to walk forward, it's going to be back-to-back flawlesses. FUT once again finding their form.
It just seems like they've got the download on how Full Sense wants to play. You know, this time Full Sense going to spread the map a little bit, and
เจ็บปวดหัวใจ
covering every angle, every corner. Nice little flicks here and there as well. Make sure that they're able to deal with Full Sense cleanly, not really give them much hope.
Sure. not quite sure.
Hay อะไรหินใช่ไหมใช่หิน
10%เนี่ยที่จะคราฟติดขีอย่างน้อยเลย
หรือโอเคโอ้ย
Will he be able to find that impact? The 2 kills that he found were in that pistol. Was able to get the run back, didn't find value off that, had the shutdown from Yedijay on the C site, and now it's been slow going to try to get that second one built up.
Yeah, I mean, you need him to be firing as Full Sense. Like, he's a big part of your game plan, no matter how you cut it. And having him on the Phoenix on both maps has just not gotten the value that you look for. You are going to have the tour de force with Leviathan and Jitboy's ult. They're going to try to get ahead. Bounce up from the relay, or the recon dart. This time, though, what a shot from Saab.
And what a read to be prepared for this. It's such an off angle. Yes, plenty of moments to try to play it, but to just go ahead, peek out, and be able to connect with that so quickly. Saab is just operating on a completely different level. Meanwhile, peek out ahead, and there it is, and Leviathan unable to find the flick, and he's going to be the one eating the damage. He does get some through, actually, on his Versailles. The wall bang does connect. Fairly even across both sides. Meanwhile, Jitboy's checking down in the sewers, making sure that there's no sneaky Zeus down there. Spike can be planted, but this is going to be a difficult hold for Full Sense. So the Nightfall's immediately going to be invested, but Saab just maintains that angle, and he's able to find Leviathan. 3 players now to try to hold this line. It's the up and over. Doesn't matter with the paranoia.
โฟลิดทุกตา
distraction while the rest of his team picks up the pieces. And it's another flawless for FUT.
This is incredible. I mean, Sop on the jet. Absolutely love the movement. Absolutely love the confidence that he's bringing in. Doesn't matter if he's paranoid or not. He's getting in their faces. He's hitting off shots. He is doing it all. Exactly what you want to see. And I mean, again, look at these POVs from the FUT players. It's crossfires galore. It's great coordination. And meanwhile, Full Sense just feels like they're in a panic. They're in a daze.
It's perfect. Like we dream.
Perfect.
It's literally perfect in every single facet.
I agree.
So many flawlesses already on this map for FUT. They're sticking to the game plan, and Full Sense just can't break it. They can't find a way to shake up FUT right now.
And FUT right now, maybe giving them a little bit of an opportunity here, thinking that Full Sense was going to change directions in towards that C site. There's going to be still an operator available for Leviathan. He's going to take some control here, so Sense being a little bit more proactive over at A, but they were in the previous round, and it did not end up mattering because the retake and the shots were just too good.
ไม่กล้าดู
Of course he's good for it. and he's gonna stick around. Prowler doesn't scout him.
Oh.
Shorty shots to the back of Jitboy score. The
Oh,
fire shoots
yes,
there.
of-
He repicks, he finds Cruz, and then he overheats a little bit, but it doesn't matter. The
Oh.
damage is done. Crystalli cleans it up.
เละ
And this map is already looking finished just 8 rounds in.
คุณบินมาแล้ว26 เดือนแล้ว
Incredible.
ผู้หน้าเลยได้ไหม
He's got
อยาก
the
ดูวะ
style, he's got the composure, he's got it all right now. This is stellar work on the Jet. And again, they've got that extra layer over towards Sewers to clean up what Sop started.
I think he should have been playing Jet earlier. They might have won EMEA if he just swapped over to it. His Neon's good, but this is looking immaculate.
I agree. This is so fun to watch right now. He is just otherworldly when he saw the head.
Okay, a rare whiff at this point. Maybe just a warning shot. Just continue to get into the head of Cruz here. Well, Yetjay playing this pixel angle. Not going to be able to connect with those bullets, but still maintains control of this site. Full sense. Feel like it's fairly unassailable.
ท่านหลับสนิทเลย
Set up Jitboy with his ult here. That's a big win condition in my mind for the high squad in this round. Gonna try to
out.
Look at the discipline though.
Yeah, just the backpedal, just give up that space. But are trusting in their protocols to be able to get this retake going. So
เอาทิปตี้เขาบ้างได้ไหม
do decide to pilot it. Plenty of noise being made, but for now, Leviathan playing this patiently. Jitboy's going to be taken down. Leviathan does manage to catch one. Sociable will fall, but he can't find the follow-up as Yetjay peeks out in the window and manages to strike him down. Primmy's dead.
ไม่มี
Kalua
ภาพ
gone. And but again,
ไม่มี
it
ภา
may
พ
not be flawless, but it's one casualty. They are cash capped, and they now have the lead secured 7-2.
รถเหล็กไปพี่
They're just having fun out there, but this is incredible work. You gotta as well tip your cap to the coaching staff with the way that they've got this team prepared here. Love investing the Cypher ult there. It means that Killua is in a bad spot where he has to go for the big play to out of the smoke because he's going to be revealed in that position shortly.
มันบายบายเราแล้ว
Camera, hi mom. We're doing well.
I mean, it just feels like playground bullying at this point.
It does. And Zeus has got another convergent pass here to make matters
Full
worse.
sense look like the skinny nerdy kid with glasses, and then what?
Look
They're
like
the
a
guy who's been held back for 3 years.
Yeah.
ไอ้เหี้ยเราเจอเป็นเล็กเรายังรู้สึกว่าสู้ได้มากกว่าเนี่ย
This is not looking good at all. As now run it back, going through, but the tripwire slows it up, allows for Crystalli to just go ahead, tuck away on that long side, and maybe catch these players off guard. As the smoke will dissipate, and yep, there's the sick realization as Jitboys will fall, and Crystalli finds another. Punches forward, and he can do no wrong. He gets straight from that position.
นี่ผีเข้าปะวะ ไปเช็คน้องๆได้ไหมนี่ผีเข้าปะวะ
Just a master class. You're in trouble, Primmy.
One enemy remaining.
He's done. He's gone.
Spike down A.
Got this off. You'd love to hold on to it, and it will be a solid and fast shot to take down.
มันไม่ใช่แค่เอมดิฟอย่างเดียวมันทุกอย่าง
Badly want to pursue for this kill. I mean, they've got plenty of money.
ไอ้เหี้ยมันดู DRG ว่ะ DRG ไม่ยังได้สู้มากกว่าเนี่ย
Play this reserve, play this patiently, not go sprinting out and offering themselves up one by one.
ไอ้คอตตาลีได้เล่นนี่คืองงมาก
And be content with it.
Yeah. What else needs to be said at this point? I mean, they are just outmaneuvering them, outsmarting them. I don't know any other way to say it because I feel like a broken record at this point. It's just the little things that they're doing. You know, Crystalli tucks in, and even though there seems to be some awareness from Jitboys that he could be there, he just doesn't really react to it. And then I just tease up Crystalli. Leviathan going to be good for one. Quite split the difference there.
And nearly able to have it, will be able to retain that operator, but this is no closer to full sense, bringing things back 8-4, the best that they can now hope for, and just given the trend, it just seems impossible at this point. They will be able to scrape together another buy, but she's got so much money on the foot side of things, you can never take these guns out of their hands.
Yeah, I mean, Cruz isn't going to be able to buy much other than Util and a Guardian. So he does opt to try to squeeze something out of this round. This one's got to go for full sense, but You feel like on Haven, another slightly attacker-sided map, this is potentially out of control. Again, it just feels like delayed reactions from Full Sense. The drone there is kind of ignored, looking for maybe just a player to pop out of the smoke.
This off again. Finds shit poison. Yep, he's going to stick around. Well, they didn't hear Tailwind, so they know that he's widely going to be still tucked in that cubby. Does now burn it. Meanwhile, Cruz trying to see if he can open something up. Obviously, he can just hop this trip.
That's what Yedze wants. He's like, go ahead and hop it. See what happens.
Yeah, jump in, swing around that C connector side. Zeus is waiting.
Exactly.
Couple shots out, and Zeus now starting to swing, and there's the catch. Cruz going to be taken down. Primi throwing out that curveball, is able to find one, but can't clean up both kills. Only able to get Yedze. Kahlua, however, coming away with the waylay. Needs to push forward, take point, try to win this fight, and he will be able to get the catch on the one, but he cannot find anything else. Leviathan now.
30 seconds
Retap of the plant, Sociable, TPing forward. Leviathan, however, unable to scale forward to get that catch, so Roman stays alive. He's now going to make the noise. Sprinting over towards C. FUT with every little bit of information they could possibly want. A rendezvous set up in the garage as he tries to get this plant in play. A couple seconds to spare, forced away from it. Now has to commit, and he's deep in backside, and the time is gone. Oh. It's just over. Full Sense. They cannot find their footing. They cannot find a foothold. They're consistently being swept off their feet.
I just love the intelligence here being shown by FUT. I don't like Full Sense just falling for the same angle again from Sop, not doing anything to try to back him off that angle, but Sociable plays this so well. He knows he's got so much to play with here. He uses his TP to create that crossfire. And
จะได้มาเผาแรงไงบาริสต้ามันยิงกำแพงตัวเองแม่งเชี่ยจริง
อ้อยครับติดคลิปมันชื่อไอ้มาสเตอร์เวิร์กนี่ไหมเดือดจังวะ
มันมีตัวหนึ่ง17%จะต้องปั้นเวลใหม่ โค้ดกูลอยไปแล้วนี่เราทำเอาแบบว่าลาวก่อนเข้าฮาล์ฟใช่นะไม่อยากดูแล้วอะดูพี่ทีมกูนวดขมับแล้วเครียด
พี่เบสที่
Well, London, if you want to see Full Sense be able to bring this back, they need this next round. They need your energy, so make some noise. We'll see if that's going to be good enough. Can they find the third? Or will it just be devastation again? Haunt not going to be able to clear this angle, so Sop.
แล้วมันอยู่ตรงนี้3-4 คนตลอด
Continuing to swing out wider and wider. It's a bit of damage. Does tailwind away. Primi putting a shot into his shoulder. Nightfall now going to be committed. That connects on the 3 players here on the site. Full Sense looking to try to up the pace. Sop, however, drawing out the blades, just dancing across the gap. Is able to find one as Primi will fall, and Zeus now getting involved. Is able to find Cruz to boot. Swing in, can't find the adjustment, but Sociable on high! Takes their lives!
ไม่ไหวจ้ารอบต่อไปก็ต้องไปเจอจีน
It doesn't matter. You hit 3 players with a Nightfall, and Sociable just goes high. And they've got a great high-low setup covering sewers. Sop does his job. He takes Primi out of the round. And after that, look at what he can do.
The floodgates were open, so now an 8-round deficit. Full Sense need everything to be played perfectly when we come back after the halftime break.
ไม่ได้เอาหนังมาไปขโมยหนังก่อน
เฮ้ยเปิดประตูหน่อยเฮ้ยมาแล้วเปิดประตูหน่อย
ไหนประตูไหน
ไอ้เหี้ยรถจะพังเฮ้ย
ไม่มีประตูเอากลับเข้าทางเดิม
บ้านยังไงไม่มีประตูวะกูงง
เอากลับเข้าทางเดิม
สบาย
เฮ้ยมีมามีลูกหมีด้วย
ไปเอาแร่เนี่ยหมดละเอาดิ
ยอดครับ
เสร็จยังไหนนี่ให้แดง ต้มแร่
ยังมันยังอัพบ้านไม่ได้
ยังต้มไม่ได้อีกเหรอมึงไปเอามาไอ้เหี้ย3 รอบมันเนี่ยกูเดินขึ้นลงเนี่ย
ก่อน
พี่เอกพี่เป็ด
หินเนี่ยขาดก้อนหิน
เข้าดันก่อนเข้าดันเผื่อมันมีแบบเผาแร่ได้ดันได้บางอัน
นี่มีทุกอย่างละ
เครียดไหวเหี้ยกูแค้น
ครับเลยเดี๋ยวรองเท้านั่นไป
เช่นรถแล้วมึงเอารถกูไปไม่ได้ใช้ด้วยเอามานั่งวางไว้เฉยๆนะไอ้เช่นล้อมัน
ใช่
มูวิ่งพาร์ทแม่งต้องขยับเรื่อยๆดิ
ใช่เสร็จแล้ว
เดี๋ยวไปเอาหินมา
ไม่ไหวแล้วแววน้ำก่อนแม่งร้อน
อากาศอะเนาะ
กูแค้นทำไมเหมือนเรามีวาร์ปอยู่ซ้ายบนนู่นเลย
For the Thai team, I mean they can use but
ใช่ปะอัพได้แล้วใช่ปะ
อัพโปรเมอร์คราฟได้เลยปะ
ได้
อัพเลยเกมออกมาก่อน
ได้แล้ว
เฮ้ย
ลองเผาดูเผาได้ยัง
ได้แล้วไง
He's doing very much the same. He and Zop always neck and neck on that fracture.
เซตไอออนทั้งเซต
The
อะ
duel is just looking to be a massive cut above at the moment. I mean, 5 and 11, 4 and 11 for Premier Jit Boys.
น่าจะมันเริ่มออน
This is the global rookie of Kahlua who's trying to keep them afloat. Leviathan as well. Now going to be shifting over. We'll see if he can have a better performance from this defender side. But for now, Cruz immediately just hearing the footsteps pushing in towards the C site, and he just has to give the space. So Spike going to be planted very quickly by Foot.
look at Yedajay. He's stuck all the way around spawn.
Does that go red at all?
ชาวบ้านแม่งยังขัดขวาง
Winning the corners has not really been a big positive for Full Sense so far in this series. Yedajay will just be able to have the catch.
แล้วหนึ่ง
Quick, merciful one tap. Put down Leviathan. Get burnt down decently here, so some damage can be found, but push up the smoke, and Zeus just has him dead. Premi's going to be able to find you again in this pistol, but can he get more? Because that's what they need. Cruz now on the arrival.
อันนี้ก่อนรถไอออนรถ
Picks him up at the time is starting to bleed down. Looking for that defuse, the paranoia. Not going to be connecting. Premi looking to try to hold it. Okay. Gets himself a 4K. One charge away from having the ult online. Full Sense will find their first necessary pistol.
ยิ้มแล้วไอ้เหี้ยได้4 คิวทีมิเตอร์4 คิว
Got the Cypher lingering, but oh man, Primi hits 2 quick headshots. And he picks up a Sheriff and goes to work. And a lot of confidence there. Nice to have Cruz still alive to set up with the smokes. Even with that deep post plant that Foot was going for, they couldn't really disrupt it. Just the pistol round. It's a pretty good late round theory here. It's going to be no buy-up, really just Yedajay with the bandit. It's actually with the shotgun. Haven't seen too much judge this event just yet.
Yeah, what is it going to look like?
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Well, you can't do much about that one. It's just watching Sop on the entry, but Primi will be able to find that kill. At the same time, though, Cruz is dead, but the weapon will be left on the floor as Primi arrives on the C site fast enough to find that punish.
เฮ้ยมาซัดคัมแบ็ก
Maybe starting to come alive, gets himself a 3K. As it's now just going to be Cristalli to try to see if we can make this a little bit more costly.
Do have the trademark over here in sewers, but he's going the other way, so probably can get the plant. Doesn't look like Leviathan's gonna think about challenging it. Just have to see if he can find any more value.
Well, will not. Facing forward, Leviathan.
มาสดันกันเอาหน่อย
Okay, Full Sense. 2 in a row. Get themselves up to 4, but it's going to take a hell of a lot more than this to really start convincing us. Bonus conversion might just do the trick.
Yeah, it's almost a necessary bonus conversion. Fast from Primi, able to get in there and bail out. Could have maybe been a time turner there on that C site. I'd like to see Full Sense play a little bit for retake here, maybe lean a little bit stronger towards one side of the map or the other. See if you can get that run it back into play. So they're going to lean A. thinking about this
ดันกัน
right
ดันกัน
now.
Full investment from Kahlua to try to get a bulldog into the hands of Cruz. They want to make sure that they have firepower across the board because they know that they need to convert this. They are just going to be leaving Leviathan alone on this side of the map. Granted, crunch attempt towards a lobby. Full Sense going to get a lot of information off the back of this. It will come down to can Leviathan hold the line and keep himself alive.
He already realizes he's in trouble.
Drifting away, and Rendezvous won't take him out to safety, so has to quickly backpedal away. Meanwhile, Tripwire going to be noting this entry into the window in mid.
แม่งบุกแต่ซี
Planted 5v5 for the post plant. Looking decently favored for now.
They're going to try to regroup. They just cleared a trip at long.
Paranoia going to be sent immediately, and it's going to be Leviathan dead. The ult nullified. Cruz still trying to work his way over here. Time is starting to bleed down. Premier spot on the one. The cam's going to be sent in. Jingboy's just sprinting forward onto the side, but he's not moving fast enough. There's nerves coming through. Can't quickly close the gaps. Cleanup looking good here as Cruz now to try to find a little bit more damage, but he cannot. Some armor rebuys with 3 players still staying alive.
ต้องยาวๆแล้ว
2 rounds away from taking the series.
Yeah, I mean, Full Sense here caught up in some of Yedijay's utility, so they can't really get some flanks going. And then FUT just has the confidence to kind of understand, okay, the Phoenix probably going to be coming from this angle. Let's get ahead of that ult. Let's make sure it can't find any value. Throw the paranoia, push out, shut down the ult, find a kill as well. And just stymie Full Sense's retake before it begins. So this is just, again, great map awareness, great understanding of the win conditions that Full Sense's comp wants to try to bring to the table. Looked a little bit dicey there for a second for Jip Boys. He's going to peel back. This looks like a full-on B hit.
Jip Boys just going to be pounded for that smoke. Blind connecting, but Premier gets himself into back sight, but he's now boxed in, taken down. Sociable still from behind is able to find the kill on Kahlua, and Cruz tries to hold this line. Final bullet does connect. Gets himself into a 1v2. The spike here at his feet. Sociable on that reposition, but Cruz is focused forward, fighting out in towards mid. Isolate these picks. He's in, re-swings.
เฮ้ยพี่ทีมาหน่อย
Gets it into a 1v1, considers the ult for a reposition. Slots back over to the connector side.
เฮ้ยมันเอาบอมไปแล้ว
Does get grabbed, and with 50 seconds to play, Jay could go anywhere, but Cruz going to be hot on his heels. He pumps the brakes. He doesn't go swinging out. And yet Jay at the moment, he does not have a sight train on this. And Cruz
โดนพี่ทีมกูดิ
find himself a monstrous Red Bull
เชี่ย
clutch.
ไม่มีพี่ทีมแล้วจะอยู่กันยังไง
Again, it's one of those rounds from the veteran.
1v3 situation
Comes up huge, but you know we saw this very early on in Fracture. Didn't amount to much. Is that one going to be a tide turner? Let's see. It is still going to be.
Hoping timeout call.
That's what I'm hoping for.
นี่สกอร์จิตบอยหนักจริงวะนี่ออนจะเวิร์กจริงๆเหรอวะ
เอาไอออนได้วะ
ซ่อมด้วยนะเจม
อันนั้นพังเหรอ
ไม่หมายถึงว่าไอ้ที่เข็นไปเมื่อกี้เป็นไง ได้เพิ่มไปอีก30ใช่
พูดเยอะพี่ประมาณ6 อัน แล้วใครเอาหินมาเนียนนะเนี่ยไม่เอา
Just you know that round's one bullet away from being theirs. Really.
Also have this ult cycle getting ready to come back through for FUT. Not over aggress, invest those ults here unless you can get some very clear and critical leads in the round. That's for now. Just double back over to the Cubby. Kahlua gonna try to get away. Does manage to connect onto him and stop on the entry. It's posted up on the box quickly. Is able to find that elimination. Double wrap around from behind though. Leviathan and Cruz starting to triple here. Quickly closing the gaps, but Sociable, he's now hurt them. He sends out that paranoia. He's going to reposition for me. Does Andy manage to have it red? Still going to be found. Jitboy's just with a stinger. He's going to struggle to fight his way forward. And now has been, I believe, tripped off as well. Locked in position. Knives out. Stop. Not quite able to find that one. Doesn't line it up. Cristali peels back another kills. Primmy's going to be taken down, and Jitboys cannot find any value with that stinger. Wood will persevere. They get themselves up to match point. Full Sense now needs 7 in a row.
I just love this. They have the confidence because they're so far ahead that they can use ults in an eco round. You have the Blade Storm, of course, pivotal. Sociable watching that backside again. He has been so good today.
100 วันพันปีแม่งยังเมาเลยไอ้คอตเตอรี่เนี่ย
Good to know, Bambino. He knows his maps.
Good counting. Yep. Better than his brother.
Yeah, way better than his brother. Is now Blue again going to be the one put under pressure. Teleport up into heaven. Sociable. Does he go for the peak? Clearly suspicious of this, but has to give away the space. But now he's going to be trapped in the site, and Sop will collect the elimination. Sociable still here. Now flushed out. Python brings it back. Gives them a hope. On a back pop, the tuck into the corner. Premi has not checked this one at all, but he's still able to find Cristali before getting taken down.
โดนแฟดอ่ะ
Backs over the connector, but Sop is still alive, and that is still a concern if you are Full Sense. 3v3 with the drop down, and Premi is able to find Sop and Zeus. Knocked out of the park, and now it is down to Yedijay. The ping reveal, but Jitboys playing forward. Catches him off guard, and Full Sense sticking around at least for a little bit longer. 6th round going their way, 6 more to go.
Even though this is a win for Full Sense, I'm still concerned because it takes Premi
ปกติระบุโหดมากเลย
Loves
คนนี้
the
แม่งแปลก
delayed trip that Yedijay throws behind the run it back at the A-Link exit. It doesn't end up amounting to much, but I love the fury. But because Premi just re-wraps up and drops down and drops 3, it gives Full Sense another lifeline, but they need
ที่
6
คราฟกี่อัน
more in
ถึ
a
งติด
row,
ติดออฟอ่ะ
which did do, as we can see. They ran quite a few in a row. They're 9 in a row on the other side, themselves on defenders, but we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be...
Still have these rifles in hand, but okay, Leviathan will push out of the mid. Premi eventually able to find the kill, and that's going to be the duelist down again. Weapons can be recovered. The space can be given up, but Premi immediately shifts over. Leads his look forward. Dispatches Yedijay. Now it's just Sociable and Cristali.
ใช้คำพี่เอ๋ยได้เลยอยากให้มันได้วอร์ม
Little rabbit
ใช้
out
กับ
of
ท่าน
the
ตอนเนี้ย
hat. Full Sense.
ท่านบอกกูเพิ่งได้วอร์มอ่ะ
Than 5. Revealed on the hawk, but Cristali is boxed in. The spike is now down. And Sociable. Well, he's got 1 minute and 5 seconds if he wants to hold on to this weapon.
เป็นขูดไอรอนแล้วโอเคส่วนอีกคนให้
He's unfortunate, unlucky. Just caught on a timing, and that will be a flawless for Full Sense. 5 more to go, and 4 ultimates to try to utilize to continue this run back.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to feel like Full Sense is giving themselves a shout, but some of these rounds where their aim is starting to come alive, the coordination now starting to come through just took way too long to manifest. And you've got to just go absolutely crazy. I mean, a team that has been so good in Pacific this entire stage, and now they're absolutely struggling. Tour de force ripped for Leviathan behind the rifle. Just feels like might as well use it now. Might get another one if we can keep stringing them together anyway.
กูเซ็นให้ฟิลไอ้นี่แหละฟิลทีมเลยวะที่แม่งแบบบทจะเดือดก็เดือดเลย
Trying to get that healthy weapon cycle started here. Not going to be spotting out much of anything, but able to scale forward, held back by that trademark for now.
เหมือนลิควิดเลยคล้ายๆลิควิดเลยตอนเนี้ยยี่ตอนเล่นไปนี่ขู่โหดจัดตอนเมานี่คือเมาหมัดจัด
Here's the thing, Sociable I think is going to clear.
If he saw him take it down, Cristali does manage to kill back one as Jitboys will fall. Kahlua tagged to 40.
Yeah, but so much space was taken because A had been completely abandoned by Full Sense.
No theft. Getting the spot out now. They know that Premi's going to be on that flank. They continue to inch the spike more towards the C side of the map, but maybe just a little bit of reconsideration if they do have that A site secured.
Incredible map movement right now from FUT.
เจมส์รถมันขาด
They are
เดี๋ยว
just
มึงรู้ตัว
making full sense guess.
He knows that Yedijay is going to be looking around this site, but he doesn't know that he's already gotten himself deeply entrenched inside of it. Now Primi looking and considering a double back, but with the spike planted, he has to play forward. He has to play towards the site itself. The shot goes wide. Leviathan unable to find the enemy Sova. Now Primi needing to continue to do incredible work, but it's just a firing squad waiting for him. And Kahlua tagged to 40. Would have to pull off a miracle here and now. Shock Dart takes him down to 19. And it just feels like this one is already over. The nightfall to be committed, because why the hell not? But as he swings, he will.
2-0 ภูลสวัสดิ์นั่นแหละลงไปเจอจีน
ใครเคยกินหมี่โคนันปะ
มีคน
โคราชเยอะแล้วไงอยากกินหมี่โคนันนะ
เมื่อกี้คือคิดว่ามีจริงเหรออะไรอย่างเงี้ยตามไม่
มี
ทันเลย
พี่ลองนึกหมี่โคนันคืออะไร
หมี่โคนันไง
มันเป็นยังไงอะ
ได้ไงก็ตอนแรกก็คิดว่ากินแล้วสลบ
กินแล้วสลบ เวลาเราซื้อของจากร้านค้านี่มันสุ่มออปชั่นปะ
คิดว่าไม่นะ
เฮ้ยไอ้พ่อหมอ
คนไทยดึกแล้วไงก็
โหดขนาดเลยอ่ะ
ก็นัวๆผมก็เหมือนคอร์สแต่มันรัวกว่าอยู่เบากว่า
มันเหมือนยังไงวะเมื่อมันรัวกว่าเบากว่ามันจะเหมือนค้อนไงวะ
มันตีเหมือนกันไงตีเหมือนกัน
มันก็ตีกันหมดวะใช่ปะไอเบสมึงก็ตีใช่ปะ
แม่งมอนแม่งเยอะมากตีไม่หวั่นไม่ไหว รอด
ดันเดี๋ยวนี้เคลียร์ไปหมดแล้วเหรอพี่
ไปไหนนี่ไปไหนอีกอะถังอะ
โอ๊ยร้อน
ถัง
กูร้อน
ถังหมดอยู่ทางนู้นใช่ปะอยู่ทางขวาไปเอามาด้านขวาไม่ใช่แล้วเนาะถังอะไม่ใช่แล้ว
เดี๋ยวเล่นเกมรอแล้วกันไม่ไหววะกุ้มใจมาก
หมี่โคราชแต่ไม่ได้ขายที่โคราชนะขายที่ไทย
ร้านไปไทยเหรอวะ
เอาขายมาถึงขายกรุงเทพ
สร้างถังอันนึงเวสได้
กูร้อน
ไม่แคร์แล้วนะ
ถังยันใช่ไหม
เดี๋ยวทำเอง
เจมีข้าวเหลือปะแบ่งข้าวได้ปะ
โอ้ย
ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไร
ฟังวะ
ไม่เป็นไรกินข้าวมือสองมันไม่อร่อยวะ
โต๊ะหล่นน่ะ
โต๊ะหล่น หมอนพวกที่มันตวงตี
เฮ้ยถึกขึ้นอยู่เนี่ยได้ชุดใหม่
โอ้หิน8เลยวะ
แปนต่อ
ยังไม่ได้สั่งขุดหินเลยตัวใหม่อะ
ได้จะสั่ง
ร้อน
กูโคตร
ตัวเก่าขุดไอรอนเท่าไหร่แล้ว
ตัวเก่ามันเวล6 อ่ะ
โอ้บอกแล้วไม่ต้องไปซีครับไอ้พวกด่า
หินมานี่หมดเลย
วิธีการดูอีสปอร์ตให้สนุกสนานครับ เราชิงดาบก่อน แพ้ชนะค่อยเงียบ
ไปถุงมือ
แพ้ก็เงียบชนะก็ยิ่งข่มไป ชีวิตเราก็จะมีความสุขแหละเพราะสุดท้ายถ้าเราไม่ตอบโต้มันเราก็ไม่ได้ทำอะไรมันเราก็ไปนั่งอ่านมันด่าอย่างเดียวมันมีแต่ได้ก็ได้ไงแต่อย่างน้อยถ้าเราเปิดมันก่อนเนี่ย
เอาคนเพิ่มอีกไหม
แล้วเราชนะนี่เราได้แบบ2 เท่าอะ
ได้
แต่แพ้เราก็โดนมันด่าก็
ไม่เอา
ท้ายมันก็ด่าเราอยู่ดี
พี่เปรี้ยวมันไป
มันเปิดก่อนได้ปูด
ก็ไม่ต้องเอามา ไม่เอา
เจมส์เดี๋ยวมานะแป๊บนึ
มาง แล้วดิ
ไม่ทันแล้วนี่
เดี๋ยวมาแป๊บเดียว
ใช่ไหมวิธีดูเหมือนฟิลเหมือนเราเชียร์แมนยูอ่ะแล้ววันนี้แม่งจะเตะลิเวอร์พูลแล้วก็สัตว์บึงโดนแน่ลิเวอร์พูลวันเนี้ยกูยำยับพอสมมติแล้วพอแมนยูแพ้แล้วก็ปิดเฟซนอน เงียบ
เดี๋ยวค่อยจัดการ
เพราะฉะนั้นเราไปถมต่อ
รถแมวไม้ทีเดียวดิ
เฮ้ย
ขนอะไร
จะตายขยันสโลว์เฮ้ยแล้วทำไมมัน โอ้โหมันโหดโค้งกูกดไปโดน
หุ่นยนต์มันมาสปอนข้างหลังแผงรถแล้วเนี่ย
มือตีเฉยเอาใหม่เมื่อกี้ใส่สกอร์ผิดอ้าวล่วงด้วย แพ้ก็ปิดแชทแค่นั้น
แล้วไอรอนบาร์ที่ขนไปผิดบ้านนี่หมดแล้วเหรอ
ถูกไม่เคยผิด
มันคงจะไม่น่าเชื่อขนาดนั้น แต่กูอะขนมาหมดแล้วคนเดียว
เฮ้ย ธรรมดา
2 รอบใช่ไหมโหดมาก
2
นี่
ร
ป
อบ
ระ
เล
ตู
ย
ไม่เปิดด้วย ต้องเดินอ้อมด้วยบอกเขาไป
ใช่
เวทคิงแม่งตันโคตรนาน สโลว์
เย้มีบริกแล้ว เหลือใส่โคมี
ลืมเอาข้าวมาว่ะแม่งไง
จุดประสงค์หลักคือพี่กลับไปเอาข้าวเนี่ย
เสร็จแล้ว
ยังป้อมปืนอะไร
พอดีหมอกินอะไรเพลิน
อ๋อ
บริเคดด้วยเดี๋ยวทำบริเคดให้มา
ได้เดี๋ยวไปทำ
ๆเอ้ยร้านข้าวอยู่ไหนข้างล่างเหรอ
ร้านข้าวเหรอ เอาข้าว
มึ
อะ
ง
ไร
อย่า
อะ
บอกแล้วมึงไม่รู้อ่ะ
ไม่ใช่
ข้าวเอาไว้แดกอ่ะ มีปะ
อุ้ยโอ้โหนึกว่าจะบิน
ขนมปังอย่างเดียวเลยเหรอ่ะ
กินขนม
ข
ปัง
นมปัง
แม่งไม่อิ่มมาดิ หรือว่ามี
นี่
มี
เอา
เตาเผาบ้างมี
อัน
มี
นี้
นี่อยู่
นี่
นั่นแหละ โอ้ยพอได้อยู่ ไม่มีร้านซื้อข้าวเหรอ
ร้านซื้อข้าวเหรอยังไม่มา
กูกลับไปซื้อบ้านหนึ่งได้ปะบ้านหนึ่งมีปะ
ได้ยังอยู่
รถพังไป1
ทำไมไม่มีมันปูขายวะ ไอทริงเก็ตที่เราซื้อจากร้านเนี่ยมีสิทธิ์ซื้อมาเราติดคีย์ปะ
นั่นน่ะดิสงสัยเหมือนกัน
ต้องลอง ซื้อมันอัพไอ้นี้ได้ไงร้านอะไหน
แต่ว่าร้านมันมีสแตทติดคีย์ด้วยนะ
ไม่แน่นะพี่ผมว่ามีโอกาสอยู่นะ มายัง โอ้ย15 นาทีเลยเหรอเชี่ยนานจังอะเล่นเกมรอแล้วกัน What ตกได้ด้วยเหรอ แต่ผมไม่ชอบคอมฟูเซนวันนี้เลยวะไม่ชอบนีออนอะแต่ก็ไม่เป็นไรเคารพการตัดสินใจไฟดาเมจอีกแล้วเหรอ ทิ้งเลยมันห่วยทิ้งเลยอันนี้ไม่ได้อวดเก่งหรืออะไรนะแค่ไม่ชอบนีออนเนี่ยไม่ชอบคอมฟินิกนีออนอะรู้สึกตอนเข้ามันตอนเอนทรีมันดูทำอะไรได้น้อยไป
กูซื้อมาเป็น10-20 อันแล้วเนี่ยมันยังไม่ติดเลยคิ
มันโดดฉีกเป้าแบบเมื่อก่อนไม่ได้อะแล้วก็เหมือนมีทหารราบ2 ตัว
กันทุกอัน
เออโดนหลอกวะ
ไม่คิดเลยอะพี่
ไม่ติดเลยวะ
สกิลผมไม่ค่อยอัพเลยวะ
อยู่อะไรอะ
มันต้องฆ่ามอนเยอะๆเหรอ
แล้วสรุปมันมีบอสอีกไหมเนี่ย
มีสิเรายังไม่ได้ตี
หาปะ
อยู่โซนไหนอะ
ไม่รู้เลย น่าจะเดินหาเช็คเดินเช็คในแผ่นดินนี่แหละลาวาน
อกจาก
โอ้
โซน
ชิต
ลาวายังมีโซนอื่นอีกไหม
มีโซนโฟปะ
อะไรมุกเหรอ โซนโฟคืออะไรอะไอเบส เฉลยด้วยดิ
ไอโซน4ไอออกกำลังกาย
เมืองนั้นชื่ออะไรวะ โรมันแมงโก้อะ
เมือง
ไม่
นี้
ใช่
ชื่อมันคือเมืองสุดท้ายอ่ะ
คันตรงหน้า
ช่วยออกตีกันให้หน่อยได้ไหม
เนี่ยเอสตีฝั่งนี้ว่ะ อันนี้คุมฝั่งนู้นโอเค
ใช่ใกล้เสร็จแล้ว
มาแล้วนี่ก็รอนึกว่าแบบจะมาทำประตูด้านนี้
แบบเห็นอะไรก่อนก็ทำเลย
เจมส์ได้ขับรถไปปะเนี่ย
เอสสร้างบริเคดมา
ขับไปแต่ว่ามันตีแต่มอนอยู่เลยยังไม่ได้ขับต่อเลยมอนมันเกิดตลอดเวลาเลย
เราจะเริ่มหาบอสจากตรงไหนวะ
นั่นน่ะสิ
เดินเช็ค
ต้องขึ้นบนอีกวะ อันนี้คือถ้าพวกเราเปิดแมปก็คือได้หมดเลยใช่ปะ
ยังไงนาย
แบบว่าแชร์แมปคนอื่นปะ
มันมีไหม
เห็นแค่คนเดียวอะ
น่าจะมีอัปเดตแมปนะ
เหมือนคอคิปเปอร์มันมีป่ะที่ไปกด
ใช่ มันต้องมาอัปเดตโต๊ะ
ในเกมนี้มันเน้นแบบเห็นแก่ตัวไง
เอ๊ะเดี๋ยวนะ
แล้วเห็นคนเดียว
อันนี้บาเลต้ามันติดประตูป่ะวะ
ใช่ติด
โอเคเลื่อน
ไม่มีอ่ะไม่มีอะไรเลยบนนี้
เดี๋ยวรอเนี่ยครับ รอดูสปิดเนี่ยว่าชาร์เปอร์จะได้เข้ามาเล่นสเตจ2ด้วยเปล่า ถ้าได้เข้ามาเล่นเนี่ยจะได้มีทีมไทยให้ลุ้นเยอะหน่อย
มีแร่ว่าพี่เอกตรงนั้นอะ
ไม่เห็นแล้ววะ
ไม่รู้จะโทษใครโทษพี่เอ๋ยไป
เอ้ยเช้า นี่เดี๋ยวไปเอาบาริเคดมา เอ้า
โอ้อะไรวะ
NPC ไม่ตัดไม้เพิ่มแล้วเหรอ
ต้นไม้มันนี่เหรอ ไม่พอหรอ
บอสมันอยู่โซนลาวาป่ะพี่
ใช่
ไม่รู้อะ
โซนลาวา
เดี๋ยวผมช่วยเดินหา
มันมี
เพื่อ
2
จะ
ตัวมี
เราตีไป
Phoenix
แล้วไม่เหรอหรือมีอีก
เหมือนเดิม
มี2 ตัว
เจอแต่เหล็ก
หรือซ้ายบนนั้นไม่ลาโน่ปะไม่ลาโน่ซ้ายบนคืออะไรอะ
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันวาร์ปเหรอใครไปปักไว้อะ
เฮ้ยเจมส์ตรงนี้แหละเต็มเลย ตรงกู
ไหน
หัวหน้าใส่ชุดวิ่งมาด้วยวะ
ไปเดี๋ยวเอาไอ้นกเนี่ยแม่ง
เดี๋ยวนั้นพี่เบิร์ดนั่นอะเรียกไอ้นกเลยเหรอ
พี่เบิร์ด
ใช่
เอาเรื่องจัด
พี่เบิร์ด
ทรานสเลท
เดินชนเจ็บปะผมไม่เจ็บโอเคจะไปคราบลูกขนูบ้านนู้นนึง
กำลังไปเชียร์บนวันนี่แม่งมีแต่อุปสรรคแม่งไม่มีอะไรอย่างอื่นเลย
มอนแม่งก็โอ้โหแล้วมอนยิงธนูไฟนี่อย่างแรง
มันโหดด้วย
แต่ตรงพี่เอก แต่ตรงนี้มีไอ้ไฟกับไอ้หุ่นยนต์นะ
ทะลุมาดิ
ไม่ได้เดี๋ยวไปกับรถอะ
เอ้ยหรือว่าดันเจียนตรงนี้เพิ่งเคยเห็นว่ะ
เป็นไง
ชิบหายแล้วเจมส์
ระวัง
โอ้ยเจมส์ไปดูดันเจียนในบนข้างบนนี้ดิ
ไหน
มันดูเป็นแบบทางเข้า
ใกล้ๆ
แม่ง
เนี่ยเหรอ
โคตรอลังการอ่ะ มันดูเป็นแบบอาจจะเป็นบอส อาจจะเป็นเบาะแสบอสเนี่ยบนเนี้ย
อันเนี้ยเหรอ
เออ
อ๋อเนี่ย
ใช่ป
นะ
อลังการปะ กูว่าอลังอยู่นะ
เอาอันนี้เข้ามาแล้ว
แต่ผมว่า GE มีภาพชนะอยู่
แต่ว่าเปิดกล่องไม่หมด
เฮ้ย
เนี่
ข้าง
ย
ล่าง
มันเหลื
นั่
อ
นอะไรอ่ะ
เหลือกล่องอยู่อันหนึ่งอะ
แบทเมนลั่น ยิง90 ตัว
เนี่ยกล่องด้านซ้ายเนี่ยไม่รู้เปิดยังไงก็ต้องไปเข้าอีกทาง
ตัดไม้เบสเอาให้มันเก็บที่เดียวกันเหรอ
ยังไงนะ
หัวไปดีกว่าไหม
ส่งไม้อะ
มันกว้างมาก
ใช่
อะ
ให้มันส่งมาที่สตอเรจอันนี้
ที่เดียวกัน
ใช่แต่มัน
บน
ไม่
แร่
มา
อยู่ข้าง
เนาะ
บน
มันเพิ่ง
แร่
ขุดเพิ่มนี่แหละเพิ่งตัดเพิ่ม
อ๋อ
เฮ้ยโอ้โห
เพราะว่า
โคตรเยอะเลย
ตอนแรกต้นเนี่ยต้นไม้
อะไร
มัน
อะ
ไม่โตอะเดี๋ยวต้องรอต้นไม้มันโต
Mystic
ก่อน
Potion
แจ่มจัดตรงนี้
เดี๋ยวต้องอาจจะต้องปลูกเพิ่มนิดนึง มันช้า
โซน
นิดนึง
นี้อืม
ใช่
กูรอ
ก็
มี
มัน
ระเบิ
อาจ
ด
จะหนีผีนี่ด้วย
อืม
อยากรีสเตมิน่าไวๆกว่านี้
แต่มัน
ผมว่า
เป็น
รี
คนใน
เซิร์ฟ
บ้านอ่ะมัน
อยาก
คุ้ม
รี
ช่าง
เซิร์ฟนี่กูตกใจเลยครับ
สเตมิน่าพี่
อ๋อ มัน 8.5 เองเอสเดี๋ยวไปเอาตัวแรงๆมาใช้ ตัวมันน้องไปหน่อย
เพราะว่ามันเอาไปทำบาริเคดเยอะ
เดี๋ยวก็ดูนะเดี๋ยวไปเอาตัวอื่นมาเอฟพี่ขอยืมตัวหน่อยนะ
อะตัวอะไรพี่
เอกระวัง
บ้านแรก บ้านแรกโดนซื้อตัว
NPC ตัวไหนอะ
ข้างบนไม่มีอะไรอะพี่เอกตรงนั้น
ตัดไม้
ไม่มีแล้วเหรอ
อ่ะเราเอาไป อ๋อ มัน
ทำไม
มัน
ไม่
มี
ได้
ในเพิ่มมีเพิ่มมาใน
ไม่
นั้
มี
น
อะไรเลยตรงนั้น ถ้ารู้ไปก็เป็นตรงที่แบบเคยผ่านมาแล้ว
นี่ไงแร่เจมส์
ไหน
ไหนบอกเคยผ่านมาแล้ว โอ้โห
พี่ใครมียา Energy Potion ผมขอนะ
มีเนี่ย
มีเยอะปะ
มี3 ขวด เยอะอะ
ขอไปเป็นร้อยอ่ะมันหาจากไหนอะ
ดรอปจากตามดันนั่นแหละ
ร้านค้ามีขายไหมไม่ก็คราฟ
ครับเอาน่าจะง่ายนะ
ไลน์อัพไลน์อัพ
เจอแรกแล้ว
เฮ้ยเนี่ยตรงผมก็มีแร่อยู่หน้าดันอ่ะอุ้ยแต่มันเป็นดันแบบข้ามมันเป็นเวฟอ่ะลุยปะล่ะ
เอ็ดไปเดินหาถ้างั้นเบส
ได้ตรงนี้น่าจะโอเคละ
เต็มเลยว่ะ
ตรงแร่ของพี่เหรอ
ค่อนข้างเยอะ โอ้โห
เอาข้างหลังมาอีกหนึ่ง
เยอะจัด น่าจะลดเต็มว่ะเนี่ย
ว่ะนี่มึงยังปามาอีกเหรอบ
อสเก่านั้นอยู่ไหนอะครับบอสนกอะ
ข้างล่างปะ
ฟินิกก็ใช่ไอลานซ้ายมือของเจมส์กับเอกปะ
บอลนงมันดรอปอะไรนะพี่มีของดีไหม
มันมีเควสให้ทำอ่ะจนดีเราไปตีมันก่อน
บอสนกอยู่โอ้ซ้ายล่างไกลๆนู่นเลย
ซ้ายล่างไกลเหรอ
ใช่
อ๋อเห็นแล้วแล้วตรงนั้นอะไรอ่ะ
โอ้แร่โคตรเยอะพี่
ซ้ายเจมส์คืออะไรอ่ะ เดินไปอีก
ซ้าย
นะ
ผมคือดัน
นั่น
เจียน
ดัน
อะไรก็
เจี
ไม่
ยน
รู้ตอนเนี้ย
แล้วก็ซ้ายไปอีกเห็นเป็นจุดๆมันคืออะไรวะ
ถ้าซ้ายดันเจียนไปอีกนิดนึงมันจะเป็น นี่พี่ไอ้บ่อน้ำพุร้อน
มันน่าจะอยู่คนละ
โอ้ยมอนเดี๋ยวเข้าไปหลบในถ้ำ
บอสนกอยู่
จริง
อยู่โซนนั้นไหมนะบอส
เฮ้ยโหแต่มันเป็นอะไรที่น่าสงสัยว่ะตรงนี้ มีพิรุษเลย ผมว่าข้างล่างว่ะ ข้างล่างตรงเนี้ย ตรงที่เราอยู่เนี่ย เพราะมันดูแบบโล่งแปลก
ใช่เหรอ
ๆ ใช่ เฮ้ย
กูไปแล้ว
เลย
ว้าว
ทีนี้แหละเชื่อใช่เลย
นั้น
ใช่เลย
เรา
ชัวร์
เคยมาแล้วไง
ชัวร์เลยเหรอ
โคตรมีพิรุษ
ขึ้น
ตรงนั้น
ดีกว่า
ใช่ไม่ใช่
เจ
บอ
ม
ส
ส์
นกเหรอ
เคยมาแล้ว
ไม่ใช่เนี่ยไอโซนตรงนี้มันดูแบบลาวาเป็นทางเดินแปลกๆเลย
เคยเดินผ่านแล้ว
นี่มันอะไรเนี่ยกระโหลก
แล้วมันเป็นวงตรงกลางเห็นปะ
เฮ้ย
เหมือนไม่เคยมาตรงเนี้ย
ฟอร์มเล็บเหรอมายังมาขึ้นเวทียัง
ลืม
ไปละ
ไม่ลืมกูจำได้ตลอด
แอบเลยเฮ้ยแล้วพี่ไม่เข็นรถมาด้วยเหรอ
เข็นรถมามันก็เดินไม่ได้ดิทำไงอะ
อยากเล่นสายมีดอะแล้วแบบว่าตีออโต้สเปลเก่งปะ
ยังไม่เคยลองเลย
ทีมไหนไรพ่ายฟูเซนเนี่ย
แล้วไหนอะ
ไปละ
เอ้าเดี๋ยววนทางนี้
โอ้แร่โคตรเยอะ
เหมือนจะมีอะไรสักอย่างแต่มันก็
มีไหม
ไม่รู้หรือ
ไม่มีเหรอ
ไม่มีปะมันก็วนออก
เจมส์ฝากขนแรกกลับบ้านหน่อยนะปะ
ได้เลยผมขอลองเดินเข้าไปดูอีกรอบ
เฮ้ยเสียงอะไรอะ
ควรจะมีอะไรสักอย่างปะ
น่าจะฟูเซนนะ
คิดว่าน่าจะข้างล่าง
เฮ้ยมีคน
ดี๋ยวไปดู
4.7 แต้มอะไม่มีคนถูกอยู่ประมาณ 3-4 คน เดือดจัด ดูคนไทยผิดเอ้านี่มัน Vitality นี่หว่า
โอ้แร่เต็มไปหมดเลยข้างบนเนี่ยเพียบ
ผิด 95 คน ถูก 10 คน กี่แต้มอะ 2.3
ไอ้พวกมอนที่มันเป็นสีเขียวมันคืออะไร
มอนมัทฉะ
ใช่เหรอ
โห
น่าจะใช่แล้วแหละ
น่ารักเลย
กินน้ำหน่อยปะกินมัทฉะก็ได้
สักหน่อย
เฮ้ยบนนี้เหมือนจะโล่งๆปะเฮ้ยประตูอะไรอ่ะ
Global Sport
เหมือนจะมั่วแถวเนี้ย
ดูนี่เดียว
รถอยู่ไหนพี่เอก
อ้าวแถวที่เราเคยผ่านมา
เจอรูปปั้นว่ะบอกนี้ปะ
รูปปั้นเหรอ
ใช่ลองเช็คแป๊บนึง
ใช่เปล่า
เฮ้ย
ดีไวเฟรม
ตาม
นี่
ประ
ไง
กายไฟปะ
โอ้
มันเป็น
จาก
เป็นรูป
จากเอสแล้วมันเฉียงไปอ่ะ
เนี่ยรูปตัว
เอ้ย
วาย
อ๋อมีรูปแล้วด้วย
รูปเยนน่ะ เงินเยนน่ะ
ไหน
อันนี้แหละอันนี้แหละอันนี้แหละ
เออว่ะ Temple Volcan อ่ะ
เฮ้ยซัดเลยเหรอ
ไปดูร้าน
ซัด
เรา
ดิ
ก่อน
รออะไรอยู่อ่ะ
บ้านยังไม่เสร็จใช่ไหม
โอ้โห
นึกไป
ซัดเลยซัดเลย
ผมเอารถกลับบ้านก่อน
รถกลับบ้านด้วย
อัปเกรดชุด อ๋อ นี่ไง
ตีบอสตัวนี้น่าจะได้ อาวุธสุดโหดแน่เลย ดูละ
หรือว่าทิ้งรถไว้ก่อนแล้วเราไปตีบอสกันไหม
เฮ้ย รถทิ้งไม่ได้ดิ เจมส์
โอเค
โอ้มีคอนใหม่
Global stage
บอสเนี้ย
รู้ได้ไงอ่ะ
ปลดแล้ว
ดู
เหรอ
ในเควสไง เห็นปะ
ดูไงอ่ะ
กดล็อก กด กดไอ้เควสด้านบนอ่ะ
โปรเฟน
อุ้ยค้อนแดงดาบแดง
เฮ้ย มาริอุส
นี่ไง F Spell Blade F อยากเล่นสายออโต้สเปลไหมอ่ะ
มีเดี๋ยวสเปลเวททำอะไรได้
มาเร็วตี
เอาดิวะมา เข้าเลย เข้า
ช่างแม่งรถละ
ไปไงอ่ะ โอ้ทำวาร์ปได้เปล่า
โอ้ทำวาร์ปตรงนี้เหรอ
เดี๋ยวเดินไป
พี่มันต่อตูดรถกันยังไงเนี่ย
มันต้อง
Strong with that chamber getting some picks.
Yeah, and we're going to see a neon both sides. An agent that we said that we potentially expect to see a bit of a decline on, but I guess with it being Pearl, this is okay. This is all good. I think Neon being on that operator, especially starting on this defense, we talk about what do Global Esports actually have to be able to isolate that weapon out of place when you're considering the utility. Not having a Sova in there, having to opt for the fade. I'm expecting to see Neon propped up on B long a lot of the time here.
Yeah, I agree with that too. The fade isn't the best at dealing with that B long control. The chamber can avoid some of those parameters and eyes. So big question for me, Global Esports on this attack side, how do they deal with Neon's chamber?
Yeah, that is definitely the question of today. I'm not sure how this is going to pan out, but whatever it is, the fans are absolutely excited to see these two teams go head to head. All right, to take us through this electric face-off, we got Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you, Victoria. An electric face-off indeed, Tom. Certainly a lot to be excited about, but I got to say the biggest surprise, we're getting Neon on both sides. We're used to seeing that, but things have changed here at Masters, but evidently not in this matchup.
Yeah, clearly both teams feeling comfortable still running the Neon. Of course, a lot of those rotations will be a little bit slower. The jumping might not be quite as much, and I don't think you're going to see shotguns there quite as often, but we'll get to see if it's going to work out for both of these squads.
That we will. We'll get to see it as we get into the game. Let's kick off Leviathan versus GE. Before we start, though, London, are you ready? Certainly feels like they are. Let's see if our teams are as well. GE to mount the attack, and already numbers towards B for both teams.
Immediate fight for those orbs, of course. We expect to see that quite often with the Phoenix in play, but patiently waiting. 3 players on this side, that double duelist that will be spoken about a lot throughout this series. Sato waiting on that cross. With King alongside him, they're just going to run this straight in onto the fight. Yudoton to start, and Autumn there alongside him. In fact, it's going swimmingly for the side of GE. All three players taken out, and the rotation quite far away.
Yeah, a nice attempt to flash back by Sato, but he gets shut down. GE flooding the site, and now blows in Neon, having a fight back from spawn. The spike already ticking. They have no notion where these attackers can be. The reveal will help for a moment. C1, C2, but then
รับพวกไวครับ
players fall to give GE a 1-0 start here on Pearl.
Yeah, no, I do. I want to go back to something that was touched on by the desk as well when building into this matchup, where it's like, I think at the beginning of the day, you were asking me who was favored in this matchup. I'd slightly give it over to Leviathan. I think they've been a very strong squad, almost taking down G2 in Americas the second time around. But the fact is, after the veto, I'd now maybe go the other way. I think the fact that obviously G floated Fracture was almost like a ball to a red flag, but I think this first map also favors GE, so it really could be an opportunity for them to 2-0.
Pacific's number 3 certainly seems to have a leg up, not just in the veto, but even starting this map. That said, Leviathan, they pushed up A as 4, found the solo player Crystal, who was supposed to contain. And as a result, there's not really much of a choice but to finish this B hit. The good thing is, though, nobody is here. The site wide open. GE will have themselves a post plan. And now those pistols, with GE having the option to play a bit further back, hold those chokes, those pistols are going to find it very difficult to find value.
And Neon becomes the major danger in this moment, or maybe not. Blow's already finding one. Making this seem dangerous. Patman under pressure as well. The shot's not quite landing, but his teammates are there to support. Even still, it comes down to one. Yudotan to try and save them from around. This should have been easy. His opponent's above him.
อุ้ยเกือบ
Can't quite close him out.
อุดรธานี
Any other gun would have denied the Red Bull clutch, but Yudotan just about keeps them
เกือบ
alive.
โดน
But that's it, Tom. Staying alive in a round that should have been an opportunity to thrive. A Red Bull clutch needed, a 1v2, and a well-placed shot from that headhunter or right-click landing would have changed the story of the start of this map entirely. GE with a lifeline early on. They'll hold on to their lead. But for Leviathan, that tells them that when it comes to pound-for-pound brawls, they might be in with a chance.
Well, yeah, look at the purchase that comes up. You normally expect a little bit more from a bonus round. It's the 3 rifles invested into 2 pistols have to be brought through, so it definitely gives the defenders a great opportunity. And with already aggressive ground picked up on the B site, they can start to gamble back. They're pushing in towards Art, though, and those fights haven't gone their way. It's Crystal to pick up 2 and leave. Blows the lone defender. His teammates sprinting to try and save him, but there is no one to be saved. In fact, the only thing that can be saved, Mitch, is those guns. They have to bow out.
What a crazy switch up between the rounds, Tom. The last one, it looks like GE could be in trouble. They're getting wrecked by pistols, and granted, Lev had a very good eco strat, pushing one side of the map as 4, and then playing the retake together, using that neon wall to get out to make the elevation not as much of an issue when you've got players down below. I loved it. And then they get run down. In this round, Crystal's got 2. He's out looking for more, farming up those orbs, and he might have a chance to take another weapon out of the hands of these Lev players. They'll clear the spawn. I think he'll have enough time to walk right into this fight. Neon only needs to land 1 shot, and there it is. It's a headshot, clean as can be. I think at this point, those weapons will be held on to. And it looks like they will.
Very good start. I think also the people may be thinking Neon, and I mean the agent, is dead, might start to question things with the start that Yudotan has had. Just sliding into the angle and absolutely doming. But that was Crystal's round. A huge couple of openers for him in that moment, and putting them into a 3-0 start. Of course, this is their map choice, but I think that is the big talking point, is we're going to look at both these squads and go, okay, what have they fixed on Fracture? Because it's not a particularly good map for either of them. And if we can see GE get off to a strong start on their own choice, which they are favored on, it almost feels like a 50-50 second map. This, though, is an aggressive hold, but so much information already found out by this attack. A lot of utility being put into play, but Spike has managed to do well.
Have they done enough though? Sato still needs to get out of there, just about falls back to the B side. Okay, safe as can be. It was a little spooky at the start. Obviously, Chamber can get out for free once challenged, but a reveal behind the wall. And it looked like we could have had a much worse fight on their hands. Leviathan keeping trades like this early on is perfect, keeping control of the rifle, and now Death Squad goes looking for a victim and push out on mid. Gonna give them an early flank on this A play, but not an opportunity to catch any kills just yet.
The turret will deny any push up, and I actually quite like this. I was going to question whether they'll use the run it back in this round, and that just allows them to clear the site, at least mostly for free. The defenders have already gone for the swing back through. He's now out of headhunter bullets, so his danger should be reduced. It should be reduced, but he still manages to land one with the classic. The low buy rounds are seeming quite damaging for the side of G, but when you win the buy round so clean, it doesn't matter as
อะไรมันทำให้หมดเลี้ยวหมดแรงได้ขนาดนั้น
Really good job in the tough rounds, but a much more difficult job in what should be easier, more of a level playing field. For Leviathan, that's the one thing that the takeaway so far is those eco rounds have been very well structured. Even here, the drone going out, you know that that's going to draw a lot of eyes, probably from the Phoenix as well, but it's combined with that art re-aggression. So everybody's looking towards the spawn, and you can overwhelm with the numbers. Worked out for a couple of kills, but Leviathan chipping away isn't going to work as GE find a 4-0 lead, and the shots don't land right away for Chamber, who is Neon.
ผมเดินผิดทางนิดนึง
See how GE handles
this.
Just kill. Let's take art. Connect to Salva. Come kill your flash. He's droning. And one more boy, Salva boy. If I can kill him, let's fight together, Salva. Guys, guys. I'm not watching back. I'm coming back. Yes, okay. Can you talk with you? You do. Do that OT for you.
You know what's behind you, okay?
They probably save the off, boys.
You are divided.
CT, Salva.
I think they're right. It might just have to be the
เป
saving
ลี่ยน
of that
โค้ดเลย
operator.
ก่อนจะนี่ก็ได้
Bring it
แผน
through
ทำแผน
into the next round, and for GE, this is a worldly of a start. And that's the thing, like, you play these slower rounds, you give players like Neon an opportunity to try and catch somebody. You go for these fast-paced hits into the A side like that, and they have to react fast enough to try and deny you. 5-0 start on the attack side for GE. They are flying.
The question is, when do we see a timeout now? I mean, it's apparent that when it comes to buy rounds, GE are the ones that are really holding the reins with both hands, and they are holding on tightly. Leviathan need to wrestle control away from them, and you're dead right. Timer paused, and I assume that's going to be Leviathan taking a moment to reassess the game plan so far. This.
Let's go.
เฮ้ยเอาโดนขโมยไปแล้วของ
แต่
เคว
ที่
ส
แน่ไม้3
รู้ได้ไงวะ
ดู
อ๋อมัน
รูป
ไม้3กับอะไรอ่ะ
อ๋อว่ะข้างล่างคือหินเหรอ
ไม้
ทำไมชุดมีวิงวิงด้วย
ไม้3 1หินไม่หินปะลอง
รู้สึกว่าต้องไปเอามา
เดี๋ยวกลับไปเอา
หินเหรอ
Base wing conditioner, a man that
คืออะไรอะ
เนี่ยหินตรงนี้มีเนี่ยได้ละ1 อันแต่หน้าตาผมไม่ใช่หินเอาจริง
ไม่น่าใช่หรอ
เอาไม้มาก่อนเวลา
หรือฟินมันคือฟินเหรอ
ผมว่าน่าจะ
คือแร่
เนื้อป่ะวะแร่
ไม่เป็นไรแพ้ก็คือแพ้
ไอ้นี่ป่ะไอ้นี่ขายป่ะเนี่ย
แพ้คือจบโฟกัสเกมหน้า
Elemental Core เนี่ย
ไม่ขายนะ
From Leviathan. That should all change now as the pause concludes. The barriers go up once more, and hopefully we see a better face from Leviathan. Still with a full buy, there will be a shotgun in play on Spikes in. The booking still reliable even with the nerfs, and well, Neon is the one drawing my eye, but he's on the other side of the map. GE are putting pressure on B at least to start.
immediately lockdown utilized King, hoping that maybe some stray shots can connect, but just look at the spike. They are not committed to this B site just yet. Maybe even trying to catch out some of the rotations. In fact, they're trying to pincer in on them from behind, catch them where they know they've pushed. A good stun, though, will at least slow things down a little bit. The overdrive used to try and just pad some of that damage. But even still, that opening kill has gone in the other direction. However, Spikes in has managed a trade.
It's this pressure on the Crystal. It has to go the way of Leviathan. So they have that advantage, at least avoiding it. No punish could be fine. But Crystal now has the option to take that space a little bit later. Heard the Neon running away, knows the B site is now much more open, but there's going to be a fake from Autumn attempting to mislead this defensive side, and it has worked perfectly. He hasn't even made noise just yet, clearing the A site completely. The Spike still doesn't know which site would be the easier to hit, but finally settled on B, and Autumn is going to go and join them. If he can slip away, it gets a kill as well. GE with a big leg up now.
That was doubt from Autumn. You saw his teammates stop because they go, well, there's actually no one on A. They're not here, so they must be somewhere else. And Autumn is now just the ultimate backstab. Looking to try and group up. Crystal has taken so much space already, and Sato is completely unaware. They are playing them like a fiddle. A team known for these set strats, these setups, even in their retakes, are not being allowed to do so because GE are just playing with their minds, and they will get to save none of those weapons. 6-0. This is beautiful stuff from GE.
I would have rather see anybody on GE ace that round if I was in Leviathan's coach booth. You call a timeout, and the game plan is where you get diffed. The pressure put on towards the double doors gets Neon to walk up in art. You lose your chamber, you lose that hold. What did we just talk about? He's going to be the one containing one side of a map and showing up when he gets challenged, and instead his sight falls and it ends up being used as a ruse. GE playing a better game, plain and simple, and Leviathan falling miles behind, now even facing an eco as well, or at least a low buy. There are some pieces here, some less now.
Yeah. Oh, dear Lord.
Less now.
The unit on Neon when it's been needed, which hasn't been the whole time, but he is 10-1 right now. Utterly dominating. Well, it's at least not going to be flawless. That's about all that you can hope for on the GE side. And just look at the way they fall back as well. You wouldn't have even been too mad at Javi for sort of going for the swing there, trying to take an extra shot. Like, look at the current scoreline. Look at how your team is. But he doesn't. He doesn't risk it.
There's always elements of confidence that have to be in play, but I love seeing a team that's ahead playing like they're behind. That's exactly why you can see players sometimes having chances pulled out of thin air, and a few more shots in the mag, and that could have been the round. But King, 5 HP now. He surely has to go for the save. A nice try, but
he would die to the blaze.
yeah, exactly. It's not quite enough to put the win back in Leviathan's sails just yet.
He's trying to pull them back in. I like it. They're just throwing a piece or two of utility out to try and do damage, but I think we are well past the point of damage. The credits booming. You're going to have multiple players buying back up with max credits on the side of GE. And it feels like for Leviathan, they need that swing round. They need something to enlighten the flame of this squad, because that's what we've talked about when watching them in Americas, is that flair, that level of aggression, individual brilliance. I think Neon and Sato especially have been highlighted a lot for the fact they could take over rounds. Right now, they are being utterly diffed.
Bro, he turned from the Phoenix Flash before he even knew it was coming. He turned from the Phoenix Flash. If you're Leviathan right now, every single thing you do, you feel like your comms are being leaked to GE. Like, they know they're ahead of the play every time. They're pushing the right spot, they're pulling the right rotations, and they're punishing every mistake. This attack side looking clean, and that's the orb Autumn was looking for in that last fight of the previous round. He's now got the run it back online again, making what has been an easy attack side that much easier in this round.
Full rotation back across the map. Now, there is an implant in play. Neon has pushed out mid. But instead, it seems like they found the gap again. There's only one player towards this A side of the map. Blow's just having to sit all the way back, and he's calling for those rotations. You can see it immediately. They know that this is going to have some direction to it. The run it back, clearing out everything. Only the back of the site left unchecked, and there's nobody in it anyway. A post plant guaranteed, but a player following it up. Good drone, though. They've at least spotted him, but Yunatan is not falling back. He wants to fight this.
It looks like he's having fun as well, but now the ults from Leviathan end up playing against them. Oh, Bottoms taking him twice in a number of seconds in a 3v3 once again, but all hope is not lost for Leviathan just yet. They still have 3 to fight. They still have the off posted, the head under to fall back to, and the advantage now in their hands. A chance to push this further with just one standing in their way, and not for long.
They desperately needed that. Desperately needed to get that round on the board, and even just looking at the HP, look how close it was. 8 HP, 9 HP for Neon and Blows. As they finally managed to come out of one of them alive. The combo of 7 in a row has been broken, but of course, and this isn't going to blow anybody's mind, there's plenty of credits available for GE to buy back into this one. The good thing, though, is in terms of the ult economy, GE actually don't have too much to play with. They used some of them in the last couple of rounds, whereas that Hunter's Fury and Tour de Force could still be used.
Well, it looks like mid-fight is the game plan for Leviathan, wasting no time. They're already up in top mid, looking for the fight on the Crystal, who gets dropped by the Hunter's Fury. But it ends up being an immediate trade and still pushing up Asado. Headshot immediately delivered. Will be bailing out of there, taking a little heal from his wall as he goes. But all aggression sent the other way by GE, at least to start this round.
Yeah, GE have done well to soak up that pressure. I think there's a very real chance they come out of that with a much bigger deficit. But I like the fact that Leviathan are also not just shying away from these fights, considering the scoreline. Sato, of course, has been able to heal up a little bit. Tom is going to try and fight this. The flash, it's good, but even again, it's just an immediate trade. Patman's so quick with it. And they're still putting pressure on other parts of the map. King, oh, he knows. He knows there's a man around this corner. He was reloading. That's the man advantage in favor of Leviathan. And now for the remaining members of GE, they have to go on a long rotation back towards the B site.
I've seen this as well. You lose your player A main. GE are keen to put some pressure, but they don't run straight into the site. You're still seeing Leviathan have players across the map, as you said, on double doors where King found that kill, and Neon stood up here in heaven. Even with the smoke, there's an angle, and the shot lands clean as can be. Patman, man who was doubted, and I'll doubt him again. This 1v3 looking to be near impossible now that Leviathan have woken up. It will be on his shoulders to put them back to sleep.
Neon's patient. Doesn't go swinging before his teammates arrive. They were waiting for the dart to come back online, and now they know exactly where their opponent is. He's even going to get pinged up by it as well. That'll make it all too easy. I said it, that one round just seems to have immediately flicked the switch. You see how confident that they actually played in those moments. And that's more of what we expect to see from this squad.
Yeah, absolutely. Just calming the nerves after what was a really rough start to the half. But there's still time for this to go back in their favor. Look, a 7-5 coming out of here. A damn sight better than what it looked like. And the most important thing for me, Tom, is from that first round win, you can see Leviathan on their feet. The energy's not gone anywhere. They're not counting themselves out of this.
We saw the content piece earlier with Jen Sato saying he's gone in for that number 1. I think, you know, it's always going to be difficult to beat Yetaje. There's one thing he definitely does better than anyone else. And again, we're going to have this early contact. Operator setup, King's done well. The spam finding Autumn, he has been a nuisance for them so far. But there is a second layer as well. That looked dead on, but it didn't land.
He mustn't have been fully planted, his feet on the ground at that point. Yudotan in danger as King steps through the utility, finds himself one, but it starts to crumble. The numbers right back to level. Spikes in so slow and patient. Maybe a little bit too slow now. The lockdown comes into play. He'll have to challenge this very early indeed. And I think the play is going to have to be concede the site. Let that clock run down a little bit further and retake after.
I like this from Patman. You think that maybe they won't be this close, and because of that, he's reclaimed the space. Immediate trade, and another one from Spikezine. It's going to come down to 1v1. Crystal just waiting patiently, expects his opponent to swing, already gets it to half, but it's Crystal once again. They're not going to allow their opponents to bring this back to 5, as he'll take it 8-2.
It was a tough start to this map for Crystal. Round 2, he got ran down by a classic and taken down, but I think immediately after that it was a 2K. He started to look confident, and now he's had 2 big rounds under his belt. Hammering Leviathan into the dirt, 8-2 now. And a big gap between these teams. The half, though, not settled just yet. Ults start to come online in favor of Leviathan. It made a difference last time, albeit that Sato ended up throwing his life away with the ult. G punished it right away.
Oh, contact play, but look. G, we spoke about this, the Death spoke about it. It is the team with the set plays versus the team with the counters. They're just waiting it out, but Neon doesn't go anywhere. He keeps that space. Yudatong gone. And a man advantage for Leviathan once again.
A much more passive stance as well. Right afterwards, King's being spotted, immediately just falls back. Looking for that contact, but you've only seen one player. It's not going to get the rotates out of you just yet. GE close in the distance. Prowler, he'll draw the rotate in from Spike Scene, but he is gone.
Admin.
Nice shot from Patman. Great stun as well. Followed up. That's utility from Javi, finding a huge mark in this round. And a 3v4 retake, but the numbers, they could be equalized here, but the ult
อยากจะไฟมาก
Neon's left alone, and it's not a pretty situation.
เฮ้ย
He's got no choice. No way he was ever getting back into that round. And again, you just see some of the individual brilliance and flair from these GE players. It's something that I love the fact that we're hearing it from Patman himself in those interviews, that when you go back to some of the moments in the last team, he had to be more supplementary in Paperex. He had to help others. He had to almost be the safety net to what is the manic craziness. Now in this team, he can be more aggressive. He can take more space. He can almost be that superstar when they need him. And this round, it was just him walking in, hitting a crazy shot and getting the opener into the site for Neon. Oh, okay. That's what we expect to see. Unfortunately, too late in the round, and he won't be able to hold on to the gun. G are not going to care about the personnel losses. They can comfortably buy back up, whereas that operator, okay, there's a tour de force, but it won't be an operator alongside it.
At least a tour de force and a rifle drop to a teammate. It's something, but a silver lining on a very gray cloud at the moment. 1 round left to play, and double digits possible for GE at the halftime. Leviathan certainly come in here with a high bar. After that performance in Americas, they could be coming out as #1.
They very nearly did.
A pistol round could have swung it, but now it seems like they've fallen so far behind what seemed to be
ตอนนี้เลเวทานสภาพเดียวกับฟูเซนเลย
G rising to the occasion. No doubt about that.
Neon กูเลิกลักไปหมด
It definitely seems like they have caused him a lot of issues throughout this game, not just able to sit on these aggressive angles and find players. Sato, again, only going to get one. The trading from G has been perfect, and every time it seems like he's posted on an aggro angle, there is somebody just ready to put utility into his face, making that superstar look null. And Yudatan, he wanted to try and catch him before he could flee. In fact, they're all getting aggressive.
เรียกว่าเดินไปเสิร์ฟ
Pushing into the hands of Neon and leaving it all to Autumn. This round
โยนลาวปะเนี่ยเฮ้ย
by Leviathan, but they are still very, very far behind.
Oh, there is a lot of work to do when it comes to the second half, but we saw some sparks towards the end of this one, some decent rounds from Leviathan. But GE with a big lead at halftime. We'll see if Leviathan can bounce back after the break.
เราไม่เอารถไปขนหิน
เอาไหมอ่ะอ๋อหมายถึง
ไม่มีอยู่แล้วคันหนึ่งเอาแล้วพี่ขนหินไปไหนนะ
แป๊บนึงนะรีเช็คของกลัวจังเลย ไม้ขาดเท่าไหร่นะ
2
กลัวถังเคมันเป็นถังเปล่า
ไปมาแล้วขาดนี่
โอ้เพลง
ยาวเลยนะ
มันมาใช่
ไปมาเส้นเรื่องมันตื่นเต้นดิ ครบหรอเห็นยังใช่
น่าจะขาดเม็ด 2
เอาไปเอาไป
เฮ้ยแต่โซนแถวนี้มันก็กว้างดีนะพี่เบสน่าสร้างอยู่นะ
2 เริ่มแล้วครับ ไวด้วย
วาร์ปถึงบอสเลยฮะ
ใช่ไอ้กดเลย
อันนี้เคล็ดลับเลยนะ
ฮะ
ถ้าเกิดว่ามันอัพของใหม่เข้ามา มันต้องเจนเวอร์ใหม่เล่นนะ
เพราะอะไรอ่ะ
ไม่รู้ มันเหมือนคอคีเปอร์บอก
โค้ดเบต้า
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวพี่เอกพี่โยนไปไหนเนี่ย
The G
กูโยนตั้งนานแล้วมึงเพิ่งถามเหรอ
อ้าว
แล้วโยนใส่รถกูทำไมล่ะ
10 ยัง
เป็นแม่งโยนชนกันได้ด้วยนะ
and if they've got it wrong,
God,
it could
God.
be a huge problem. For now, at least, though, a pistol round a necessity, and the defensive side very, very proactive. Of course, there is a trap holding that line, so the information will be garnered. And the problem on the other side is Crystal is going to have to delay an awful long time before his teammates can arrive.
Utility blocking off far. It's only going to be a nano, and I don't think Spike Scene could get straight through it, but it won't buy that much time. A grab well to delay a little bit longer as the flank comes in, but take a look at the position of King here. Realizing they've pushed B, he's going to now start to thread the needle behind as well and try to make problems for these defenders in spawn.
Spike planted.
The attackers now need to realize that there are definitely players coming in from behind, but they're able to clear everything out. Art has been spotted. They know the 2 avenues in which they're being pushed, but the timing might not go their way. Crystal already managing to clear out one, and they are just on that diffusal, already to half. The next time it's tapped might be their undoing. They're just diffusing it in front of their nose. They need to get it.
อุ้ยคิตตันมันเอาจังอะ
It's an immediate defusal and a bit of a blip from Leviathan at a time when they really didn't need that.
I think King was waiting for the signal to go on that flank, and it just didn't come in on time. GE's pace caught them off guard, floating straight back in. Crystal finding 2 that quickly, got rid of the players who were supposed to stop them from getting near that spike, and then everyone else is too far away from the play. It's a disaster for Leviathan. This pistol could have given them a leg up, but now they are so far behind. And the climb back steep and near impossible if GE keep this up. Double digits found. And aggression again coming in from the defensive side, this time running into all of the Leviathan players for one. And it's a bloodbath with barely any spilled on GE's side.
Oh, they've got to be over the moon. But a lot of the time we'll talk about the risks of pushing, but you could just see the confidence that this team is playing with. Spike under their control, and wow. The best case for King is he drops a gun. That's the absolute best case, but they are now starting to realize, well, that was probably one of the worst case, because now you have a flawless round and you have a run it back going into the next one for Autumn, who's also been having a fantastic series. I want to say as well, he's someone I'm very happy to see back on the international stage. I remember him in FPX being one of my favorite players to watch on that squad. Moving over to GE seemed like a wonderful pickup, and it has been.
It's fair to say, again, taking the consideration of how close that final was for Leviathan over in Americas. Then coming in here, the questions that float around about GE.
Yeah. Do we just give the Paper X the trophy now?
Maybe we need to.
if this is the region diff, I think we're in trouble. Nonetheless, for Leviathan, we need to see a little bit more. Let's listen in.
ทำอย่างนี้จริง
Anda vera, anda vera.
Como que isso?
Só Felipe ali.
Pode abrir? Vamos. Eu depois de ter ganhado a voltar.
Tá, posso voltar a dronar, Bruno. Vou voltar a dronar, velho. Olha esse pack de tá? Vamos finalizar pra ver porque ele reclinaram, tá ligado?
Vamos redominar grafite então?
Eu vou dronar, eu vou voltar pra ver pegar spike, tá? Vou ter que ir pelo long. Podemos voltar pra split rua se você quiser. Tá, eu vou ter que ir pelo long. Não tá muito longo aqui. Nada longear, Bruno.
Tá. Nada grafite também. Só voltamos já? Voltar. Vamos fazer pressão, tá?
Vamos fazer pressão, tá?
Dominar. Vou fazer a pressão. Devagar.
Well, so far, GE have had the right read. They've had the players in the right place. So this time, Leviathan throw in a little bit of a fake. Even find Patman to start it off. And now look to switch to the other direction. Cutting off that entire middle of the map with the Killjoy utility down. Leaves Javi in a spot where his back is open. So he pushes forward. Finds one. But now he's surrounded.
He's got a teammate, though. Yudotan has managed to move to the back of the site. They're going to try and cover each other off, but there is that backstab from Neon, and they clear Yudotan at the same time. Solid work from Leviathan.
จริงๆน่าจะให้อุด้งอ่ะดูลิงก์ไว้แล้วก็เอาไอ้ซาวีดูเมนไว้ทีนี้มันเลิกลักกันหมดเลยงงจัด
wasting it versus 3. It would be a confidence round if he could take it, but I think the realization is in this case, it's not worth the gamble.
It's for the greater good, absolutely. Autumn going to save means Leviathan push up to 4. And this has to be the start of something special to put that win back in their sails. You know, the funny thing is for GE, we say, like, they've had the right read, they've been in the right place, both halves played excellently. But for Leviathan, here they throw the fake in and still end up running into numbers. So GE still get those rotates to be in time, still fight them in mid. It's really impressive seeing GE's understanding of what their opponents are aiming to do. More often than not, they're ahead of the play, and that's a big problem for LEV to deal with.
I think the one layer that was nice was having that extra push through from Neon, like just from behind. I think if they all go in the other direction through mid, there's a very good chance they end up losing that round. But that backstab onto Javi also just put Yudotan in a really awkward position. 11-4. Even just getting a few rounds here for the Americas #2 might be enough to just build up that confidence a little bit, show some of that flair. I think getting back into the map, I'm going to need quite a few more before I start to believe in that.
Without a doubt, the gap is far too big. Even a lucky round can push GE across the line to at least an OT. It seems like LEV spreading the net early, looking to punish some aggression. Pressure on A, waiting on B long, waiting outside mid, but nothing comes in when they expect it to. And as soon as they abandon the spots, then GE push up. Look at Yudotan's position right now. He's taken full B main control, just as they left it. And that means now that the stack up is on A, and that's exactly where Leviathan are heading towards.
Come on, let's go! Joke's over! You're dead!
They're going to get a Phoenix fight off, but already so much damage done to that ult, and eventually Autumn is going to clear. Holding them back for now, but there were already 3 players looking to make their way through art. The problem that there is they almost have to go A or go all the way back around the map. And it's that deep position that's being held by Yudotan, which could be a problem if they do. The pick from Neon, though, makes things interesting. 30 seconds left. They are committed to this A site now. And with no rotation seen, that will mean that GE can gamble 3 players here as well.
They've got to go soon. There's a good chance someone's already pushing behind them in A main. Straight into A is the only way for Leviathan. Try to force this out of the hands of their opponents. Crystal does very well. It's a triple for Crystal before he falls. And so the man on the other side of the map, Yudotan, has a chance, but blows with the perfect reposition. Hasn't been spotted, but will be dropped. Neon versus Neon, I suppose. Yudotan taps the spike and tries to bait his opponent into the fight, lands a shot, leaves him on a sliver. But Neon's still alive on the other side, still drawing. But no longer. GE with no mercy. 12-4.
Oh God, we've been calling him Yudotan the whole game. We might have to change it to Hindotan. Like, the guy has just taken over. Like, he's been the entry for the majority of the game. We've seen him play impressively, but then just the reaction shot, and then the fact is, Neon in that moment TP'd away. He hit him in the 140. Like, the headshot was so fast that even the TP wasn't quick enough to get away from it. This is one of the best looks we've seen from Global Esports. A team that had a curse against them about making it to a playoffs. Now on the international stage, well, they're beginning to look like maybe favorites to make it to the playoffs in London. They have been so impressive, and a pace change coming through.
ของเต็มไซส์
Force strategy, and just look at the defense. They are on the complete wrong side of the map. You've said it. They've had the good read almost every time, Mitch. This is one of the first times they were wrong.
It's an exception, but Crystal's been so reliable when they push his site. This time they're playing it more passive, knowing that they've got that lockdown to work with. To fall back on Hunter's Fury going to be thrown through here, and that causes an issue. Lockdown gone. An aggression from Leviathan punishes what should have been the Flood on the back of it, but on him has found another. Crystal once again shows up, and GE. They continue their push towards the site. Their push towards a 1-0 advantage. Shock Darts could do a lot here. Having so low, but they've made it to the spike, and now the tap comes in. Leviathan having to swing in under pressure. King finds one, but they don't have their diffuser.
เรียบร้อย
This was his map from.
ว่ะ อยู่พี่อยู่
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวเข้าเลยเฮ้ยก็แค่ดันเจียนมันเสียเลือดในนี้มันเสียเลือด
เผาติดไฟพอฝ่ายแท้ป่ะโอ้คมเอาถังบังไว้ทำเหี้ยอะไร
ใช่เหรอพี่เอส
ไอ้ใครเป็นอะไรอันนี้แหละตกว่ะ
ลงล่าง
ลิฟอ้าวแล้วยังไงอ่ะ
จบละ
มันแบบใหญ่กว่านี้อ้าว
เราลงได้เลย
เอาลงได้เลยต้องรอลิฟเอาไงอยู่หรือยังแบบ
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวเขาไปตี
โอ้ยเจ็บ
ร้อนระเบิด
โอ้โหสายฮิวไม่
มอนใหม่
โคตรโหดเลยแมปมันเป็น3 มิติไอ้เสียวขา
3 มิติ
กลัวล่วงธนู
มีคนแทง
ได้ด้วยโอ้โหมึงวิ่งหลังเลยนะเก็บทุกเม็ดระวังอุ้ยมีฮิวนี่มันโคตรมันว่ะ
มีฮิวมันง่ายดิเกมง่ายแล้วเนี่ย
เอ้ยมึงจะทำยังไง
กูเอาเวียงไม่ไอ้สัตว์
แบบมันลวงตามากเลยว่ะ
เล่นตก
ชิบหายแล้วอยู่ไม่ไหว
โอ้โคตรเยอะเดี๋ยวมาคลิกขวาไปดิ
โอ้ยใครทำอะไรแล้วไปซ้ายหรือขวา
ไม่เบรกขวาก็เหรอเฮ้ยเชี่ยอย่างการที่เปลี่ยนอาชีพเนี่ยในแร็กอะ
ไม่อันนี้มันน่าจะบอดปะ
พูดถึงเกมอื่นอีกแล้ว
โอ้โห
อะไรอะทารอสโปรโตไทป์
แล้วไอ้นี่มันใส่ชิปเข้าไปแล้ว
ตีเกาะ
อันนี้อะไรอะ
บอสอะ
โอ้ยอะไรโอ้ยอย่าบังอย่าดัน
ฟอกกาย
มอนเพียบ
นี่พัง
ทำลายชิป
เฮ้ยตีไอเลเซอร์ตีละจีเลเซอร์ตีแ
พลตฟอร์มเมอร์ว่ะไม่เล่นแหลก
เอาแล้วโอ้ย
ใครเอาฮิววิ่งใส่ผมโอ้ยตก ยิงได้เอาฮิวเดินใส่ผมแกวิวเดินใส่ผมผมฮิวขึ้นมาตรงกลางเลยพี่โอ้ยวิ่งมาตรงกลางเอาฮิวมายังวะของเควส
มันไม่ดรอปเลยว่ะทำไมเหมือนมันมีของหายไปอย่าง2 อย่างที่เป็นของเขาแล้วมันไม่มีของบ้าสีใส่เลยเหรอ
ไม่มีเลยต้องไปทำเอง
แบบไว้ใส่ของ
เรากดเราวาร์ปออกแล้วขวาเราไปยัง
ไงขวามีของให้
ห
เล่น
รือว่าเมื่อกี้บอสหลอก
โอ้ย
been to other regions. They've been in the circuit for a really long time. Then you have LEV. They're really young, and I think that can work for you or against you, depending on what kind of pressure that you end up putting on yourself.
Well, we saw it with FUT in the first game, right? 4 rookies on their team, and they were able to come out swinging. And I do agree, it definitely does put a lot of pressure. But when you look at the actual foundation of this LEV roster, when we think about King and Honor, the experience that they have together, obviously Honor coming back into this LEV roster as well, and just being able to nurture the talent that they have. I think if anything, you need to get up onto that stage and have a kind of fearless approach to the game.
Yeah, I think Fracture is where we need to see that. A map where there might be some question marks, but how they bounce back right now is going to determine this tournament for me.
I also want to give a shout to Udotan. You know, I was talking about this team being a group of misfits, a group of rejects, and that's because Udotan, he's one of those Korean players that no Korean org has been picking up, and all of us have been scratching our head why, because he's so talented, and he really showed up for the team as well today.
Yeah, I think he really passes the eye test. Maybe sometimes the stats don't quite show it, but when I was talking about him, when I was looking at him, he was definitely doing his job very well, and today it feels like he has plenty of room to improve, and he was showing that on the server.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you were saying, it's kind of curious. We're seeing a lot of the firepower coming from.
มันมีดาบค้อนใหม่แต่เป็นของเวทหมดเลยค้อนดาเมจค้อนสายเวทโอ้โหดาเมจไฟเชี่ยตีแล้วติดไฟ
ครับที่ไหน
ค้อนดาเมจไฟครับลองครับดูพี่เอกไม่มีของก็ดีมีปะเอาของใส่ดิเฮ้ยมีแล้วไวมากเฮ้ยไอ้ดูดาบดิแม่งโคตรเดือดเลยดาบเลย
อ๋อเกรดที่มันดรอปมามันเอามาคราฟ
ใช่ครับพุทธ
อ้าวคราฟไปแล้วหรอ
แมนนี่แน่โอนาก้าแซนดอลเนี่ยใช่ปะทำดาบแบบเมื่อกี้ค้อนใครทำเสร็จแล้วเป็นไงของดีปะใครเก็บไปแล้วดาเมจก็มันติดเบิร์นไงเนี้ยดาเมจ
2-0ไปจบไวหน่อยเที่ยงคืนจบไอ้เนี่ยแข่ง3เริ่มคู่แรก3 ทุ่มจะจบคู่2เที่ยงคืนประวัติศาสตร์วาโล
อะไรอะติดออฟฟิเศษด้วยอุ้ยโอ้เมจิกแอทแทคพาวเวอร์บวก 30% จริงปะเนี่ยไม่อันนั้นมันมีอยู่แล้วของมัน
อันนั้นมีอยู่แล้วแต่มันได้เลนส์ดาเมจ
แท็กเลนส์
ระยะไกลเฮ้ยทำไมคาบกันได้อ่ะ
นั่นน่ะเด็กอะไรนะ
ยิ้มหน่อยยิ้มใหญ่ไอ้เหี้ยน็อตนี่มันมีด้วยเหรอมันมีดอกด้วยเหรอเมื่อกี้
Yes, Kuka.
หยิบไม่ทันกูเชียบบ้านแต่พังไรเบสตรงเนี้ย
โอ้ยไอรอนไปเอาจากที่ขุดได้แล้วนี่
Your fracture map pick yet.
Huge comp changes it looks like so far. Global going with Chamber, almost giving LEV a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. I love that style. I hope that LEV go for the set. Nope, they don't.
ตึกทำไมไม่เห็นมีของเวทเลยมีด้วยเหรอ
ดาบเวทค้อนเวท
แต่ค้อนไฟที่นี่กากกับที่นี่มันไม่แพ้ไฟคือแม่งช่วยไฟมาอยู่แล้วผมเป็นดาบที่แบบถือคู่เวทอะมันโคตรโหด
At the top of this match, you guys want to share what it was?
Yeah, I had LEV winning this game.
Okay.
Not anymore.
How about you, Billy? I think we both had. Dark horse for me personally coming into this event. I am hoping that it is just a bit of first game nerves that they're experiencing going up on that stage event. So yeah, let's hope that they can be able to bring it back to at least go to a third map. I want to see a third map series.
I would love to see a third map, but I think GE is fighting. What do you think, Tom and Mitch?
Oh, well, they weren't fighting in that first map. They were slaying every given opportunity taken. And some with these, but for GE, that was just the start of the series. Now they have to convert Fracture, their opponent's map pick, and you heard it from Owner. The boys were a bit nervous. It's a young team down on that stage. But we've seen these flip-flops from one-sided maps. Great success in the next. The defensive fracture is where Leviathan will be tested.
I don't know what they expected coming in. I don't know if they expected a Pac-Man waylay, but I'm excited to see it. Never mind, it's gone. Immediately, Sato has picked him out of the sky. They're going to go running back, but they've been locked in. Spike Zine is watching from behind. Sato already with a much better start to this map than what we saw on the last. This attack side having to run all the way back, maybe trying to bait them into the hands of Autumn, who's just holding on to this space. Nothing being spotted, but that backstab would need to be incredibly impressive if it ends up as a backstab. Is he going to spot out that there's no one here and they're going to go back and plant on A?
I think that's exactly what was happening. They left him behind so he could hear the rotates if they started to flee the site. The spike will go back in that direction. This was what worked for GE on the last map. They were selling fakes so well, always enticing Leviathan in. Crystal's chance to strike. He had such an impressive map previously. They'll at least get one out of this. Good stun to shut him down, but a plant and a 2v4, it's better than it looked like it would be.
It's still incredibly difficult. Lev decided to just group up, play it together. The stun catches Harvey, but he will be better. Will be good to go. As they look to try and round this corner, will they check these more deep angles? They will, and it's Sato once again. A great round from him individually, and now Autumn has to try and take over versus 4 players. Good flash! It caught almost everybody, but 13 health. Time ticking against him. And eventually he's going to need to swing out and get one of these kills. He gets absolutely nothing. A pistol round from Sato, even going to get the orb.
มาแล้ววะเดวิดทาน
Will be Lev. 101.
วินโรด
That will be Lev in the lead for the first time in this series. And what a way to do it as well for Sato, picking up a 4K focus there, very much on Patman, playing that waylay. A bit of a surprise element, certainly for Leviathan. But the waylay on the other side is the one opening up this map. A strong start to the defense for Leviathan. They get sold a fake, but react perfectly, punish on that side of the map. And the opening picks were sublime. Now, they get their reward. It's going to be a decent buy into this round. You know, for GE, win condition, or, well, not even win condition, but success condition, is just a couple of kills. It will make it somewhat costly for Leviathan if they can meet that goal. But as you can see, they're not very well armed.
I think the other side of it for G is just orb collection.
Yeah, with a Phoenix always.
I'm going to try and get as many of them as you can. They were initially challenging for that A main control, but you can see the defenders are doing exactly the same thing. Be it to build up their own ultimates, with Sato only being one away after he claims this orb, or just to make sure, as you sort of said, don't allow that Phoenix to build up anywhere near as much. For now, though, tentative in their play. Everybody's gained at least a little, but the fights will seem quite one-sided when they come to blows.
Well, if you're at least trading out those orbs, finding them early, that's fine. GE, as you said, steps closer to the Phoenix ult, but this is where things should take a turn for the worse for GE. They've had good impact to start the round. They've got their orbs. They've even got a kill. The plant being attempted but pushed back by salvos. Sight taken. It's definitely a bit spooky. But Leviathan have the upper hand in almost every fight. And now they've got the numbers.
Yeah, they cleared the top site, and then anybody trying to claim any weaponry is being picked off as they go. Another 1v4 being attempted, and it will not come through.
Our high up.
A great start this time from Leviathan. And I think it is very important. Like, sure, it can happen. You're on your opponent's map choice, but we looked at this map of Fracture and went, this is not one of your greatest picks. It feels like you picked it as a counter to your opponents because they were not good on it either. But with the start that they've had, now we get into the main part of the match. The first purchase coming up for GE, and what will still be a pretty decent buy coming up for Leviathan given the circumstances.
Yeah, 4 players carrying those weapons through. I think they only lost a Stinger.
จบ 2-0 ไหม
Pretty happy with that on the defensive side, coming through with a convergence path as well with that strong start. Orb was given over to King, so obviously some value put towards that Rolling Thunder in the minds of Leviathan, and you can see early aggression is already lined up. They popped the flash, and that's not even going to deter them as the reveal went up behind it. Leviathan keep pushing. It's a full south side crunch to start the opening pick, and they get free Crystal and Hold the line on the other side, though. The Leviathan will be forced back in a 4v2. A nice attempt to make use of those weaker weapons, but GE seemed more than ready for that pressure.
It seemed like maybe they thought the convergence path had hit
อยากล
more
องเล่น
people.
สายตี
I
เว
think
ท
it maybe only caught the one, or by the time they got there, it worn off. But
มี
it
ดาบ
meant
ตี
that
เวทให้
there
ยิง
was
มาพี่
spams going through those smokes, and G again something they did
ป
well
ลา
in
เมนอะไรเนี่ยนะ
the previous map was thrive under the pressure
ไหนอยู่ไหน
of what is an aggressive defense. Of course, this round expectation is still low. They didn't have the Vandals, they didn't have the Phantoms, no Operator just yet. The question becomes, how much damage can the remaining couple of players do? And I wonder if this will just become trying to catch them on the exit.
Now that is probably where the most value sits. As time takes on, it becomes more apparent. That is the play. Ollie towards main. I like this idea, keeping them locked in. Neon wants to make this as costly as possible, but as they run in through it, he gets a shot on them. And Crystal already full.
นอน
Decent bit of damage done. I think that is going to be where it ends. Holding on to the Guardian, I mean, obviously an option for King. But he's going to keep pushing to look for that extra kill. And in the end, well, I suppose he gets an orb.
มองว่า
Maybe having the additional value into his own ultimate versus the ones on the other side. I guess as well, when you look and there's already the Nightfall and the Run It Back online, you kind of go, okay, it doesn't really matter if I go down. Patman's too far away.
นึกออกปะ
Udatan is yet to get onto the board.
เล่นด้วยกันพร้อมกันทั้งหมดอะ
Neither of those ultimates
เป็นเรื่องจบแบบไหน
particularly close.
จะได้รู้ว่าเราเป็น
But this
คน
is
แบบ
where
ไหน
we see that first fall by. Can Leviathan
ก็มา
start
เล่น
off
Among Us
strong as
ออนไล
their
น์
opponents did on the last map? RG going to be climbing right back level
นีออน
again.
ใครเขาเล่นกัน
Reminder, run it back
เนี่ย
is online
ไอ้
for
สไปซิน
GE.
เนี่ย
Thanks to farming those orbs early on. Stunned to slow them down. In fact, it's going to be a push out of Leviathan.
บอลไม่เขาเลื่อน
Center's
ใจ
fast.
อุ้ย
One and the salvos are sublime. But Udotan seems to be making a good dent in this defense. He's taking around on the other side. He's taking kills, but blows answers even more. Javi alone with 3 to take down. He has at least got the spike, but he hasn't got a chance.
That was fantastic. These are the sort of rounds that make you really excited about a team like LEV. Credit obviously has to go to someone like Ono, where they clearly just practice these sort of plays. Even when the Nightfall goes through on the other side, they dive over the top of it, stun into the corner as well. Then the salvos come in. Like, that is timing of gods. Like, that's exactly what you want to see from them on this defensive side. This isn't a team that has just picked a weakness of an opponent. This is a team that has preparation in place, and that's always been where this squad has been the most exciting.
Now LEV looking much more comfortable, much more like themselves. In that previous round, especially considering that was the full buy, they had to run it back. It was a big danger for Leviathan to face off against, and they have dealt with it wonderfully. They were behind in the ult economy, but by the time the full buy comes up for GE, they should very much be catching up. Those dangers of the early half dealt with beautifully. Neon inside the smoke. He shouldn't be pushing just yet. Look at the south side of the map. So many players from the defensive side are flooding in through it, and they'll even have a chance to stop this spike plant if GE were to take, well, yeah, if they're to keep taking this long.
Maybe trying to bait players in instead. Maybe planning a switch up through the spawn, but the problem is that flank has now come through. They're making the realization of, okay, we need to take some ground, and that forces their hand in towards King, who's just been waiting. That's what he's been doing the entirety of the round, just sitting there. And this is perfection from LEV. They slowly surround them. G takes just that little bit too long to get the spike plant down. And they're going to come out of this one squeaky clean.
Yeah, I think that's something G weren't expecting, to have such a heavy flank behind them that quickly. You can see they were trying to bait the salvos out, thinking that there would be a retake attempt from Leviathan from the spawn. And also, considering the round that just happened, they primed themselves for an attack, got dumpstered by utility ultimates and full-on aggression. Of course, they expected the faster retake, but delaying that time and running the clock down just allowed that flank to come all the way through. So far, it very much feels like the shoe on the other foot.
ก่อนที่บ้านจะพังครับพังแน่เนี่ย
แล้วผมเห็นในสตรีมลิสต์เขาเล่นกัน40-50 ชั่วโมงเขาเล่นเอาเลย
ฟาร์มเปล่า
เล่นสายสร้างหรือเปล่าสร้างแบบ
He's been kind of flexing over the last few months. They put him into this, and so far it hasn't looked great. But I feel like that's because LEV have had a lot of really cool trap plays, and at least with against the low. Taking too much in terms of risks. They were surrounding them, they were very patient, and it seems like even though maybe many doesn't like the agent King is on, King's reads have been very, very good.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, GE being outclassed, the game plan's been working, but now they've taken a moment to chat with Frost, and it looked like he was in rap god mode there. Certainly a lot of notes to hand out. Can they apply them?
เพราะอะไร
They now start to chip away at that lead. Leviathan playing for the first time in the lead in the series, and they're not looking to let go of it.
Early start. They love this north side crunch, and they're doing it again from either side. Rolling Thunder even sent through in towards that spawn area. Spike Scene pushing down. You can see they're just trying to survive, and the salvos again are causing so many issues. Uniton just wants to hold on, and he's done very well. From that position, the issue though is he was in control of the spike.
Yeah. That's going to be a big problem. You take a look at Autumn right now towards the B site. Maybe he has a chance to run it back, but no one to defend him. It would likely be a death sentence on Dish. You're going to have to walk in the shadow, which is not going to be a fun fight to take for anybody. The Cosmic Divide. This is where it starts. I do think we're going to see that run it back put into play, but they're already a man down, and in fact, no chance to pop that ult. Neon's ahead of the fight. And Javi
ทำไมมึงทำหน้าเจือนกันนะซาวี่เกมมันไม่สนุกเลย
At this point, the credit's not looking good across the board. Carrying this rifle forward isn't exactly going to help that much, but it's probably better than throwing it away.
Again, I have to just give plaudits over to Leviathan and their sort of crunch
ซาวี่
plays.
บอกเจือนดิพี่เพื่อนตายหมดเลยเหลือคนเดียว
It seems like even from the two players that were there, they knew it was coming. They knew that that would be a possibility. And I wonder if there will have to be the switch up from G to almost have a bit of pack mentality, or even just be patient a little bit further back in the first few seconds of the round. The problem though is you look at where those players died. They are so far into their own spawn area that you almost feel like, well, they were left with nowhere to stand, and it's those reactive salvos coming out from close.
อยากให้ผมพูดตรงๆกับฟูเซนเลยไหม
We know where they are. Let's force them into awkward positions. Communication needing to be on point, but also just those set plays.
จริงเลยนะในมุมมองผมนะผมรู้สึกว่าเวลามีกำลังใจในการเล่นแล้วแบบว่าทำอะไรแล้วมันเข้ามือเกมไม่โคตรสนุกบอลเลยเพราะว่าเพลเยอร์โหดอยู่แล้วแต่ว่าผมรู้สึกว่าเพลเยอร์ไม่ได้มีความสเตเบิลเลยไม่มีเลยไม่มีความสเตเบิลเลยแบบว่าโหดก็โหดจะโหดไม่โหดก็คือไม่เอาอะไรเลยไม่มีแบบการกลับมาน้อยมากเลยฟิลเหมือนเปเปอร์เล็กเมื่อประมาณ 2-3 ปีก่อนที่แบบว่าพอโดนปุ๊บก็ไปยาวเลยไม่ค่อยมีคัมแบ็กอะไร
Yeah, Batman's going to have to drop out of there.
That's only a small amount of damage.
Teammate.
Thankfully, yeah.
Teammate Molly, so.
Teammate.
Spike planted.
มันก็ถามว่ามันเขาทำงานหนักก็เข้าใจได้แต่ว่ามันก็ไม่รู้ว่ามันหลายองค์ประกอบนะครับเล่นเกมรอบนี้อาจจะเจอแรงกดดันสูงก็เลยเป็นสัมภาษณ์ครับพิตตี้ไปทีเอาลองนึกภาพเลยสมมติว่าไอเกมไม่แม่งเป็นแรงแมตช์ผมว่าน้องๆมันทำได้ดีกว่านี้เยอะเพราะว่ามันมีแรงกดดัน
gifted over to them. They managed to avoid a lot of that early aggression, and when they get into the post bar, you have Uniton with that free operator in hand.
เฮ้ยไม่ต้องเครียดโค้ชมึงเห็นไหมมึงดูไอ้อูด้งมันยิงดิเมื่อกี้มึงเห็นไอ้อูด้งมันยิงไหมไม่ต้องงงว่าทำไมแบบเอ้ยกูแพ้อีโค่อะดูมันยิงดิเมื่อกี้
Even having some support in the close corner as well from Spikesy, and he can stun them.
ผมว่าการเล่นโดยรวมดีแล้วแต่ว่าหมายถึงอาจจะต้องมีโค้ชที่แบบเกี่ยวกับเรื่องสภาพจิตใจหน่อยอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็เรื่องแผนผมว่าตอนซ้อมมันอาจจะเวิร์กเขาเลยอยู่กับเล่นแต่
That doesn't work for the
แต่ด้วย
bait
ความเป็น
play.
ในแข่ง
Instead, Spike Scene has to take the fight in the
ใน
open.
แข่งมันมีเรื่องของสภาพจิตใจแม่ง
It's questionable.
จริงๆผมก็อาจ
Maybe
จะ
a
พู
little
ด
bit of
ไม่ได้หรอก
impatience there for
แต่การ
Leviathan.
ได้เล่น
Well, the punish
โล
is
คอมฟอร์ต
massive.
เอเจน
Faking
ต์คอม
out
ฟอร์ต
that A
มันน่า
side
จะ
as well. This
มัน
is
น่า
what
จะ
we
ดี
said
ก
in
ว่า
the last map worked
คอมฟอร์ต
so
กับตัวเองที่แบ
often.
บว่า
They put pressure on one side of the map,
บางที
entice
กูอาจจะไม่ได้ชอบ
Leviathan
เล่นนี
in,
ออน
and
แต่
then
คอม
took
แม่ง
the
ต้อง
open
บังคับ
side.
ให้กูมานั่ง
It's
ส
just
ไลด์
happened again. Even
โดด
that
ก็ไม่ได้
Molotov
โดด
commits
ก็เหมือนถือมีดกระโดดช้าก็
Neon's
ช้า
in a lot of trouble with so
ฉีก
many
เป้าก็ไม่
players
ได้
in the
พอ
fight.
โดนยิงรอบเลย
He
เข้า
never
กู
stood
ก็
a
เครียด
chance.
อี
The
ก
blow
ยิง
steps right in
โอ้
for
โห
the same battle.
เครียดเล่นไม่ออกอีกนั่นน่ะ
And
แม่ง
credits were also
แม่ง
not
ส
in
โน
the
ว์บอลไปหมดอะ
greatest of
มัน
positions,
ล้ม
so
ทีม
with
มันโดมิโนเอฟเฟกต์
Neon not being able to find those picks, you have to try and
ซึ่
get
ง
this
ผม
one
มอง
up.
ว่าฟูเซน
A good
ผมว่ามองว่า
resurgence
น้องๆรับมือกับโดมิโนเอฟเฟ
from
ก
the
ต์ไม่
side of G over the last
ไม่
couple of
ไอ้เนี่ย
rounds. It was
ยาก
looking
อะ
like, yeah, maybe
เว
we
ลา
get the same as
มุ
the
ด
last
ไป
where
ก็
they
ไป
just
หมด
get
เลย
blitzed out of the map. But pause comes in. The operator as well for Yudatan has definitely been a difference maker, but also just pushing that South A side of the map has been far more victorious, and the risks being taken. You can understand it. They've been so
วันนี้ฟุตมันโหดด้วย
confident in how they played in the last few rounds.
ฟุตมันโหด
That's
จริ
why
ง
Leviathan
เฮียแม่ง
forced
ลั่น
that
ชิบ
issue,
หาย
but
เลย
then it really does put Spike Scene in a spot where he kind of has to go ham there or they lose the round.
I don't even hate the walk through the smoke because he didn't know they were there. And what's been working for Leviathan, their win condition has been taking that space. As we said, start around, they say, we're going to fight here. And they fight for that control no matter what. So this time there's a bait. Nobody steps into the bait. And eventually you think, okay, well, let's get our early flank going.
รอบหน้า
And
เจอ
worst
อาจ
case,
จะ
I
เจอแล้ว
pop
เจอ
one
ดี
and
อา
get
จีห
back
รือเจอ
out. But
ไอ้
instead, the round
Team
crumbles as a
Yeah,
result.
team
And that's a
do
good
that.
adaptation from G to play that much more patiently on this attack side. Wait for Leviathan to make the mistake, because so far they have given you fights. This time G take them on favorable soil. It's again going to be this push
He was blind.
right into the operator.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got blinded there, and more two players spotted. Are they going to opt to try and flee? No,
ผม
they
ว่า
want to try and
พิมมี่
fight
อ่ะ
this.
ไม่น่าฟินิกจริง
Get that opening.
น่าให้เป็นจิต
Yudatan
บอย
has
มากก
been
ว่า
sublime, by the way. I think that's the third round in a row that he has found an easy pick.
ผมรู้สึกว่าท่าน
I say easy. He was full
ท่าน
blind
พอรอ
and just hit
ข
the
อง
shot.
รอ
but
เซตของเลยมัน
Easy for him. Stun.
มาดูเสีย
Forced
ทัม
them
มิ่ง
back.
หน่อย
Nightfall. Patman has gone down in response. They
เชี่ย
have the
เชี่ย
already
ค
to
อม
try
โบ
and trap them, but they've avoided it.
ไม่ได้เลยครับคอมโบ
Well, this is a much slower turn back to the other direction, though, from G. Might start to think that, yes, this worked before, right? Going to the A site. Look where the spike is. It might not be what's happening. But they've done this. They've faked one side, then pushed up the other. This time, Prowler goes towards A. Leviathan think that the play has switched up, but they find out that it hasn't. Now a man lowered down, and the blaze covers across the site.
นี่เรา
Blows
คือคนดู
though.
อะ
A
เราดู
crucial
แล้วเราเห็น
kill
ไงว่ามันเกิด
up
อะไรขึ้น
top.
ไง
It's given them somewhere to fight from, but then the double to triple fake becomes the quadruple. They're back to the A
30
site.
seconds left.
I don't know how GE keep doing this, but the ruse is sold every time, no matter how many times they sell it.
And every time it feels like
เหมือน
somebody
ตอน
is
เจอเกาหลี
waiting
จะ
for just an over-eager peak. Like, you can understand it.
ผมว่าแม่งเริ่มมีกลิ่น
You're
ตั้งแต่
trying to figure out where
EWC
they're going.
แหละ
You're trying to work out the position of these players, and every time you gamble, it's wrong. Yudatan is just there waiting. His third operator pick, where somebody has just tried to jiggle the angle, and he hasn't been
จำ
missing
แมตช์
12
ที่
on the
ท่าน
5, by
เล่
the
น
way,
เจ็ต
while
เจอ
they
กับ
are currently
GE
still
มาด่าน
behind
บี
in
ด
the
อะ
map. He's been
นั่น
a
อะ
huge
มัน
part
คือ
of
แบ
this
บ
turning around. And for Sato,
คือ
no
เป็น
choice
เจ็ต
but
อะ
to
มันถึง
flee
ทำ
and
อย่างนั้น
try
ได้
and
อะ
save it. And I
ใช่ป่ะ
agree with you. I
ฟินิก
think
มันทำไม่ได้อะหมาย
although
ถึงแบบ
we talk about the counters, we talk about
มัน
the
ขาตายกว่าไอ้เนี่ย
plays being made by G.
ฮีโร่มันไม่ค่อย
I
มี
think
มูเมนต์
Harvey
อะ
needs to be given a lot of credit here, because I'm sure there's help from players feeding him information, but somebody is having in those mid rounds to
นี่ผม
make
ว่า 2-0
those
นะคุณอะ
calls, and over the last couple of rounds, they have been correct.
He's often been the one walking into that empty space.
Yep.
And what's impressive about it is I can't really recall him getting punished for it that often. His success rate is huge, either in just avoiding the unfavorable fights.
There you go, full
Into
blind.
space after. Yeah, that's certainly an unlucky start, if ever I've seen one. But from there, G do remarkably well to pull this back together. And it makes me grateful that we changed our setups. Back in the old days, we used to have the coach on the stage as well. I think the only thing I'd hate more than playing against face every time around like that. It's gotten a timeout from Leviathan. They've last couple of rounds, we're slipping back.
And it's difficult as well. Walking up that Coinbase.
เอาจริงๆผมเห็นพวกในเพจที่ไปโถมอะ ผมก็เข้าใจนะเว้ยคนเชียร์มันคาดหวังนะแต่ส่วนตัวผมผมไม่ค่อยคาดหวังอยู่แล้วคือแพ้ชนะก็ได้อะชนะก็ยินดีก็ดีใจไงแต่แพ้ก็โอเคก็ต้องยอมรับว่าแม่งแพ้แม่งสู้ไม่ได้
go out of a pause with because you kind of sit there and go
คนมันก็แบบว่าพอคาดหวังสูงแล้วมันแพ้ปุ๊บมันก็จะการที่มันจะพิมพ์ก็มันก็มีบ้าง
12 and 5. I mean, his impact has been tangible from the very get-go.
The second he got the op, that was it. That's where things
เราจะไปบังคับให้มันพิม
Even
พ์
on
ให้
the
กำลังใจ
last
อย่างเดียว
map
ก็
as
ไม่ได้
well, like he's had some
คือ
crazy
มัน
rounds,
ความคาดหวั
but
งมัน
seeing
ไม่
him
เหมือนกั
run
น
away with it like this for Leviathan's got to be spooky. And that timeout, no
แต่
doubt.
ก็ไม่ได้บอกว่าสิ่งที่มันไปพิม
Not
พ์ด่ามันถู
necessarily
ก
about you to Tom, more about how he's given those opportunities to catch those rotates in the late round. How the map is being
บาง
pushed
ที
and pulled out of their
แม่ง
hands.
ก็
This time,
emotional
Leviathan
damage กับ
start
คน
in
ดู
the
อะ
spawn.
แฟนอะไรเงี้ย
3 players waiting there.
เข้าใจได้
So they can react quite
ถ้ามัน
quickly.
ถ้ามันดูสู้ได้หน่อยเกมมันสนุกมันอย่างนี้ไงนี่คือแม่งแพ้แบบแพ้แบบโอ้กูถอนหายใจตั้งแต่แบบแรกอะตั้งแต่แบบแรกโดน93ถอนหายใจแล้วไม่มีทรงเลยรู้เลยว่า 2-0 แน่นอนอะ
claiming space. The problem is they're already into the tower, but now realizing how far back they are playing, that cosmic divide is just a general irritation. They can get into a post plant. The backstab is going to be so far behind, by the way. So if they're too slow, Harvey might just kill all of them.
That's the plan. They haven't gone for these flanks before. Map control's always been punished by them going back in the other direction. The 1-for-1 trades, though, good to start. As now another goes their way. Leviathan pick up the pace towards the site, but a familiar foe. Crystal and Uniton stand in the way.
มันจะมี มันต้องแยกแยะเราที่เราเห็นอะมันจะมีเม้นด่ากับเม้นที่แบบตั้งคำถามเม้นติกับเม้นด่าเฮ้ยเยี่ยวดงเอาดี
Now the time on his side as it keeps on ticking, and
he'll
take the kill as well. He's unstoppable.
ลังจัดไม่เป็นไรแบบหน้ามีได้เล่นเรื่อยๆแหละคนเราไม่ได้จะพ่ายแพ้ไปตลอดมีดูก็ดีแล้วดงมันลั่นจัดเลย
Instead, Yudotan, balls of steel, just runs past the ultimate. And he knows he's hitting that shot. Why wouldn't he? Nobody's even close to him on the scoreboard right now. 5-5.
เดี๋ยวคุณต้องบอกว่าไอ้ยูเป็นเกาหลีมาคนเดียวนี่ไงไปแล้วสัตว์ชมเยอะ
Their demon, and maybe they've angered Sato in the process.
The danger man is down. In fact, a few of them are. Patman and
คิด
Javi
มาก
all that remains. What a great
เม้นติ
start for
เราอ่านเราก็ไม่ต้อง
Leviathan.
ไปเก็บมา
The
เป็น
lead may be
ในใจ
back in their hands
แต่ถ้าเม้นด่า
momentarily.
ได้ก็อย่างนี้ก็ด่าส่วน
With it
ดิ
being only Sato that gets dropped for
กำหมัดได้ไม่เป็นไร
his trouble.
แต่จริงๆส่วนใหญ่ที่ผมเห็นนะจะเป็นเม้นตั้งคำถามมากกว่าทำไมถึงเอาแบบนี้มา
Ready to play the
ไม่
retake,
ค่อยมี
knowing
แบบ
the
ว่าไอ้
numbers
ควาย
are
กา
by
ก
their
อะไร
side.
ไม่
That
มีไม่
means
ค่อยมี
GE are the ones that have to take a risk. That risk means running into the numbers. Patman's dropped, and now his attempt to make this difficult situation that bit more manageable.
เอาวี่ไป
Tavi, in one that I think we all know the conclusion to. Leviathan
นีออนบอกว่า
have found their
ไม่ไหว
six
แล้ว
to
ต้องโอ
take
ดิ
it back the lead.
It's taken them a while to get there, but that
Don't leave
almost
him hanging. Come on. Come on.
เฮ้ยเพื่อนงับอ่ะ
Come on now. Don't you can't do this to him. Someone say something. Please.
frozen in time.
ไม่บอกไม่กล้องมันก็ไม่ยอมตัดภาพด้วยนะซาโต้กูรออย่างนาน
That was one where it genuinely felt like they made him angry.
Oh,
But
พื่อน
it needed
เพื่อนไม่สน
something
ใจ
to
กันเลย
ignite them after 4 rounds lost in a row. But there's still plenty in the purchase. An operator handed over. Patman, of course, they've got the credits to spend. The tour de force available for
โอ้เห็นสไนกระบอกนี้ไม่ชอบเลยว่ะไอ้มังกรเนี่ย
as if he wasn't already
ส
quick
กิน
enough.
มันควรสกินไม่พาแพ้มาก
This time,
พี่จำนุนวินได้ว่าที่หยิบสกินมังกรมายิง
B main control instead on towards their south side.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นพี่เป็นไงสภาพ
This is it.
ต้องเรียกว่าค่อยเล่นใหม่นะค่อยเจอใหม่
The opening goes to GE. And it will be a battle between these two. I suppose it's fitting. B main control taken by Sato, but Yudaton walks up right behind him. And now it's a patience game, a waiting game. Perhaps the smoke up though allows Yudaton to close that distance that little bit further. And King with a that shot didn't land. Right past Sato, and now he knows exactly where to look.
Even still.
Spike planted.
Post plant.
Going to
try and get aggressive again at Sato to win the battle of those operator players. Give them that man
จริงคนดูมันเห็นเว้ยมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นอ่ะคนดูเป็นมันก็มี
opportunity to at least go in with a lead after the start they had, but Harvey's having none of it. Already clearing one, but he's stunned up. Trade immediately from Patman. As they look to walk in together, the shot's not quite landing though. Even still, it will come down to
แต่เวลา
just one.
เห็นพวกเมนชกแม่งดูรู้เลยนะว่าใครเฮเตอร์ใครแม่ง
And Autumn just isn't giving anything away. He knows his teammate will swing first, and Patman still just sitting in the corner. Will go down the spam. Not quite landing. And Autumn knows he's got him dead to rights at this point. We will go in even at the half. 6-6.
Well, it's a nail-biter of a game, but Leviathan not out of the woods just yet. A solid half. Let's see if they can keep it up after the break. ถ้าวาโลแม่งโดนสไปตายแล้วได้ออกนะผมว่าแม่งตายบอมกันดื้อตู้วันยันโอ้โหยับอะเล็บอะจีมันโคตรโหดอะ13เท่าไหร่วะ13-5เลยมั้งเนี่ยเผลอเรียกได้ว่ายับเยิน
บอทที่ง่ายวันนี้แบบเสียงเฮน้อยจัดโดนอย่างเดียวเลย
น่าเจ็บใจตรงที่อะไรรู้ป่ะไอ้คอตเตอรี่อ่ะอยู่ในทัวร์นี่คือแบบแทบจะหลับทั้งทัวร์แม่งมันยิงมาแบบมันได้เล่นเหลือเชื่อ
เวอร์จัดวันนี้ลั่นเฉยเลย
มันไม่ได้ลั่นด้วยนะมันรู้สึกแบบมันเหมือนมันได้เล่นอ่ะแล้วแม่งแบบโชว์โอ้โหได้โชว์อ่ะ
ต้องไม่ได้เล่นอ่ะคอตเตอรี่อ่ะ
ต้องใหญ่มันไม่ได้เล่นจริงๆถ้าที่เราดูฟูลเซนมาจำได้ไหมไม่ว่าจะดูคลิป
ใส่เลเวทานเขารอไปดูแล้วนะ
ฟูลเซนแม่งไม่เคยคอมฟอร์ตกับนีออนเลยด้วยใช่ไหม
ประสบการณ์จริงๆ
ใช่ไหมผมตามเยอะมากเลยนะดูนู่นนี่นั่นอ่ะฟูลเซนไม่เคยคอมฟอร์ตกับนีออนเลยแล้วพอหยิบมาเล่นแล้วปุ๊บอ้าวไงอย่างนั้นวะพอโดนยิงเข้าเยอะๆมันก็ mentality break dance
ไปตีเกต GE ไว้พี่เนี่ยแหละตีไว้
วาโมสขอยัดตีเกะ
ขอชมหน่อยนีออนอะ
แต่ไม่ค่อยอยากโทษเอเจนต์เท่าไหร่
But it is a lot to ask because let's be real, they would not have 6 rounds on the board if he wasn't playing the way he is.
That is very true indeed. And has been a hero performance in the first half, but now we move to the second. They've had time to chat with their coaches, and we've certainly seen the coaches waffling away. Around 13 kicks off with G on the defensive side, and Leviathan, although they've cleared a lot of space towards B and put a lot of numbers there, will be the A site that is the ultimate target. Wrap back in, comes in just as GE flee the B site and put numbers and boots back on the ground here. And then Leviathan go the other direction. Early on, you know, I'd even expect this to be about orbs, but they've not taken any yet.
Well, they're walking into the one man they were probably trying to avoid. Yudoton waiting patiently, it's immediate. Spike Zine is gone. Okay, they're going to remove all of his utility, stun him. They're sending everything to try and clear this man out, and they will do so. Remove. Look at all the assists that came through onto Yudaton. The Pac-Man, he's trying to be cheeky and he's caught for it. King trades him out. Advantage firmly garnered by King.
30 seconds left.
And now Crystal, 14 HP, 3 to find. All of them healthier than him, but that Sheriff is going to be deadly. Well, to almost everyone up until he hits that shot. In the end, it's Sato to close. Leviathan reclaim their lead with a pistol.
เอาวะได้เถียงวะ
Just look at Sato trying to hype up the crowd, hype up his team, I'm sure as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, when you're having a game like him, you want to be the one trying to inject that energy into the rest, and no doubt King's feeling pretty happy after this pistol. A little bit of a confidence builder for him and for Leviathan as they find their way back into the lead. Strange attack side there. It looked like they expected some aggression out of G in that pistol, looking for it on B, going under, walking back to A main, clearing it out. But in the end, they found the easier site to push into and traded out those kills very nicely. 7-6, and a lead in the half should follow. Should get even stronger as they're now up against Classics.
Again, we're going to see the
แล้ว
same
นีออน
from
แมปแรกเป็นไง
Global
บ้างหมาย
Esports.
ถึงไอ้นีออนนะ
I'm
ไม่
going to
ใช่
try
ตัว
and
นี
get
อ
as
อน
many orbs for Autumn as possible. North side A
มันก็
taken.
มันก็ได้เล่นอยู่อะ
On the other side of the map, they've just left.
มันทำหน้าที่ของมันได้ดีอยู่แต่มันไม่ไหวไงมันโดน
Already
โผง
hearing
โด
the
น
steps, he's already
แกมเบอ
spotted
ร์
the players. They're going to try and pincer on the remaining holding, but Neon and Sato have done a fantastic job. Now it leaves just one. Spike not going to be planted just yet. Counter flash will leave him completely blind, and in the end, it's actually the flank from Sato that clears him. Orbs collected for the duelist, a few for the other side, and the lead extended for Leviathan.
Yeah, nice work all around. Definitely seemed like a danger when Yudaton was under. Heard 2 players go towards B, because the immediate call there is for those guys in A main to just run it down, start the early flank, take those fights. And they had the numbers, but they didn't have the weaponry. A big round from Sato as well to give them a 7, put him 17-8, now tied up with Yudaton on the scoreboard. But the rounds favoring Leviathan. That may change here, but it's a very strong bonus round for this attacking side. They've got a lot of rifles to work with. And of course, pack mentality prevails even with SMGs at times. Great pickup by Crystal, though.
And they're ready for the player to try and swing out through top. It's going to be Autumn
ว่านับไว
taking the fight with his ultimate. I know important keeping this round clean
ใน
will
ข่าว
be.
ด้วยอ้าว
With King, one of the weaker weapons. Unless blows can hit a wonderful timing, they're already going to be spotting him. He is currently completely isolated. In fact, every fight that would be taken by Leviathan here would be isolated, and for Yudaton, that might be the easiest kill he's had so far today. A flank, leaving it down to just one, and in the end, Global Esports will comfortably make it through that bonus.
Yeah, considering what they were up against, it's almost comfortably making it through a bye round. It's a very nice one from Global Esports. As we said, for Leviathan, on this attack side, pack mentality can work, but when you lose Spike Scene right away, and Sato coming up through heaven is caught like that, they have early flanks as well. It really exposes a lot of issues with that round, but it also gives you a lot to learn from. They made a more direct play, and GE very quickly closed the walls in on them. Be something they look to exploit, but for now, it looks like, again, pack mentality, 5 in dish, stuns.
South side, and now they go running in towards Neon. Be careful.
ใช้ตอนหัดเล่น
This
มา
guy has
ใช่เลยเนี่ย
proven time and time again that on the skill scale, he's almost ticking off it.
แต่โดยรวมวันนี้ผมว่าพิมี่เล่นได้ดีนะ ไม่ได้หลับนะ
I think you'd be crazy to believe.
แค่แม่งไม่ได้เล่นมากกว่า เอาจริงท่านไม่ได้หลับนะเว้ยที่ท่านไม่ได้เปิดไงท่านไม่ได้เฟิร์สคิวเพราะว่าเป็นฟีนิกซ์ฟีนิกซ์มันไม่ได้มาหาเฟิร์สคิวแล้วถึงว่าจริงแล้วสูตรสำเร็จฟูเซนเลยคือให้ท่านไปหาเฟิร์สคิวเยอะๆจำได้ไหมตอนที่เขารอบอะเฟิร์สคิวรัวๆ
for Neon at this stage. The only way is forward, and with 20 seconds left, if he doesn't decide to move, saving won't really be an option either. Boxed him in complete. Well, okay, saving will be an option, but not when he's going. That's 3 kills, 8 seconds left. Needs to get the plant in. Okay, maybe waited a little too long to get that one going, but I'll be honest, I started to get nervous for a second there.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't for having just sat in the site, I would have been sweating for them. But even still, it's a lot of damage. You can considering how clean everything was at the beginning. But this was also just pretty much setting up in that 1-4 for the side of GE. They had 3 players pushing that south side of the map, and when Harvey spots everything, and I think they put a prowler
เหมือนมันได้ยินเราปะวะมันเหมือนมันรถไฟแดงบนเวทีลง
no
ปะ
one on this south side. They have to be on the
วัน
north.
แรกนี่ไอ้วัน
Everybody
ลาก้า
rotates
เนี่ย
in
คือ
ready.
แดง
And
เถื่อน
also Uniton is holding Northside Arcade,
เห็นปะ
sees
นี่
nothing.
มัน
It
ดูน้อย
becomes
มาก
pretty obvious where they may be.
แน่นอน
The wall's closing in quicker than
ลา
expected.
ก้าโดนแฟดในชีวิตจริง
On Leviathan in that previous round, they are denied any presence here towards A main by the Molly. And evidently, they don't want to fight into it afterwards. Again, they're on this low buy. The pack mentality's been
พอแล้วนีออน
adopted when it comes to the buy round, so you very much
ไอ้
expect
ซอฟ
it to
ไอ้
be
ซอฟ
the
ที่
case
อยู่
here.
ฟุตอะ
And for
โอ้
GE,
มันเล่นนีออนโคตรอะพี่มหาโหดเลย
information
มัน
is
ยัง
in their
ต้อง
hands.
ไปเล่นเจ็ต
Nothing
อะ
A main, nothing north side. You know it's a B hit. You don't want to get too close to those pistols. You don't want to get overwhelmed by this push. Down below, a bit of an awkward battle. Oh,
okay.
That's fallen.
This now gets interesting, because a post-plant orbital strike is gone, because Neon's died. That is unfortunate timing. King's done well. His ult's only 1 away, but I don't want to even talk about ults, because the last time I did, somebody fell immediately. Weaponry retrieved by King. Okay, on the back of the side of the pistol. Now Sato has an ult of his own. It's not going to connect. Crystal waiting on the other side, and they are being picked apart, losing every single fight versus weaker weaponry. And for Yudotan, he wants to try and save this, but Spike Zine is chasing him down, looking to run after that operator, and he's got to be very careful here. There are multiple players trying to surround in onto him. They are baiting him in, and it will be a MasterCard Thrifty. He gets another round onto the board for Lev.
Lev right back in the lead and right back on their feet. That's what you like to see.
พี่ว่ามีแมป3ไหม
Great round on, and we complimented them on Pearl as well. With the low buys, they always have such a cool idea with it. This one starts full south side. They see the A main aggression, they push back by it and say, okay, all eggs in one basket now. We know they're pushing there. Let's take the fight B main. And that happens to be the lighter side of the map. That happens to be where they can get in and get a plant. And that was already a success in my mind. You now have a plant, they have to push into you, you get a couple of kills, you make it costly, and maybe the butterfly effect comes in by the end of the map. But instead, Can steal a
He has now overtaken Yudotan as the hand Neon alongside him. And I mentioned the potential of them building up, but the one thing GE does have coming into this round is the ultimate's already built.
Yeah, perhaps that can bridge the gap somewhat.
Tour de Force
put into play right away. But Yudotan's walking in to Sato and will be shut down. The big gun removed from the round right away. And now for GE, not much more. Some players will be caught, but others won't. The stuns go in right away. Sure, they'll lose one. But how much more can GE hope for in a fight like that? The spike up for grabs if they could win it. And Patman's thinking about it. He's got a rifle, but the high-low setup on the other side could completely decimate any chance of finding the kill. And now almost every danger has been removed from that defensive arsenal.
For a second, it looked like that. Clearly, the Spidey senses were tingling. Cool and controlled for Leviathan. Maybe there'll be one kill at least. There you go. They now know where the last man is, and for Bristol, he's got the whole team.
สู้ด้วยการเอารีคอนไปปาแม่งเลย
Leviathan extend their lead once more, but this will be the round that the pause was called for global esports. We saw in the last half a fight back that brought them level. Of course, we know going into that third and final map, you kind of feel like a lot of those veto advantages start to fade away. I think many, including myself, once we saw Ascent banned out, thought maybe the split would be picked. by
เกือบ
the
นา
side
ที
of
อะเพื่อน
Leviathan.
เพื่อน
So
เมินอะ
although it may have
ไอ้นี
started
ออน
off as
ไม่มอง
a
เลย
bit of a shaky veto, if we go to map 3,
สุดท้ายเป็น
I
หันมา
almost
เอ้า
start to say they're favored again.
แท็ก
We've
มือ
seen this approach from Leviathan on the defensive side. Now GE adopted 2 players left towards the spawn for that quick reaction and the play coming towards B. The Rolling Thunder should completely stop them from having any say in this. Chance for the operator to maybe land one, but no, TP take it back, and now full control for Leviathan, you would think.
เอ้า
One of
ได้
that
คนด้วย
sent in, they get one off of it, and
นี่เราคน
another
นี้
on
อ
the
อกแนว
side,
ห้าวไป
and
หน่อย
the numbers now sitting 5v3. They haven't even planted the spike yet on Leviathan, and they're being whittled down.
เล็งอยู่เล็งอยู่
Go, go, go.
Trying to create some space. Spike seems done well. He's denied.
โคตรดีช็อตนี้
Chance for a trade. The problem though is Yudotan again in a deep position.
ชิวจัด
Now the spike dropped in a bit of an awkward spot. They need Spikesy to basically go back in. Can you do it again?
ชีวิตมันก็ชิว
Can
ดี
you
นะ
get us that space back once more? Can you cause that distraction? The answer is no. GE respond in turn. The back and forth of this map continues.
เก่งจริง
And another
ทำไมคิดตันมันต้องทำหน้าโลกตลอดเวลา
will be coming right back up.
อะไรเยอะแยะไปหมดอะ
Indeed, the fact they can just fight right back into this.
ที่ว่าไอ้ซาวีมันคอคนเดียวปะหรือเป็นคิดตันช่วยคอด้วย
Lead isn't stolen out of their hands just yet, but GE looking much more calm and comfortable in that. Yudotan again being set up for those off shots, and it feels like when he goes pushing in at the start of the round, Sato has his number. It's a lot of
ผมว่าถ้าคิดตันมันไม่ช่วยคอ
waylay on Leviathan,
แล้วสกอร์มันแบบนี้ทุกแมตช์มันแปลกๆอะ
those retakes. Yudotan's had so much value. Just got to keep him alive that long.
โอ้โห
Looks
ลูก
like
มันเอาให้
GE
จัดอะ
want to
สมแล้วที่
reimpress
เป็น
on
เกาหลี
there.
ที่มา
They're
คน
hearing
เดียว
some noise in A main. Send Autumn there, flash through, seize the control.
เกาหลีวันนี้
As he falls back, they put Patman in to hold the line.
He's got to be careful. Just around the corner, but he's still here. I don't think that was the plan, but he's held the ground to an extent. In the meantime, the rest of the team on the attack go rotating to the other side. Deep control on the north side of the map from Globo, and as you said, the man, the Phoenix that was on the other side is now waiting for them on this one. Nice work from Sato once again. The orbital strike will deny them at least running all the way through, but Autumn already looking to try and flank back around through that north side, which they kept control of.
Flash going to come out up top, and it's devastating, but the shots don't land. Leviathan find everything, and now a 5v2. We said the ops being good on retakes, but he'd have to be great to stand even a chance. Patman by his side. Oh, isolated in the open, and it's an easy convert for Leviathan. 11-9 now. Just 2 away from closing out the map, bringing us to split. And as you said, Tom, that's where favor starts to flip a little bit.
The thing is as well, you look at the role of Sato, and that role is meant to be a death sentence. That's meant to be, you dive in, you try and get a shot off, and then you retreat and somebody else takes the space. He's diving in, he gets the split second, is immediately hitting headshots, and comes out with 3 kills at the end of the round. He truly has been incredible in this map thus far. And him versus Yudotan has been a fun battle, but I'll be honest, he started to take over it. Patman, though, will finally shut this man down. That might be a good opportunity for them to find a response.
Oh, nice push up in A main. It looked like they take some blows for that. It's well after the fight. By the time that anything's landed for Leviathan, a 2 versus 4 needed. Sure, they've got ultis, but this isn't the round for them, surely. It looks like a write-off and step into the off, this time in the hands of Patman, but the result is no different. A body on the floor, and it's not a defender. Spikesy, the last one standing, 4 players to take down. This would put Leviathan up to 12. It'd probably win them the map, but it's an impossible task. GE fight their way back to within punching distance.
Good response and a necessary one of that. Like I said, Sato was dominating a lot of these rounds, so to shut him down immediately. But then again, we talked about this a lot throughout the match so far. I love the calls from Harvey just to go, no, you know what? We've used the ultimate. Let's play through their utility. Let's get aggressive. Trap them in towards their spawn while they're isolated and not allow them to regroup in that scenario at all. A confidence-building round, but again, with how things have been going, both teams winning their rounds cleanly. The economy hasn't gone anywhere. Patman once again with that operator, but a flash should be coming through that wall before they peek. No, are they going to walk up on it? He's just going to look to stick around, and well, he's definitely been caught out early. It's actually Yudotan to go down instead.
That was all part of the plan. G sent 3 players to try to fight towards Arcade, but
ตอน
Leviathan
นี้
had
ส
the
ปิด
whole
2 โคต
squad
รน่า
come
ลุ้
that
น
way.
มีทั้ง
Now
55
being
ชาร์เปอร์
boxed in Arcade, you can see the jump peek
Alright,
from
bro.
Javi that I don't think was spotted. Leviathan don't know the numbers they're facing, but now Patman under pressure has to move the Armageddon. But it's Doomsday.
เฮ้ยทำชิปหายแล้วอ่ะพี่
หายแล้วลงทางเฮ้ยอุตส่าห์รีบกลับมา
ตี 1 จบเหรอเริ่ม 3 ทุ่ม ตี 1 จะจบ
Some
แล้
of
ว
the stuff that Batman is doing, it's making me so uncomfortable. Like gets forced out by the ult, throws his stun, jumps back into the open, and while they're trying to swing in to catch him, Autumn just wrecks 2 players on the way into the site. It's a painful
ซาโต้แม่งมันอยู่คนเดียวเลย
Watch me.
And well, you're starting to see those credits dissipate for the attack inside. They might be left with nothing into the next round, but they're going to pick up the pace themselves.
เดี๋ยวเขารู้ว่าเราเนียน
Immediately throwing through the overdrive, and on the other side is caught, and in fact it spikes in. Then ends up with the kill, trades immediately back in response. It's chaos, but Sato again lands a shot. Back to a 3v3 once more. As they grind to a halt for a second. Both teams pausing to catch their breath. Patman's operator has been
ไอ้
spotted.
หูดงไม่มีปืนเหรอเอาลูกซอง
His position also seems known, and it's
แชม
almost
เบอร์ได้
bait.
ลูกซองเดี๋ยวจะ
They
เชื่อ
want them to swing, they want them to peek, to re-clear, to think that they've left, and they do.
เอ้า
Of course they do. They heard the door open. No contact for 30 seconds. This
แถบก็ยังไม่แตก รีบจัด
to that B side, but as we can see, that is not the case. And
สง
dangerous
สัยอยาก
now
รี
if
เทค
they're allowed to get
มีอั
this
นติอัต
plan
ตา
through.
ด้วย
The stun could be back. The salvo online. It's a deadly duo when it comes to, well, never mind if he puts it up top. At least the plan found. Of course, they don't know just how open this site is. Noise made now. The
แต่
rotates
โพซิชั่นมัน
coming
ก็
back
ดีอยู่
in
30 seconds
from
left.
Global Esports, but they're not going
แต่
to
ต
be
อนแรก
here
ถ้า
on
อยู่ใน
time.
ไซส์เหมือนเดิมดีกว่า
Spike planted.
Sato never let go of this position.
You are divided.
They'll have to.
He held his ground all the way through. The thing is, they can avoid his position, but can they avoid King? Holding within the sight and looks to just clean up everybody. Patman hunting for a rifle. He doesn't even know that he's still around this corner. Finds the info, but it's Sato to close once again. Leviathan continue to dig deep
สูสีจัด
and are now 1 round away from taking us to map
ถ้าสปิด
3.
2เนี่ยนะมันเล่นในสเตจ
Global
2
Esports
เท่
got past that first map easily. Barely broke a sweat.
One enemy remains.
He said they would be tested when it came to Fracture with Leviathan, just up to difficulty 12 on the board.
ตาโตมันเดือดจัด
It's either overtime or victory and map 3. And Leviathan again adopt the death ball. They went to the B site with this and were met by numbers. There were 3 players there when they didn't expect it. Now the death ball's on A. There's 3 players here. GE, numbers in the right spot, and Patman's feeling greedy. Gets in, he can always get out. Well, for the next second or so he can. And now he's stuck around a little too long. Leviathan punished immediately. And the pace should be picked up to
ทำไม
the
ต้องฝืน
same
ตัวเอง
side
ข
if
นาด
it
นี้
is. Crystal's the one with the challenge, the man who
อย่า
top
ทำให้มัน
fragged
ยาก
the
ไว้รุ่น
last
ลัดนะ
map
เออ
put on a
เป็นผมไปกด E แต่โดนแม่งวิ่งมาแล้ว
so many bad situations,
ตัด
but
ได้ตัว
it's
หนึ่งแล้วไง
way
ตายอยู่
too much to ask. Leviathan are hungry for a third map. Their orders all.
เฮ้ย เอ้า
The human missile.
อยู่อุดรธานีโหดจัด
And now just 2 left to
อ้าว
lock in overtime, but it's
ไม่น่า
Javi
ชม
who has to find both.
Yudotan gave them a chance. Tried to close it alone and leaves his leader to try and fight versus 2.
มีโรลลิงทันเดอร์กันอ
Neon
ยู่
and
ทำไม
King on the other side, but the problem is he has to make noise. He has to give the game away, tries to bait the fact that he's already dropped down.
เสียงลั่นแล้ว
But they will now know, and the Rolling Thunder is going to force him all the way back. That time ticking further and further. The map 3 looking inevitable as Leviathan will hold their ground.
เกือบนะเกือบ
แล้วพี่ผิดคู่เดียวเลยทีนี้
เฮ้ย คู่นี้พี่จะถูกด้วยเหรอ คู่นี้พี่ให้อะไรไป
เดวันทานเลย
เฮ้ย GE ดิพี่
ทำไมวันนี้สู้ไม่ได้
เซ็งว่ะ แบบสุดท้ายเลยนะโลตัสปะ
Felt like several minutes.
But you know what? This is the kind of resilience, this is the kind of perseverance we want to see from LEV coming.
Ừ. สปีดเหรอแมป3เลยสูสีอยู่แมปเมื่อกี้
Yeah, and in terms of pistols here, Lev had to win both.
Well, the sky.
So, yeah, I think that pistol round we saw, I think it just set him up to just dominate this game completely. He's got the confidence, he's got the aura, he's giving it on the stage, but also he's now getting.
Comes in with good ideas.
Yeah, something that I highlighted was why I don't like the breach so much is that all you need to do.
เห็นที่มันดรอปเวนมาแล้วเอาเทรดมาแทน
ตอบใครนะ
เวนเนี่ย
ใช่ตอนนี้หรอ
ใช่เวนโดนดรอป
เฮ้ย
แล้วก็เอาไอ้เทรดมาแทน
เวียนไม่ไหวจริงหลังอะ
Yes, and
แวนดอลสกินใหม่ไม่นะครับผมแอนิเมชันมันอาจจะช้าๆเราเลยคิดอย่างนั้น
GE back when they're playing Veto Comp, it was
อ๋อ
really
ใช่เหรอเครื่องพังรอบแรก คือพี่ไม่ได้ดู F1 ครับผม จะเป็นใครดีวะตอนนี้ F1 นี่ใครวะ น้องมุนโกดก็ยากนะครับผม เรื่องความกดดันเรื่องอะไรแม่งยากกว่าของนี้มันที่เข้าใจฟิลนะแบบไปแข่งเวทีขนาดเนี้ยต้องกลับมาให้ไวอ่ะต้องรอดูนัดหน้า
เฮ้ย โอ้โหให้ดูผมยังนาน มันเป็นอะไรวะมันขยันค้างเนี่ยพี่ว่าชาเลนเจอร์ใครสปิด2
จะเป็นชาร์เปอร์ตอนนี้ตบบูมมาแบบ
They can
เห
set
มือน
up
บูมไม่เอาทรงอ่ะ
เหมือนบูมหัดเล่นเลยฮะ
ตบมาตบมาเหมือนบูมหัดเล่นเลยวันเนี้ย
นั่นเลยทำไมแมป3
What draws your eye more? What do you like the look of here, Tom?
Well, it's interesting because I'd say that from what we've seen so far, way of LEV, I think that it is fantastic in this position. And the thing is, though, it's like I on the defense more so. And if they can deny some of that defensive side aggression from LEV by being in the right place at the right time, I think this comp could be a good counter. But with how Sato played on the last map, I don't, like, if you're trying to counter this man, he might rip your head off before you can even think.
Well, I've certainly seen a few counter shots from Yudoton in that previous as well. Wall already used here, as we can see Leviathan finding the first pick up and then fading out, giving up heaven control, but isolated on this side is Spike Scene. He's all alone, and he's left that way. He's cleared the sight of all attackers. A flawless pistol round for Leviathan follows.
The saying is you can see yourself die alone or something along those lines. My man just didn't die. He just stayed alive at the back. And while absolute destruction in the pistol round, and that was a big part of that previous map as well. The fact that they were able to get those pistols over the line.
แต่เวลาเจอทีมที่ชอบซื้อมาเชลมาฟาร์มเราโอ้โหแม่งน่าฟอร์สบายอัดเลยกันนะขโมยลาวแม่ง
ไม่รู้ว่าซื้อไม่ซื้อไงถ้าฟอสมาร้านนี้ก็โดน
This round it is again more of the same, wanting to get those orbs under their belt, claiming the first early on B, running all the way to the other side to get the second. But with how little is invested here, Mitch, expectations, I would say if they get a kill, they're done well.
เกาะ25
เกาะ25 4 คนแบบ
โอ้ไอ้คิงอะแม่งโกดแล้วแม่งเกาะ25ด้วย
Ready for the fight up top, but it is only a judge on Spike Scene, so he can't really take the fight to them.
น่าจัดแวนดอลแน่นอนตรงนี้
Although we thought this was a step forward to grab the orb, maybe it will be when the wall goes up. Numbers have started to shift in the other direction. They're even going to get caught by the Prowler on purpose. Yudotan's trying to bait them in, trying to show some presence on this side of the map and step forward, grab the orb, make some noise, let them know that this is the side that they're looking to fight on while the others walk into B, but it's not left open. Leviathan, they're wise to these tricks. They just played 2 maps where GE were doing the same thing, and they won't let them get away with it again. Good work by Neon, and another flawless round for Leviathan. A clean lead built up.
Yeah, exactly what they're looking for. They can come into this next round with rifles across the board, bar a singular judge, which, okay, it's not as strong as it used to be, but I think we've already seen that even going back to map 1, the Neon can still be incredibly strong. Maybe the judge can too. And as their lead builds, it feels like so does that confidence for Leviathan. That first map seeming more like the outlier than the defining factor, and that's what I was kind of expecting with the slows. Like, you know that your opponents like to get aggressive, so throwing those in early. But I also like what Neon did. He's jumping out, gets the info, but it's part of a TP to get away. He can't be tracked there, but he still spots players.
GE spread across the map, putting pressure on mid, looking for someone to step out of line. Seems very unlikely to happen towards this A site. Prowler sees nothing there. Didn't see nothing. I think Autumn might have shot it. Went down very early, and they certainly know he's around this area now. The first map, this would have already seen the rotate start to the A site, but as we said, Leviathan are more than aware of how GE like to work this attack side, how they've been exploited in this series already, and so as GE gear up for this B hit, there's still going to be numbers waiting. The idea to send Autumn late through mid. Actually, he's going to find a lot of empty space there.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds left.
3 players make that 4 already here for the defenders. The read is almost perfect. The crossfires working out as well. As one player goes down, the swings are immediate. And this is a problem for Global. Nice work from Patman and Autumn alongside him.
อยู่ดีๆก็ไปยิงเรียก
The spike looking to be planted. 12 seconds left. He's got an isolated.
ปืนมันน่าสแปมขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอลูกซอง
It is a dangerous bonus, as we said at the beginning. And maybe
เมื่อกี้ที่มันนั่งรอที่อร่อยเลยนะลูกซอง
GE do have their first round.
Yeah, definitely a lot of blows traded out by Lev there, but GE with a lot of patience as well. Starting on the mid control, pushing them back, and the question mark that created was enough for Leviathan to decide to rotate through spawn, opened up the door for Autumn, and once they get to the site, their pace was perfect. They start to move towards the smokes, but they don't burst out into that space for the fights until Autumn's ready to come in and back them up. Nicely done. And now the full buy from Leviathan, a much stronger round from the defense. GE with a very different approach as well. Last round was waiting for aggression. They had 1B, 1A, 3 mid. This time, everything given up with 120 on the clock. It's pack mentality outside A.
ถ้าเข้าเลยนี่เป็นเรื่องเลยเนี่ยมันอยู่คนเดียวด้วย
Depends how long it's going to take Leviathan to realize. Lowe's job is just to try and slow them down, and the pre-fire almost takes him out completely. They managed to keep control though of those rafters, and now look to swing together.
This quick retake by Leviathan, though. Numbers on ramp already. 3 men have made it down, but Autumn again trying to wrap around behind. Trying to beat that thorn in the side. Unitone has taken a double. Autumn's not even needed in this play. And now Neon left with almost no choice. It wouldn't be for
เพื่อนเลิกลากหมดเลยตันติดคอมแม่
and hope to carry that rifle through to the next. A great round for GE, though, only losing Unitone, who was grandstanding in the middle of the site, and he took 2 with him.
Yeah, I like the way they adapted to that though, because you look at the fact that Heaven Control was completely in the hands of the defenders. I think that initially Blows did a great job to just make sure they can't just run up and take that for free. It makes the retake so much more difficult. But then, as you sort of said it, they implant Autumn in a deeper position. He's then left smoked off, and then Unitone is just watching that angle. And okay, there's a little bit of disruption thrown in at the same time from Patman, who's TP'd up to almost use the gap in the wall. And then when Unitone is hit,
อะไรนักหนาวะเดี๋ยวหมุนเดี๋ยวค้างผมก็หมุนไม่ได้เป็นที่เราละ
and then when Unitone is hit,
หมุนเนี่ยหมุน
ปากแตก
เน็ตลอนดอนไม่ดี
and then when Unitone is hit,
ได้จากลอนดอนไม่ดีตอนนี้เห็นหน้าอุดมไป3 รอบแล้ว
นี่ไงช่องแชทมันลิฟต์กันหมดแล้วเนี่ย
hitting those shots, it makes things that little bit more.
There were 3 players.
เฮ้ย
Of course, you're going to take risks in a round like this with weak weapons in play for Leviathan.
เฮ้ยขอนอนเฮ้ยโห
Bar a bit of information for the first fight. Now this is a bit more dangerous, but they've just spotted Blows. Does well to find even the one, despite some damage being done.
อะไรเนี่ย
This will be a hard round to take out of GE's hands. They have a showstopper if they need it, and that's probably a big win if Leviathan can make them pop that ult.
Neon at least managed to get his rifle back. You can see the positioning from Patman as well.
มันเป็นหน้าพี่แว่น
Smoke thrown in. Now he's flanking. A man who thinks he probably has a wraparound, although timing here could be quite important. Does Patman actually turn around? No, he does not. Okay. That's at least a gun into the hands of Sato, but can they get anything more from this? Time-wise, probably not. It is ticking fairly fast, and with Unitone putting...
what?
That's a mistake. Yeah. You can see by his face. That was not the plan whatsoever.
ไม่ได้คิวด้วยนะเหลือจะเชื่อปะ
Yeah, definitely not a part of the plan from Unitone, but hey, he gets a kill for at least.
Well, he sent his missile, the namesake, out. Fair enough. Might not have been necessary, like you say. I'm 99% sure that was a misclick.
รีแอคชั่นโคตรไวอ่ะพี่ตีนโผล่นิดเดียวเอง
plays I've seen in a long time.
รีแอคชั่นไวจัด
3-2 nonetheless. GE find themselves the lead. And Leviathan
ตอนแรกผมคิดว่ามันแรนดอมยิงนะมันเห็นเท้านิดเดียวอ่ะ
They have taken this moment to call a timeout.
I think it shows the headspace.
โอ้ยมันโหดตั้งแต่ไหนแต่ไรแล้วแต่บางทีถ้ามันหลับมันก็หลับเลย
มันก้าวกระโดดอ่ะตอนมันเหมือนแบบมันยิ่งโหดขึ้นเรื่อย
ที่สมัยเรามีคอมเมื่อประมาณ15-20 ปีก่อนนี่พี่จำมันจะมีเกมแท็กซี่เกมหนึ่งพี่จำได้ไหมที่มันส่งผู้โดยสารอะ
เฮ้ยจำได้
เคยเล่นปะแม่งมีภาคใหม่พี่ปีหน้าเนี่ย อีกกี่ปีวะเนี่ย
close
20อะผมว่ามี20 บวกอะ
The game, the barriers will go up,
ไอ้
and
เพ
it's
ลงหนึ่
time
ง
for
กับ
them to
พี่แมน
apply
ได้เล่น
whatever
ปะ
they've learned
เล่น
from the big brain in
ปวด
the
หา
coach booth. GE, pack mentality.
ผมตัว
Five
เซียนเลยครับ
players
พี่แมน
sitting outside A.
เล่นจบแล้วก็
No
เล่นอยู่
control across the
วนแบบ
map. This is, they have got a sentinel, but quite in that way.
ใช่
If they don't go A, it's going to take them a very long time to go anywhere
เกมที่ผม
else.
เล่น
They're
บ่อยที่สุด
very
เลย
confident
ดำ
in their
บั
A
ตติโล
side take, especially when you have a
ฮา
nightfall.
ร์ดมูน
We've seen this already. The throw put out, then they have the
บัตติโล
มอนเตอร์ฟาร์ม
put up top.
บัตติโล2
Once they can get it on
มั
the
น
cross,
แต่
I
เล่น
think
กับ
it's
เพื่อน
the defense.
ต่อยกันในเกมแล้วก็ต่อยกันในจริง
They're already ready once again to try and go for this retake down the ramp, but last
เตะ
time
แต่
they
ขา
got shut
คือเล่น
out.
กับเพื่อนแล้วเตะแต่ขา
They dealt
ร้อน
with
จัด
a TP attempt from Patman, so no having control now for GE to work with. They're sitting down on the site, waiting for Leviathan to
เล่น
come
เกม
to
ต่อ
them.
สู้แล้ว
Remember
แต่
last
ว่า
time
เล่นสมัย
Autumn
เด็ก
in
ๆก็
the
เตะ
same
แต่ขา
position
นี่
wasn't
เชี่ยจริง
spotted, wasn't needed.
กันด้วย
So he can hold that deep into the round. The
ไม่
save
ต้อง
wall
นั่ง
has
ก้
to
ม
be
กัน
broken. The slow goes in right away. More time bought, more delay. But the paranoia, oh, it's lined up perfectly. It's going to catch so many. 3 players blinded by that, but Abby and Crystal, they still manage to find their kills. Numbers sit heavily in favor of GE, and King might have bought himself a way out,
มีปัญหา
a
แล้ว
way
วะ
to save this weapon with that kill, but no
คอม
chance
มันบุกไป
anymore
เปล่าวะพี่
for the round to go their way. Leviathan after the pause,
มัน
it's
ไม่มี
the
เซน
same
เลยใช่ไหม
result.
พร้อมบุก
I really like the sort of small differences we're seeing from GE. Like you think back to that prior round, okay, they still
ทีมได้
didn't
ข่าว
have
นิด
that
เดียว
heaven
เข้าแหละ
control, but they put the wall up
รู้
there,
ว่าไม่มี
and
เซน
then
ติ
they
เนล
TP up to the wall. This time they put it towards the spawn. You have Javi sat on it the whole time. Okay, you break my wall, I'm going to just put slows in. And then they get up close in contact. Sure, the spams help them a lot, but also that paranoia is going to near-sight you. It's not going to leave you completely blinded.
ว่าแล้วการไม่ต้องออกเลยครับ
They seem to be enjoying themselves. You can understand why. 4 rounds in a
ไปเลยใช่
row.
ไหม
That A site take has caused so many issues that look at the defense in this round, Mitch. They are about to try and fight them for A control, and they're not there.
Yeah, indeed. 3 players go running up. See, absolutely nothing for GE. They've
มันต้อง
taken
ข
a
นาดนั้น
loss
เลย
early on. Patman down and out. Patman right back in. No spams to take him out of the round, and Autumn has just spotted 1. Make it 2 inside the vents. A trade at least for GE. Let's see how they deal with this situation at 3v4.
มันมายืนขวางปะ
ตัดวอลมีรู้ไม่ใช่วอลเฟล
Phoenix on me. I don't see it. Stairs in front of stairs. I'm holding heaven, holding heaven. Heaven 1. Wait, happy.
Last player
อยาก
standing.
จะวัดมาก
Left side.
ผัดเล่น2-1
Good damage there.
Oh, it's a narrow margin, but Leviathan just about find the round.
Yeah, I think it's one of those moments where it seems like Neon is almost doing more than his fair share. Like being able to just delay them enough, playing around the edge of the smokes, and that might even be the reason they go for that heavy A presence, because they go, even if they go B, that's the guy that's been causing them issues so far. I think that the deaths he's had have mostly been when he's rotating towards A. I think it was 6-1 other than that. Another big round for a man that has been talked up an awful lot coming into this tournament. You can understand why. Autumn has just taken a nasty amount of damage.
It was a headshot through the wall. Lucky that he was that close to it. Oh, the TP's almost got King off, and it will indeed. Patman putting the numbers now in their favor despite early damage, and now the pressure onto Neon, who has to just back out. Spikes in. He goes up into heaven. Saddle by his side, and now the advantage
ดงบาดจัด
no
นี้หัน
longer
มา
in
ให้
the
หัว
hands of GE. The plant not found, and tag from the early fight
ใคร
still
เห็นก็ว่าตายเอาทำเมื่อกี้
but Neon has been the danger man. Can be this time.
ไปหลอกด้วย
The gamble has to be made, and of course he heard the snake bite. He thinks now it's the A hit, but soon he'll find out the plans on the other side.
He's made the realization though. He'll be here maybe a little bit sooner than expected. Autumn might even be caught walking away. He will! Just as the light was lit blooms, they thought they had more time. A 1v1 to take it home, and it's Crystal to save the day. It looked like it will be another round where Neon just takes over. A sublime read, but Crystal keeps them in the lead.
What a try it was from the man, currently sitting 10-4. The beating heart of Leviathan on this defensive side, but flatlined in the final second. So lucky to catch that Viper. The timing was perfect. The read after the snake bite went down. He connected the dots, but he couldn't get the full picture in time. Now 3-5. GE again with a decent lead. And it might just be about to get that little bit better with a very low buy coming in from Leviathan. Viper's Pit could definitely help them out, though.
Oh, it's safe to say that they believe in the Bandit. 4 purchased. A Viper's Pit thrown in. Spike Zine ultimate available. They're going to try and just pad what they have in this round with those ults.
อยากเล่นแบบในแข่งมากที่ไวเปอร์เดินเลยก็แบบชิวๆนะ
Firstly, they've lost the opening pick, but also
เห็นเล่นไวเปอร์นะ
เห็นวอลเอแล้วก็เดินชิวๆแบบไม่ต้องกลัวแรมมันปัดในแรงมันกลับไม่ได้นะในแรมมันเป้งหนีแน่นอนอ่ะถ้ามีตัวมายืนแบบโชว์ช่ำโฮแองเกิล
Looking like he might try and go a little bit cheeky around this.
เราก็ต้องใช้ของไล่มันเยอะ
มาให้เฟดส่งแล้วเฟดก็โยก
Something about the 3 rifles pointed at that choke point gives it away. And there it is. Did they realize? Yes, they did. They saw the elbow. Neon, whether it was paranoia or smoke, he was lining up. Don't get a chance to put it out as King falls. This round looking like it's done. Indeed.
ตัวเลิกถือเอาลอง
The Spike Scene's got an ace up his sleeve. It will be.
I think there's going to come a time where they have to start trying to deal with Autumn. Like his lurks around the map. Think back to the last round. It's just a general irritation.
นี่ถ้า G ไปเจอ EDG นี่คือออทัมเจอ
It's
ออ
still
ทัม
causing them mass amount of problems. We saw it in prior rounds where they go for that A push-up to try and clear that lurker out of the side of the map, and then it's not there. That's what GE have done quite well. They've had these all-in rounds where they're all together, they're all pushing an angle, and then they've had these other rounds where you just have Autumn on the other side of the map, and it feels like each time they try and pick the round where he's not going to be there, they're wrong.
Yeah, again, going back to Pearl, that was the kind of vibe we had. It wasn't about the lurks, instead about where the hits were coming through. The fakes from GE were sublime. They've had some great attack sides here. 9-3 possible. That would be a big blow to Leviathan moving to the next half. We haven't seen those signs of the defensive side connecting consistent rounds just yet.
ใจถึงแต่ว่าเก็บออฟเป็นโอเมนด้วยนะ
Challenge him once again. This time though, a showstopper sent through. He's managed to escape. His life has held a lot of value in this map so far. The showstopper will give them space. Already wall being broken, but in the meantime the spike has gone through and the attackers wanted to try and push even further forward, not wanting to be trapped in. Even still though, damage being done. That lurk again! He seems to have an opponent catching him almost every time, but he still wins those fights. Good trades back though, make it interesting enough so that Sato has used his ult. King also gets rid of Yudatan. Somehow this might just be competitive.
Oh, it was nearly favored to Leviathan there. Javi lucky to still be alive, and Crystal, well, he's playing a risky game. The swing in,
โอ้โหไม่เช็ค5 วิสักคนไปหลงเสียงคิดตันกันหมด มันก็รู้นะว่าไอ้ฮาวิอยู่เนี่ย
To 3 now, it looked like Leviathan had a chance, but the light is going dim on that side of the stage as GE climb further and further
เป้ามันไม่ได้
into the
นี่
lead.
ด้วยนะไม่ได้แบบว่าพวกเป้าจุดเป้าเลยเป้ามันยิงโคตรขีดเลย
That last man ring around a Rosie, and instead it was Javi to catch them. His ult now available for the next as well, and you can
ยากจัดละเป้าเงี้ย
กลับไปเล่นเป้าแบบนั้นนะเป้าแบบนีออนเนี่ย
some of the time.
And you know, like a phoenix or something. He has that raw. He's had it for quite a while. There was a reason that teams were willing to take that risk of picking him up in China, is because of the flair that he brings to the server. But yeah, it feels like in some of the cases the LEV players should have been hitting those shots. He has managed to get away with it, other than Neon. Neon has been having his moments. The last round, of course, he was completely forced out. And well, surely Patman's not just going to be able to walk all the way through. He's heard the rotation, and now he's just waiting. It's a good check, though. A very good check from Spikesy. That could have been a double with ease.
That could have been even more. Whoops.
GE
with a few stumbles, a man down. The Sage Wall doesn't cover off Heaven the way they wanted to. Leviathan, their best chance here of this A site retake. They've not spotted on him, but he won't land his shot either. The trade's out though as Uniton found one, slips back into the site as well. C's being thrown. It's going to delay that push, allows Uniton to get right back here towards Ticken, and they don't think he's around this spot, but Sato finds him anyways, and another under his belt gives Leviathan 4.
That's the guy that we were seeing in the last map. That's the guy that's been missing in this one. That is just raw individual brilliance coming out from Sato. Again, it's almost like what we were talking about with Autumn, where this guy is seemingly facing into an angle where someone is waiting for him, and he is just landing every single shot. That's going to put him one away from his ultimate as well. And as I said, 7-5. Going in with a double duelist comp into the attack. It's not a death sentence. It's just the manner in which this half has gone that has felt a little bit more scary.
Well, yeah, think about even looking at the timeline, what happens if Leviathan don't take the pistol round. We could have seen GE completely run away with this. Remember, it was 2 flawless rounds from Leviathan to start this out. A very different vibe as the rounds have gone on, but it looks like the road to recovery mounted at the last second. Patman much more aggressive this time, and he's got some backup while Autumn walks straight out. The Prowler went past him, flying under the radar, but doesn't strike the death blow. And the trades early on, Leviathan holding on for dear life, but there's a res available. It's going to be put in on the Crystal, but the trades for Leviathan, trying to keep things even. And Spike Scene's done a remarkable job. But despite it, they're going to have to fight back into this A site. TP's going to be denied. Plant found one away from a showstopper, and utility online for GE. This is not an easy retake.
It's so annoying because for Neon now, he's so far away. He was literally on the opposite side of the map. And although his teammate can get through that little bit quicker, he's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Autumn's positioning again. He's just been annoying throughout this map, but he doesn't land the shot. The wall bang from Spikesy. This might just be his round. Facing off against Uniton in that 1v2 clutch. The first a little bit too easy. Spikesy so far ahead of his teammate, and now just holding that showstopper. The last one was clicked by mistake. This one is clicked to buy time, and that time already seeming like it's too far gone. The nade is perfect, and he's there to close it out in style. A Red Bull clutch gives GE their 8th round.
8-4.
เนี่ยผู้เล่นเกาหลีที่ยังหลงเหลืออยู่นะ
Lead for GE. They look so strong down on that stage and closing it with a Red Bull clutch.
ว่าอุด้งกับบัตใครโหดกว่า
Confidence sky high. Mistakes for Leviathan have to be corrected.
บัตมันเหมือนมันหมดร่างพามไปแล้วนะแต่ร่างพามมันโคตรโหดอะบัตอะ
คือตอนเนี้ยนักแข่งคนไหนที่มันเคยจุดสุดคนต้องคิดแล้วว่าแบบมันถึงจุดสุดแล้วอ่ะคนเรามันจะมีจุดพีคพวกเกาหลีหมดไปหลายคนแล้วพวกเดิมเห็นปีแรกอ่ะ
ยุค DI ที่แม่ง1-5กับเปเปอร์เล็กโอ้โหมันยังเอาไหวอ่ะ
แล้วยุคนั้นอ่ะบัสอะไรเงี้ย
แต่ผมว่าเทคเจอร์ยังอยู่นะยังไหวอยู่นะ
ถ้าเทคเจอร์ถ้าเอาเฉลี่ยมันไม่ได้มาอย่างนั้นตลอดเนี่ยกลับมาช่วงสเตจหนึ่งช่วงคิกออฟก็ไม่เอานะ
เทคเจอร์ผมว่าโอ้โหมันไม่ทำงานหนักมากไม่ถึงแบบตอนในทีมมันตอนเนี้ยเหมือนไม่งั้นหนักสุดละเคมรางวัลน่าจะต้องลิงก์ผูกกับไอ้นี่ป่ะไม่รู้เหมือนกันเนี่ย
ผมว่าเมเทโอดรอปนานแล้วครับผม
มีทีโอตั้งแต่ได้แชมป์อะดรอปเลย ได้แชมป์มัตเตอร์แบงคอกทุกพี่เขาก็แผ่วลงเรื่อยๆกับกลายว่าในทีวันคนที่สเต็ปอัพสุดคืออีสุแต่ผมว่าเลเวทานชุดนี้อนาคตไกลนะเด็กทุกคนเลย
89 หมดเลย
อืม
weeding him out of mid.
ไอ้ช็อตคอมันต้องรอจบตัวใช่ไหมของถึงจะ
Well,
เข้า
as you
ใช่
can
ไหม
see by looking at the timeline, half
May
of the
not.
rounds for Leviathan came off the pistol. Let's hope they can find it here, or the return to form is going to take quite a while and need very few errors. But a pistol also is often talked about as a coin flip. Not really where you want to have to start your comeback, but that's one way to kick it off.
เอา
Great
ละเขาบุ
pickup
ก
by
จะได้
King.
บุกหรือเปล่า
That was the aggression thrown in immediately. Patman, he has been playing this controller incredibly aggressively all the way through the map. Autumn now needs to have another high impact play, and even the nade just trying to maybe even force them into his position. He doesn't have a whole lot of support. His teammate is trying to re-aggress it towards B main, wants to try and hold on to some control, but look how passively King is sitting. Autumn dealt with. And Crystal needs to win this fight. He's got a teammate looking to try and lock in the other player. The problem is King doing his second fight of the round.
Looking really solid when it comes to the pistols.
Last player
เพื่อนกำลังเดินมาเลย
Goes as well. Something just activates in Leviathan. A clean start. And we could be on for the Thrifty. Yudo time.
เข้าแล้ว
All that stands in the way. And okay, Thrifty no more, but a round win. Well, it seems assured for the attacking side. That's a fake flash if ever I've seen one. Doesn't quite work out. Will be put to bed, but okay, still 3 more to go, and he's caught with a nade in hand. That's him done. With his fourth of the round, maybe they just wanted to give him the orb.
Yeah, you know, it's not going to be flawless, but I don't think they'll give a damn. The Sheriff of King puts him to the top of the board for his side, and honestly, all of these kills were fairly important. Like, he's being surrounded in this moment and manages to just play it perfectly with his positioning. That lifeline has now been picked up for Leviathan. And obviously, once again, there's not going to be much, if anything, invested for the defensive side. Far more reliant on their buy rounds. The fact is, a winning of a pistol in the last map might have meant we closed this in 2, which, I'll be honest, I'm kind of glad didn't happen.
Especially not after that first map. That was basically a first half.
Yeah. The problem will be, though, is if this series does slip from them, those pistols are probably going to be what becomes pretty defining. Now, for the defense at this stage, the real question is, do you actually try and go for exits? Do you try and do any damage? Or, and it looks like what they're going to do, just hide in the corner and go down to the spike.
Of course, if anybody goes pushing, you'll be happy to take a spare orb a little bit earlier. Spike seem definitely...
Oh, it's Sato for sure.
Walking forward alongside Sato. Oh, that's a double for him. A chance for a little more and some orbs picked up indeed for Leviathan. Losses minimal. Again, they're still carrying those 2 rifles forward, which is the name of the game. And King's even going looking for another. It looks like he'll find it. Time dependent. No. Okay. He's backed away just at the wrong moment. But nonetheless, the climb back for Leviathan is well and truly underway. 2 rounds here off the back of the pistol, same as the first half. But this is where things slipped out of their control.
Yeah, the main question I was going to ask is how much are they actually going to put into this round? Because, as you said, it was a lot of light purchases, They didn't have too much in terms of rifles, but that normally means that you can then buy up the rifles going into the next round. So I think, yeah, it's going to be a very strong bonus. If anything, King's best weapon has been the Sheriff. So I would almost put this at a 4-buy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not a bad shout. I saw that pistol round. Didn't seem to matter what weapon their opponents had in hand. For GE, spread across the map. They've got good slow abilities here towards the B site. The slow, obviously, being one of them. Paranoia online for Batman. This flash could be devastating. It's blinded both players. Let's give it Sato an easy opening and a follow-up with the wallbang. Glorious work from the Phoenix on Leviathan and the B site. Secured and a plank coming in on the back of it. This is about as good a start to a bonus like this as you could ever hope for.
Yeah, solid reveal from Blow made that kill come in so much easier. And for the remaining 3, this becomes tough. Sato is literally just standing there. He's trying to bait that he's not. He's walking up instead. You expect the Phoenix to come running into your face, and instead he calls the bluff. And that's the moment where they have to save. Bring the weaponry into the next round. We spoke about it. The difference between map 1 and this one is that if you can get Sato online like he was in the second, this Leviathan squad feels like a different beast, and this round was his and his alone.
And this is what GE are going to have to deal with. Normally, when you get players and you keep them in that choke point, it's very difficult to get out of the choke point. But here, a Phoenix wall to cut off the site so they can first peek back site, see no one there. And once that flash goes through, the Neon is on you in an instant. And that's always going to be a possibility. You smoke them off, that could very well play to their advantage if they land that flash out of it. And no matter how far back you are, bet your ass, Spike Scene can be on you in a second. It's a great round for Leviathan. 3 in a row now. Economy built up nicely, and GE in a pretty rough spot for this round. We should see things go 8 and 8.
They've at least got a couple of weapons to play with, but this feels like the round for Leviathan to potentially even up that scoreline from such a massive deficit and already. Sato with that opening pick. It's going to make things that little bit tougher. All being claimed on the other side. Will at least be something to play with. The King has caught one more. He thought that that area of the map was safe. Instead, there's not much to play with.
การบุกที่ดีคือการโฮรอก่อนเดี๋ยวเขาก็มาตายเอง
Vai juntar com vocês só.
Juntamos vamos pra nós aqui, B?
Vou pela manhã com vocês.
Tem uma paranoia, tá? Quer explitar que a gente tá...
Não. Vai ligar a hora e abrir uma meia.
Tá.
Vai abrir aqui nós dois.
Bora. Eu só te fiz o B, tá, guys? Botou B agora. Bora. Vai abrir meia. Tô com você.
Nem vou aqui na caixa meia.
Fade B, fade B.
Tá só, ainda se o cara taca...
É só trade, é só trade. Guys, segura a bang. A D segura a bang. Vem. Guys, temos tempo, tá? Só trade aqui.
Well, you could hear the call to move back to B. That's where the finish is coming in. And Leviathan have an easy time. GE are now having to make a bit of a blind read, and their call is to move towards the A site. Wrong side of the map. So LEV find themselves an easy entry. And a 5v2. The question is, with all the damage done already, he's going to go for the orb and then the plan, but decided to distribute that differently. Time obviously a factor there as well. But yeah, I think at this point, GE just saved those weapons. It definitely looks like that was the idea. As they sit down now, bunker down towards the spawn. As far as this round goes for Leviathan, I love the ideas. They take opening fight on B, immediately reset to that mid control, and the patience on display, knowing they're up against a bit of a mix buy and not wanting to be caught off by long, got them autumn just walking up. Exactly what they needed to do.
But it's very controlled. I think that's important when considering how that last half went. They were losing like to clutch moments even all the way to the end of the half. And basically coming in, winning the pistol, it seems to put them right back into the right headspace again. And that's something that I think a lot of people underestimate, that this is an incredibly young team. Like, other than King, who's been around the block at least a little bit, you're talking about 18 and 19-year-old players. When you win the pistol second round and come out with only 4 rounds in a half, I wouldn't blame you if you came out completely mentally
โอ้โหเราไม่ได้ปิดเพลง
มันปะ
ปันเลยลูกไปหยิบรี
test of time. National stage. Looked like very few mistakes.
Also, look at the credits. Look at the position they find themselves in just 4 rounds into the second half. The lowest credits are 5,900. So it's not just that GE need a round. They need to repeat rounds to make sure their opponents can't just buy back in again. Now, the one good thing, Udatan, one away from that showstopper, but just look at the change of pace. And they're gone! They're gone! They've taken a pause and immediately it's over! 10 seconds into the round and G have to save. That couldn't have gone any worse for Global Esports.
They sent 3 players to ramp, and I think there was a wall up. It didn't matter. 3 players there, and moments later, the site is open for business. A save is being called, and well, Tom, you just seconds ago pointed out where the credits were at for Leviathan. 5.9K on the lowest player. By the way, everyone else was up a lot higher, closer to that 7 mark. Well, now I think they're going to be in a bit of a stronger spot. If they survive with all 5 players here, we're talking max money across the board. We were neck and neck, but it felt like Leviathan had the upper hand, and now they've used it to choke slam GE. Although they're only 1 round ahead, they're miles ahead in this half.
Oh, that's so rough. Like, the fact that you even have the right read of where they're going to be and you just get slaughtered. Like, that was less than 10 seconds. That round ended basically immediately. And okay, they'll at least get to hold on to a couple of the weapons. It's not quite going to be max cash across the entirety of the board, which is a silver lining. Really isn't a silver lining. But that's insanity. And that has got to bludgeon the confidence of GE. You're in the right place at the right time, but everything went wrong.
Yeah, as far as silver linings go, I think, well, guys, at least they can't buy 3 times in a row. Probably isn't what you want to be hearing on map 3
they probably can.
Of an opening series. Leviathan, yeah, I suppose they probably can anyways. That's one hell of a start. He is just running around. Spikestein looks like he owns the place. He'll be shut down after 1 more, but enough should already be done. Leviathan running away with every fight. Patman may try his best, and he's got backup. But what he doesn't have is targets, because they have fled the site. Running to plant on A, but they might not even get a chance with only 1 man left. GE, they put up one hell of a fight. In fact, they started this series with dominance. But things have certainly changed in this half. The final half of the series sees Leviathan hit another power level.
I feel like I'm going to end this game with egg on my face. I said that the one thing that this defensive side had was utility to delay. I don't know where it's been. I don't know where it's gone, because we are seeing opening kills come in the sub 5-second mark. It just runs straight up mid and killed 2 players. They know he's coming. It's not being subtle about it. And then it's just a domino effect.
Keep in mind, that's a team that won the first 2 rounds in the first half and got bodied from that point forward. And the vibes are immaculate. Double digits found for Leviathan. 2 rounds to the good. The economy stacked in their favor, and their opponents on a very low buy. It's even going to start with a fake to the B side. They want to drag the rotates, but B stand in position. Stand ready to fight. Sheriffs have spotted at least 2 more. They're looking for this battle. Now blows us down, and look what he had.
สไปร์ตกด้วยครับไอ้นี่มันทำทำไมผมอยากรู้อยากฆ่าขนาดนั้นเลย
This is a round that G desperately need to convert. Your opponents have been winning, and they've been winning cleanly. An upset round is a knock to the confidence. Is imperative at this stage. If there's any way back into the map, it has to be here. It has to be now. In the past, you might talk about damage. The damage has become irrelevant. And a TP across the
ดูได้
map.
จังหวะเดียวอะ
Everybody
แปดใบ
from
แปด
G
ใบแล้ว
is
ปาด
now here.
แปดใบ
Close
ปาด
angle cleared. Sato already. But there come the trades, thick and fast, running it down. Only Neon standing in their way. Still hasn't been able to retrieve that spike.
30 seconds left.
เมื่อกี้ดูไม่ทัน
G
เมื่อ
are
กี้มัน
not
ปลายตรง
giving
ไหนอะ
anything away. They know how
ก็ปลาย
important
แหล
this
มเลย
round is.
They knew he was going to be spamming
ตร
that
ง
as
นี้
well.
อ่ะ
Hoping
Mm,
someone was
guy
inside
who-
the smoke, but they'll give him the spike. You have 15 seconds. Where are you going to go? Plant needs to be found soon.
นอนคัดปะ
10 seconds till we can't plant anymore. And
ปวดให้สอง
well, I
มัน
think at
ขาด
this
เลยครับ
stage
ช็อต
he's
นี้
given up on the
Ten
round.
seconds left.
Gonna take down as many as he can, but another orb gifted to
Three,
Autumn, and a
they use
MasterCard
Kanga Jet.
Thrifty keeps GE in this game.
As said, imperative. They needed
Yeah, they
something
should have
to
played on
break
that.
that 6-round momentum. They needed
That's out
a
there.
hero to step up to the plate, and they got a couple. Both Crystal
One enemy
and Yudotan.
10 seconds left.
And in fact, it was almost the entirety of the squad finding a kill with those
เมื่อเลย
sheriffs.
โดนอีโก้
It came out of absolutely nowhere. But that could just be enough to bring them back from the haze that they seem to be in. Still, Leviathan have the lead, and in case we hadn't hammered it home enough, they have enough money to buy.
Yeah, in case you missed that little talked about detail. Credit sat very high for Leviathan. Another full buy-in presence towards the B site. Spam looking dangerous, but that Molly forced Pat-Man out of the corner. In the meantime, though, Leviathan.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยโอ้โห
Oh, they've almost lost Sato.
เอาตายเลยเลย
Okay, though, because he has his ult.
เหลือหก
If he finds a
ไม่
spot
มี
to use it,
ไฟฮิวแล้วด้วย
heals
ต้อง
him
อันติ
back
อย่างเดียว
up.
Autumn. It's a big risk. Even walking through that in the first place, but now he's got the angle to hold on to. Orb about to fade, though. It's time to fall back.
Has to leave. This time a lot more tentative. Think back to those fast-paced winning rounds. We were talking about them being done in 10 seconds. Autumn is still trying to play with fire around this smoke instead. That ult's been used on the other side. It drags the eyes of the opponents, and that was the goal. It gives them some middle control. Still, Harvey has some utility to play with. If he can get one, throw the slow. Instead, he's gone. Spike Scene wins that fight. Now the players within the B side are being surrounded, but it seems like they've realized back to the other side of the map they go. But can Yudotan
อยู่ที่อูด้ง
be
ครับ
their demon,
20 วิ
be
ครับ
the Reaper on the back of the A site?
They saw so many players on that B side. They might not expect him to be tucked in like this. We've seen it from him before, but now with 12 seconds left, one strike from Yudotan.
Down A.
Could have saved the day, but they'll still get this.
Oh, yeah,
Still
King.
moves to the side, and King cuts off the rotates. Pac-Man 1 against 4. The spike already planted, and he'll only get his first. 11 locked in for Leviathan. The lead with a bit more leeway to it.
Good mid-rounding again. The information fed through to the IGL to make that last-second decision, and also just the timing of where they swing onto Yudotan. He didn't really have a chance of getting more than one there. He had to commit to one of the angles. He knew there was a player behind him. Maybe he faces the other way, he gets both, but you could never know that. That's such a gamble. And that second timeout now called for Global Esports. Think back to the last half. Think to them 8-4.
ทำเอาดูจับฉลาดดีมาขนาดนี้แล้วอุตส่าห์ซิ่งกลับมา ขอเจอ DRG ทีเถอะวะ
ถ้าโดน DRG ตบทำไงพี่
โอ้โหเลิกพูดเลยซึมเลย
ถ้าเป็นโดนเลยที่บอกว่าดิสแบนเนี่ยจะพูดไม่ได้
To open up.
พี่เคยบอกพูดไม่ได้ครับปากชื่อผมเซ็นไว้อยู่
Come into this round as well. Ults to play with. True on both sides. You have that pit. The person with the pit does currently have an operator, no shields. It's an unusual look, Tom. Maybe not the round we see the pit come into play. What is the idea behind this? Where's Autumn going?
I think just because it's been a
ถ้าเจอ
game of
ขอ
smoke
เจอ
and mirrors
DRG
in mid, he's going to try
ดี
and
กว่าเจอ
just cut
DRG
through that smoke with a knife.
DRG ดีสุดตอน
And
นี้
that knife is a sniper rifle. The problem is, just look at the ruse that's almost being sold. It's been obliterated with the judge. They nerfed those, didn't they?
ดูซองเหมือนเดิมแล้วจริง
Well,
ปะ
that
เนี่ย
wasn't allowed anymore.
well.
แต่มันก็ใกล้มากเลยให้มัน
That
เถอะ
operator
ต้องตายเมื่อ
gone.
กี้มันปืนจูบหน้าแล้ว
But this wasn't even the main game plan. This was almost just a ruse to give them space elsewhere. They're going to have to try and jump down together, but instead he's jumping towards them.
ได้เศษด้วย
2 kills. Another halfway done. And pressure onto Pam, and he doesn't know how much control's already been taken by Leviathan. Another solid round from them. The ruse from Spikezine sent through, and then the rest of the players were just making their way into mid. There's the pit on the other side as well. Surely there's no way back into this.
There's no way you even try. Not when there's an AWP on the floor, not when Utaton's already 40 HP. And look at the pit. It's formed perfectly going in towards that little hallway. You're never making it out of there alive. Even if you had the numbers. Leviathan on 12, guaranteed at this point. And considering how we started this out, Tom, it really does feel like the shoe's on the other foot now. Leviathan pushing and pulling the map perfectly, finding these pacey opening pickups as well, using that neon judge into the vent. They have full control of the map, and thinking back to Pearl, that was the problem. It was always the other way around.
The annoyance as well, if you're on the GE side, is that call is almost certainly you're going to do that. Maybe you just get vents control, maybe you die and we get mid. Like, you're trying to pull people away so that we can get that control for free. Instead, he gets 2 and, well, almost a third kill.
2.5 men,
yeah. And the crazy thing is, we might call that like, oh, you throw a spanner in the works. He threw a grenade in the works. He basically blew up the whole round for GE before they even got started. Now it's a jumble sale. A sheriff, that operator saved, a judge in the pit but with no shields. This is a nightmare to try and climb back from, and Leviathan are right where they want to be.
Paranoia for Patman's going to be used to try to delay them. You can already see the pace. Dumped by Leviathan. They've managed to find the trade. Neon lays his life down, but the reward is clear. Favor for Leviathan now in what could be the final round. Viper's Pit already put into play. A res online, but, well, that player's not quite reachable, and Leviathan aren't even going to let them close to the site. Already pushing deep into the spawn, looking for this fight.
Going up. So much ground held. It's something that they just can't allow to happen. The Stinger, not the weapon for this round, but I was going to say it might be worth it in that scenario. They managed to cross, but 2 players into the spawn is going to be an issue. They need to get rid of them, and it's all just falling apart. The res available, it's being used, but there's another player just waiting round the corner. And from the depths of defeat, Leviathan.
กันไม่อยู่
2 วันแรกผิด1 คู่
2 วันแรกผิด 4 คู่
เฮ้ยใช่ผิด 4 เลยเหรอ
เดือดปะ
หิวแต้มนี่หว่า
เฮ้ย ไม่หิวพี่ฟูเซนเนี่ยตรงสายสุดแล้ว
โดนไหมนี่
แข่งอีกทีวันไหนอะอาทิตย์หน้าพรุ่งนี้อะไร
เดี๋ยวเลย
ยัง TBD อยู่เลย
ต่อเลยไม่มีพัก
เดี๋ยวมันต้องรอจับสายใช่ไหมมันแข่งรัวจัดอะ 1 เชี่ยไม่พักเลยนี่หว่าพี่
ไม่พักเลย
The fuck
แล้วเดี๋ยวค่อยดักเดย์ เหมือนพอจบสวิตช์พักแป๊บหนึ่งมั้งแล้วซัดต่อยาวอ่ะ แล้วก็จะมีดักเดย์2 วันก่อนรอบ4 ทีสุดท้ายมั้งเพื่อเตรียมตัวรอบลึกอ่ะ
จิตบอยเฟิร์สเบส12 วันนี้ หนัก
จับเขาเดี๋ยวจับสายฮะ
เขาไม่ให้ทีมโซนเดียวกันเจอกันเองนี่
ใช่เหรอ
เห็นเขาว่างั้นนะ ไอซาโตะนี่ถ้าผมยาวนี่เป็นผู้หญิงได้เลยนะ หน้ามันหวานจัดอะ
ตรงอกมันหลุยวิกตองเหรอ
saying we have fish memory. We always say it because fish forget everything. So like we just say let's have fish memory and forget about what just happened and just focus on the next one.
Well, you definitely remembered who you were on Split. Can you talk to me about how you managed to change the pace in that second half?
I think we just were really confident in our in the way that we play on the tech side, and I feel like defense we couldn't adapt to certain things. Like they were playing really well the post plants, and honestly, it was a really great match.
What's it like being surrounded by all your fans here in London?
This feels great. This feels great.
And there are so many who want to meet you. And in fact, I think I met your biggest fan earlier, so I don't know if I can introduce you to them now. She's called Adriana. And she just so happens to be your mum. And she's clearly incredibly proud of Sato, seeing him perform so well here in London. It's London. I'm joined by Nick. Nick, can you remind us of the rules here?
Hey everybody, so we're going to be doing the round 2 Swiss draw today. There's a couple things to keep in mind. For us, regional matchups are permitted. Also, repeat matchups aren't allowed, but that's impossible for round 2. How the draw is going to work today is we're going to do the first 1-0, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we'll do the 0-1s, where it's 1, 2, 3, 4. The takes right here is the teams that lose in round 2 as 0-1 will be eliminated. The teams that win as 1-0 will be advancing to playoffs.
So Swiss is basically like mini double
ดูดิ
elimination.
เขาเป็นแฟนฟูลเซน
All
สอง
right
คน
then,
นะแต่
so
เขา
I guess you need to
เขา
put
ไม่ได้
your
ทาย
hands
ฟูลเซ
into
น
the balls on the right first, the 1-0s.
กบฏว่านี้
So without further ado, will Leviathan be in this first ball? Let's see.
พี่ก็อยู่
Draw that ball,
ที่
Nick.
2 อ่ะดิ
You're keeping me in suspense. Never keep a woman waiting.
พี่
Okay.
คู่เซนคู่เดียว
Oh,
4.2
from Europe. It's Vitality.
มีคนเหมือนพี่เอ๋ยประมาณ
We've got
เกือบ
special
100 คน
magnetic bees on the board.
พวกเราก็สอบ
So we'll put that there. Now they're not
แล้ว
going
ก็
to be
มีคน
playing
แจก
the
โพย
next ball because that's a new
เขาก็ต้อง
matchup
ตาม
that
พี่
Nick is
อะ
going to be drawing next. So who won't be playing Vitality, Nick? Hands on the balls.
น่าจะซ้อม
Give it a swizzle. Nick
ต
has
กใจนึก
trained
ว่าเขา
for
ไอ้คอร์สมาร้านมา
years
จับใส่
at Riot Games for this moment. And they will be playing NRG. Oh, I can already tell that's a banger
มีเอ็นอาร์
matchup.
จีว่ะพี่ชอบ
Oh, it's not a matchup. Whoever plays NRG is going to be a banger matchup. It's not going to be against Vitality. But if they both win, it's going to be a banger matchup.
ยกวิท
All
เจอ
right, save to
เป็น
Nick.
ไปได้แล้วว่าที่พี่ทาย
Distract them from my mistake. Please get your hands on the balls.
มองไว้ไม่เองจริงวิทตอนแรกอ่ะ
Who are Vitality going to be playing? That's what we actually want to know now.
ตัวละ
And we're allowed to see Vitality play foot now, Nick.
Yep.
Regional matchups are not banned in round 2 like they were in
National
round
match อัพ
1.
อ่ะเราเอาชิบหายแล้ว
That's
เจอ
going to
เอ
be
ง
a
ได้
grudge match.
ใช่
And now,
เจอตัวเดียวกันไป
those
ดิ
who have just been watching the most recent series will know which name is in this ball.
มันๆไป
It is, of course, Leviathan.
NRG
Leviathan,
บอก
what do we think? Do you want to see them play
อร่อย
NRG? We're used to this matchup in America, of course. Okay.
เชี่ย
We're
ถ้า
out of
สาย
our
ล่างนี่
1-0
แปซิฟิก
balls.
เจอแปซิฟิก
So,
จีนเจอจีน
Nick,
นี่อย่างเชี่ย
Please
เลย
do the honors and draw out your first ball from the 0-1
ขอร้องอย่า
groups.
เจอตี
This is a last
ไปเอา
chance
เจมาจับ
match.
ไม่เอา
Very important.
ไม่เอาจี
And it is DRG. Let's get
แข่
them
ง
on
จบ
the
แล้วจับสาย
board.
อยู่ครับผม
And next up, our
แล้วข้างล่างเป็น
second
X ไอ้
matchup from the
ข้างล่างเป็นไอ้เนี่ย
0-1 groups. Remember, they're not playing DRG. This is a brand new matchup in our lower Swiss
ก็ยังได้ลุ้น
bracket.
อยู่
บทไม่บท
Crack that fate open, Nick.
ดีป่ะ
It is Global Esports.
ตกใจแมว
And I know the fans are going to be turning out for this one, aren't you?
แล้วข้างบนแม่งจับเป็น XLG
I need to see more of those Udotang clutches. I need those injected into my eyes again, please. Okay, Nick.
พี่บอกมันไปเอาเจมาจับไปถ้าจะจับอย่างเงี้ย
ฟูเซน
And inside
Oi.
the ball, we have XLG. It's another regional matchup, everyone.
โอ้ยลุง
Let's whack it on the board. Which might mean that in the last ball is yet another regional matchup. Let's see. You didn't even swizzle that, Nick.
ทำไมมึงทำอย่างนี้
There you go. We have Full Sense playing Global Esports, which you know what? I am so excited for, Nick, because we get to see this matchup happen in person in London rather than watching it from our sofas on VCT Pacific. So we are in for a treat. But Nick, remind us, this isn't the schedule, is it? You've actually got to go and decide when these are going to be on the broadcast.
Yep, absolutely. So this will not be the final schedule. What's going to happen is after this draw show, I'm going to run into the back and we're going to finalize the schedule. Stay tuned to social media where we'll be posting it.
Sorry, Nick, I've actually been told that you were not allowed to run, but you were allowed to walk gracefully
ผมว่า
down the stairs.
ผมว่าไม่ใช่แค่โซนเราที่เซ็ง
where
ยี่
you
แม่
will
งเซ็งทุกโซน
decide
อ่ะดู
with
ดิ
the team when we're going to see these matchups. As Nick mentioned, watch out on the socials to find out when to tune
นี่
in.
ไอ้คนร้ายไอ้คนจับนี่เดินลงเวทีไป
Thank
นี่
you
คื
so
อ
much for joining us
แม่ง
for
เดิ
the
น
draw show.
นั
Thank
ก
you
แข่ง
very
ยืนรอ
much,
แล้ว
Nick. Thank you, London. We'll see you tomorrow.
ยังไม่สลด โอ้โห
จับอย่างนี้ใช่ไหม
โอ้โห
โอ้โหมันจับสายซะซึมเลย ไม่ใช่แค่โซนเราอะบอกเลย EMEA ก็ซึม จริงๆมันไม่ควรนะ ไม่ควรให้โซนเดียวกันมาเจอกัน
ไม่ควรไม่ควร
อย่างน้อยถ้าเกิดไอ้นี่มันก็มีตั้ง4 วิธีอะที่มันจะไม่เนี่ยโหนี่มันเกินไปว่ะ ไปแล้วเจอกันแชทตี 2แล้วพักผ่อนครับ ฝันดีราตรีสวัสดิ์จ้ะ บ๊ายบาย พรุ่งนี้เจอกัน โอ้โฮรั่วเลยครับ เจอจับสายวิธี ทายผลมันยังไม่ขึ้นให้นี่ใช่ไหม รอมันเจนไอ้นี้มาใหม่
รอก่อน
รอบอร์ดมันไปเอาข้อมูลมาก่อน สวัสดีครับ ราตรีสวัสดิ์ ไอ้ลุงนะไอ้ลุง เดี๋ยวก่อนฝากไว้ก่อน มันชื่ออะไรวะจดชื่อไว้ บอกแชทไปจดชื่อดิ ไอ้คนเมื่อกี้มันชื่ออะไร? เอามันไปอยู่กับเจ๊เลย เจ๊ที่ชอบจับ Paper Leg เจอ G2 อะ จำได้ไหม? ไอ้เหี้ยเจอทุกทัวร์เลย แม่งอินเตอร์ G2 บอกกูหลอนเจ๊หมด เจอกัน